This is the beginning of the end, and it's called the Queen Stage because it starts innocuous, but at kilometer 43 you climb, climb and climb until you drop down to Davos. 73 kilometers, 1,950 meters of climbing, but 2,200 meters of descent. And at the Swiss Epic, that means you need to work.
They started really fast, the Canyon guys, so Mark attacked and I was on the wheel. Yeah, me, I didn't even see if we won or not, so was a little bit of tension after the finish line to know who won, but finally we win, and super happy to take another stage win.
There was a crash. So there was a big crash in front.
Kim rode like a warrior today.
Hey.
Are you okay?
It's okay. Yeah. They just bumped into each other and went down both so hard. And so yeah, I just tried the best to manage her to get to the finish, but she was in so much pain, and hats off to her that she actually made it.
Welcome to Davos in Switzerland, and welcome to stage 5 of the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic. It's the culmination, the conclusion, the grand finale. And we're here in the world-renowned town of Davos, and we've been ensconced for the week in the picturesque canton of Graubünden, famous for its alpine landscapes and hundreds of kilometers of mountain biking trails. We've handpicked the best of them, and for the past 5 days we've immersed ourselves in these breathtaking landscapes, never-ending trails and high adrenaline racing. From the pristine beauty and the iconic peaks surrounding our host towns Lenzerheide on stage 1 and 2, St. Moritz, and today in Davos for the grand finale, we've seen the very best of mountain biking and of mountain bikers. We've seen drama in the UCI women's category with Team Elisator Infinity Insure having a tough time yesterday on stage 4, and we've also seen fierce racing in the men's category with Canyon Northwave showing dominance early on. We'll hear about that a little bit later, but we'll soon know when it is all over at the end of the day, but not before the 600 riders tackle the 66-kilometer stage today with 2,350 meters of arduous climbing. For the race leaders, it's all about keeping the dream alive, keeping going until the finish and hanging on to their leads. And for the challengers, anything is possible. 1 day to go, and bringing us the action, the Bulls Media e-bikes, mountain biking legends Thomas Ditch, Stefan Sam. They'll be following the top teams, giving us front row seats to all the action. Well, let's dive right into this gripping grand finale and join them and fellow commentators Dario and Andreas, as well as Paul and Till on the mic, and they are on the line right now in Davos.
So good morning everybody from Davos. Yeah, it's a fantastic atmosphere down here.
So it's already pretty packed here. So all the riders are ready here in this beautiful village close to the ice hockey stadium in the Kurpark in Davos. They're having a coffee, they're having a chat. They're talking about the last 4 stages. They're talking about this 5th and last stage of this year's edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. Everybody has a grin on his face. So yeah, it's just like, yeah, everybody's happy. It's happiness all around the corner, Andreas.
Amazing. In bien dire tot, in bien dire romanci per quella etapa finale, il grand final di questo Swiss Epic 2023, la giunabla a Davos, etapa che è la regione e il mecca da mountain bike da Davos, il Rotsch Trails, che è l'altezza da Davos. Tots in de buona luna, tots in un'inegada motivai per io quels Davos 59 km con bien 1200 metri differenza d'altezza. Regina grandiosa atmosfera che è la partenza arrivata che è il Madame Liuca Davos, also proprio specie in fantastic day.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day. Yeah, really, the trails around Davos are beautiful. Today's stage is really something amazing. It's an up and down. It's in the forest. It's on forest roads, on single trails. Some of the best single trails are around Davos. They're heading into the Sertig Valley. So it's a real nice scenery in there. They're going back up to the Rheinhorn, close to the Rheinhorn. Davos Monstein, a very nice place right in the Alps, right in the middle of the Alps. So yeah, everything is ready, everything is prepared, and yeah, we're looking forward to this last stage. I always have a look around in the village if Kim LeCourt is around or not. We didn't hear anything from her officially at the moment, but yeah, I had a chat with Paul Kay, the announcer, and he says, yeah, for sure, I think she's gonna come to the start line. Yeah, hopefully we see her around. We talked about this drama yesterday, and hopefully we will see her today on a start line, Neil.
Yeah, I hope so indeed. Her team, team of Vera Loza, Kim LeCourt have certainly brought us the action. They've showed they're the dominant team in the race and showing their great partnership, great morale and great camaraderie. And it would be a great shame not to see Kim LeCourt at the start. We did see her injure herself rather seriously yesterday on the stage. We heard from Vera Loza that nothing was broken and she was just in a lot of pain. So credit to her for finishing the stage, certainly, and we'll hopefully see her on the start line this morning to defend that Ciavita orange jersey. The race leaders, Vera Loza and Kim LeCourt in the UCI women's category. In the men's, we have seen Canyon Northwave also dominant and not without their challenges. It's a 10th edition of the race, and we are 4 days in and 1 to go. And let's hear from the riders what they have to say about their week in Graubünden.
Yeah, it was. They started really fast, the Canyon guys. So Mark attacked, and I was on the wheel. But I wanted to pass him. I wanted to be the first at the finish line because then, yeah, it's easier for Daniel also. But for me, it was a surprise. I looked back and I saw that they were like 3.5 meters. So it was, yeah, me. I didn't even see if we won or not. So was a little bit of tension after the finish line to know who won. But finally, we win, and super happy to take another stage win.
Yeah, I mean, 100 meters to go, it looked promising because Mark was in the lead, I was third. Yeah, but it's always hard to finish like in the stage like this when you don't know exactly the finish and you don't know where the last corner is and how it goes, and you are exhausted and so on. So I was kind of not focused so much, or I was not sure where the course go, and I missed a bit the last corner. Yeah, it was also a bit narrow. So we lost the sprint, but I mean, for us, more important is to stay in yellow. More important is that we didn't lose any time, and that we had a plan which worked out completely. So our plan was to go every climb quite fast to be safe in the downhills, which we did. We also had a quite big lead in the last climb in the Passos Scaletta. and then we went down really safe to save tires, no crash, and keep the leading jerseys.
We have a good stage today, good legs with Simon together. A little hard in the climb, but not a lot. A lot of pleasure in downhill to close the gap, the small gap to the sprint finish. So podium is also okay, and third on overall it's not too bad.
Yeah, we didn't want to take advantage of the crash today, so we just rode our own speed. I was really suffering in the uphill, but the downhill was fun. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, it's like you don't want to have a stage win because someone crashed. You want to have a stage win because you're the best of the day, and yeah, I wish all other good recovery.
Stage 5 is the final stage of the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic, and it is set in single-track paradise, Davos Clavadel. Well known for its iconic trails, and Stage 5 is a celebration of those trails, and we'll be taking in the Alps Epic Trail, Junkerboden, Alp Trail, and the Belgian Trail, legendary iconic trails in mountain biking. Begins in the same manner as every stage preceding it, with a climb. We are in the Alps, of course, and the route climbs for the first 19 kilometers, a bit of a gradual rise up, and they'll be passing through the tiny villages, the iconic villages, and 1,800 meters above sea level. And we'll also be seeing the glacial valley and we refer to the Alps Epic Trail, which is part of the longest single track section of the entire country, the whole of Switzerland. We will be riding a section of that trail. The route then heads to Jatzmeder towards Davos Monstein, where they brew the local beers that they'll be enjoying at the finish line. They'll be cold, they'll be waiting for the thirsty riders. There is a series of punchy climbs, descents, and they will be heading towards the Clavadeleralp and the final section of trails, the Alp Trail, as they will head towards a hero's welcome in the grand finale and a well-earned rest. 59 kilometers, 1,750 meters of climbing. It is a stage to be reckoned with, appropriate for the grand finale in Davos.
Yes, we're here in Davos. This is the ice stadium, so real nice ice hockey club here in Davos. It's the hockey club Davos, Spengler Cup, always during Christmas week, an international ice hockey tournament up here. This is around view around Davos. The World Economic Forum is guest here as well, normally during January, something like that. But we're not talking about economy now, we're talking about sport. So Davos is very famous for sport activities. We had snowboard world championships here. We had cross-country world cups up here. We had ski world cups up here. Probably everything you can do during winter sport is up here. And during summertime, yeah, we have the famous X Trails. It's a mountain run up here. Just a few weeks ago that happened. Yeah, they made a lot of the stages they're doing today in the running shoes, not with a mountain bike. And we had the ÖKK Bike Revolution, the international Swiss series in cross-country mountain biking up here. And this is the round view on our village early in the morning. A fantastic drone shot for the start and finishing area. So this is the Capricorn from Graubünden. It's in our flag, and today these riders are the Capricorns. Not because of their horns, no, because they have to climb up these real steep climbs. Up today we're going not that far up. Yeah, it's enough. We're going up to 2,000 meters. That's enough, Andreas. 2,000 meters above sea level. Yeah, it's enough.
E per quella area è relativ fina sia in quell'altezia, nus vesin che als quels d'elite che in pinaia la partenza che las 8:30 chun lo vai liber. 59 kilometres, Antuan Tavau i va lanciata direzione Val Sertig Dörfli, lui Alps Epic Trail sia do a Monstein, Clavadeleralp, la seconda gacchi va anzi bola, più pretenziosa etapa d'Antonio Creglialina, una grandiosa etapa finale per questo Swiss Epic 2023. Partenza a Tavau, spella arena, spell stadion dal club da hockey da Tavau. Die nutriu di da Balezia, ciel blau strusch in a nebla en ciel meglio svesi proprio buesser per quei grande finale da quei Swiss Epic 2023.
Yes, and riders make themselves ready on the start line. The men's start field is that for the last stage, and yeah, they go in with the sound. They're taking it easy. They're ready for this beautiful last stage around the falls, having a chat with each other. Some insights probably from the locals. In the back we see the St. Moritz jersey. We saw the Davos Closter's jersey, Maxim Lom, Sven Gehrig, the under-23 riders from the Davos Closter's mountain bike team. It's an under-23 team hosted by the world-famous Florian Vogel, European champion, won World Cup win in Fort William in cross-country racing a few years ago, member of the Scott SRAM team, together with Nino Schulte for a few years. His team manager there was Thomas Frischknecht. Thomas Frischknecht in the starter field as well. There's a good story about Thomas Frischknecht from yesterday. So Reto Branchi, the CEO from the Davos Cloisters, was waiting right after the finish line with a beer in his hand. He's heading it over to Thomas Frischknecht. Thomas Frischknecht, grab the beer in one sip, the whole beer down. So this is how to end a stage of the Swiss Epic. Always good to see that a guy like Frischi is still having a lot of fun riding mountain bikes and riding the trails around the Davos Cloisters at this year's SPAR Swiss Epic.
Al chef da Nino Schuchter, Thomas Frischknecht, una dina con cirpa dolma vid il sport da mountain bike Elsa Capescia e pushpai alla partenza. Irvius Benaventaus e che vuole arrivare con una gervosa dozan Frank Minchin lo meritau in una birra senza quella ciunavla etapa, senza quei liungstrapaz ciun dis, ciun curt, ciun etapas tras las Alps grigiunas da quei Swiss Epic. Cavasinus quels delite che in Pinaien 6 minutas vai liber in quella Davosa etapa. Martin Stosseg, Marc Stutzmann, quels dus als leaders e la categoria dels homens d'elite. Daniel Geismeier, Wout Alemann in retard da 6 minutas a 30 und tutto è possibile in trovamo in defect forza Inca Rockla a lui tot possibile 6 minutas d'Anton weiter noch pupi se vegni si dir gref per Geismeier da defender sia Victoria dei Ombergau insieme con Wout Alemann. Dalle donnas veraloser Kim Le Cour dalla testa lo di stau quei drama ier Adelheid Morat Ruclade stiu da si la corsa circa ie tot liber per vera loser della Namibia Kim Le Cour da Maurizio de Gudignac quella edizione 2023 verdriberen d'un forse nies Ramon Scapart insieme con Conny Loser il classamento general Chunavels bien mesura retard d'Anton sin in plans de podest mochun minutas davos els Bulls con Simon Schneller et Axel Rodil Cortinan al Franzos Cissa forse Tongion per Fadri Barandun fa il Platz sil Podescia. Dos avasinus Cesco, Fadri Barandun con la numera 8 stre in insieme con Conny Loser proms per la partenza in exact 4 minutos.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Yeah, we saw Fadri Barandun and Conny Loser right on the starting line. So it was planned that Fadri Barandun is going to ride with Andrien Bailey. He had a crash just a few weeks ago, broke his elbow. Andrien Bailey is one of our guests later this day. So these are the top 5 riders. First we saw Team Lux, now it's Buff, Megamo, Hans Becking and Peter Brews. And then team number 3 on 3rd place, it's Simon Schneller and Axel Rudi Cortina. And these are the team, Willi Pirelli, Daniel Geismeier and Wout Alemann. So the winners from yesterday's sprint decision of stage 4, and the overall leaders just coming in. It's the Canyon Northwave team, Martin Stossek and Mark Stutzmann lead in the general classification with a margin of over 6.5 minutes at the moment. If we have a look back on 3rd place, the team Bulls already 24 minutes and 47 minutes in the back. Yeah, Martin Stossek, Mark Stutzmann, looking good in yellow, wearing this yellow jersey since the beginning. Oh, okay, right after stage 1. So they won the first stage, and since then they're wearing the leader jersey. Everything looks comfortable, but as Andreas said before, tout est possible.
Tout est possible.
Tout est possible. Everything is possible. So we saw it yesterday at the women's race. Everything is possible. Everything can happen. Anything can happen. Actually, we don't want to see something like that. Something what happened yesterday one more time. We're ready for a fantastic day. We want to see the guys racing. We want to see the fantastic scenery. Wow. I'm keen for mountain biking as well. So Martin Stossek, last breakfast for him. So the breakfast for champions probably. A gel. Yeah, he's used to that after a stage race like that. 5 days of racing, 5 days of eating a lot of gels. A lot of gels. Last drink out of the bottle. And probably some insights from Fadri Barandun in the back, wearing these blue jersey. Fadri Barandun, he's a local rider. He lives in Chur at the moment, pretty close to the Foss. He's from the Engadine Valley, so he knows these trails. And especially today, these trails are pretty well known to all of the Swiss riders. A lot of training camps up here in the Foss, up here in St. Moritz during the season to prepare for the upcoming races, training in high altitude. Especially St. Moritz is a pretty good place for that. And here in Davos, it's good because there are a lot of nice trails, a lot of nice climbs, a lot of road racing as well, which is possible over all the Alp passes. Yeah, it's a fantastic place. I've been on a ride yesterday as well, right after the race. Just beautiful, just beautiful. So, last stage for the riders. At the moment, they look quite relaxed, but as soon as the start shoe comes, it's going wild, it's getting wild, Neil.
Yeah, they're off. It's an exciting day for the riders. It's the last day, and with all to play for the UCI men's category. This is the UCI men's category that are leaving right now, and just a little bit of a mishap at the start, which shouldn't pose any problems for the riders, but it does mean that that group will string out with only 6 minutes and 30 seconds between Willi Pirelli and Canyon Northwave. Canyon Northwave, the leaders of the race currently, and looking dominant, as shown by most of the major climbs. They were able to draw a bit of a gap on the rest of the field. Willi Pirelli, Bulls, Buff Megamo, Team Lux, be very hard to separate those four teams. But Canyon Northwave just look like they have a couple of extra percent on their rivals. William Pirelli are the next best. Daniel Gersmeyer, national champion of Austria. Wout Allemann, a multiple champion of Belgium in the marathon discipline, but the current European champion. Tremendous firepower from the Austrian and the Belgian rider, and challenging them, the Bulls, Simon Schneller, Axel Rodil Cortina, and Buff Megamo Team Larks. We saw a bit of a move on the general classification yesterday, and we did expect such a thing. We expected the third spot on the overall general classification podium to be hotly contested. It looks like the top two are mostly settled, but it's all about that third spot. And we are with the Masters category. Masters category are about to begin right now. Also a hotly contested category in all of the Epic Series races, in fact. And in particular, we've seen the Alps Epic Masters category. It's a rather large category, and some of the very finest in the sport, when they retire from their professional careers, many of them come to compete in the Masters category. And also the amateur category, a new category introduced to the Epic Series, first in the Alps Epic in 2023. This is the non-UCI riders. It's an open category, but gives the riders who are not full-time racers just a chance to have their name and lights on the podium and something to compete for. It is a competitive mountain bike stage race. The pinnacle of the Epic Series is the Alps Epic, and the Swiss Epic is part of the Epic Series, and no less competitive in Switzerland right now. We saw in the background Thomas Frischknecht, founder of the race, founder of the Swiss Epic in 2014, co-founder in fact with Danny Gehrig, Joko Vogel. 2014 means that this is the 10th edition of the race, and they set off, and we mentioned the Masters category, Florian Vogel and Martin Gujan, former professionals on the World Cup circuit. Gujan in fact won the prologue at the Alps Epic 2016, top professional, and teammate to none other than Nino Schurter, 10-time world champion, is Florian Vogel, and credited for his teamwork, his teammatemanship, and we saw the dominance in the earlier years with Julian Absalon, and Florian Vogel and Nino Schurter managed to crack the code, crack the dominance of Julian Absalon, and top professional in his own right, leading the Masters category. And we have the women's category. Drama in this category yesterday. We saw the first place team, Kim Lecourt, collide with Adelaide Marath in one of the climbs. There was a bit of jostling for position, and they came together and both went down very hard. Coming off worse was Adelaide Marath, having damaged her shoulder, unable to continue the race. And at the 30-kilometer mark, she pulled off the course and headed to hospital. Kim Lecourt was able to remount the bike after some time on the ground. He hurt Kim Lecourt, feeling the pain, but this morning the pain seems to have subsided. Although, was that a little bit of a grimace? It's hard to tell. There was a smile, perhaps a grimace, but they'll be consoled by that orange jerseys, and certainly motivated them to get to the start line this morning to recover. And fortunately, after some medical examinations yesterday, nothing broken, and luckily Kim Lecourt able to defend that leader's jersey with her partner Vera Lorza. On their left-hand side, our right, the combination, the Colombian and Dutch combination of Cortecas and Calderon. And they are off. Some movements on the general classification, of course, with the retirement in the race of Adelaide Marath and Team Elisator Infinity Insure, Vera Lorza, Kim Lecourt in the lead, and they lead by 35 minutes. It seems like a large advantage over Tapado Bulls, but let's not forget they lost 14 minutes after their crash and the suffering from the pain. Kim Lecourt just was happy just to ride home, consolidate, and limit the damage. But Arena Lutschel-Schwab and Katerina Sosner lying in second place. Also moving up the leaderboard, Canadel Vas Arabe, a team that is well known for stage racing in mountain biking, and Calderon, known to come good as the race draws to a conclusion. And yesterday's podium finish certainly confirmed that. Calderon and Cortecas looking to solidify that third spot on the overall podium. They have a significant lead over the fourth place riders, the all-British team, Henschos and Barr. And next ride is the next best team in fifth spot, the all-Swiss team of Baumann and Stadelmann. As we've talked about, the top professionals in the sport leaving the UCI men's and women's categories, leaving the start chute, and also we need to acknowledge the dedicated amateur teams. The 600 riders in the race, not many of them are top professionals. Making up the significant portion of the field are the dedicated amateur teams, the keen amateurs who will be taking on the Swiss Alpine Challenge this week. And conquering the Alps, that's what it's all about. And that's what is unique about the sport of mountain bike stage racing, is that all riders in the field, all 600 riders, will tackle the same trails on the same day, and they'll test themselves and their machines on the very same trails that the top professionals do. And then they get to share stories, share a beer, share a meal, share a coffee at the end of the day. And it's a very special thing about mountain bike stage racing, and almost unique in world sport. We're 4 days in, 1 to go, and we saw in the foreground in the green Civita leaders jerseys in the mixed category, fantastic performance from the team, the German team, as they set off on their final day at the 2023 edition. This is the 10th edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic, an auspicious day, an auspicious year. Now, if you've just joined us, you will have missed our description of the route. It's a loop stage, Davos to Davos, and just a recap on that. The 59-kilometer stage, 1,750 meters of climbing is what awaits these riders and all of the riders, all of the 600 riders, as they head out on a loop to celebrate and conquer the fifth and final stage. Davos is the host to some iconic trails, and Stage 5 celebrates those trails. The Alps Epic Trail, Junkerboden, Ischalp, and the Bulgaren Trail. And certain sections of this trail belong to one of the longest trails in the country. So we'll be riding the very best. The route designers have hand-picked out of the hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of trails in the Graubünden region. The whole week have hand-picked the very best 350 kilometers of the finest trails. Not all of it is single track, not all of it is downhill. There's plenty of climbing too. 10,850 meters of climbing, in fact, to be exact, over this week, over the 5 days. It is the Alps, it's to be expected, and that is one of the points that the riders all make when they cross the finish line. At the grand finale in any of the years is that the Swiss Alps is all about climbing and descending, up and down, and very little in between. We did see on one of the stages, in fact, we had a major obstacle of the day. It was stage 3, where there was a little bit more of a flat riding section in the just looking at the profile. But of course, out on the trails, there was plenty of undulation. So that's what it's all about. It's about ups and downs at the SPAR Swiss Epic. It's literal ups and downs and also figurative. We saw drama in the women's category yesterday, a dramatic sprint finish in the men's category, and never a dull moment at the SPAR Swiss Epic. The riders we see are set to enjoy a beautiful route out there, 59 kilometers, and it begins in the same manner as we've seen all week. It's a climb. Should get the legs burning one last time. Climbs for the first 19 kilometers. Bit of a gradual climb up to the highest point in the race at 2,100 meters above sea level, and the pinnacle of the highest point in the route is called Äbirügg. I'm sure that Dario and Andreas will help me a little bit with that pronunciation. And just before they get there, it is the Alps Epic Trail, and very soon they'll be reaching Monstein, Junkerboden, and we'll be able to watch from the Bulls Media e-bikes the coverage of those beautiful trails. It's one of the treats that we are brought by the modern technology of today. We're able to broadcast live from e-bikes. One of the best ways of getting front row seats, in fact, it's the best way of getting front row seats to really understand, to really feel what it's like, that visceral feeling of riding the trails. And they'll be following the world's best. They'll be following the men's and the women's categories. In the UCI category, that is some of the best mountain bikers on the planet. Canyon Northwave, one of the best teams on the planet, managed by Christian Heineck. And today we have, and this week we've had Martin Strozek pair up with the Swiss national champion, Mark Stutzmann. In the women's, Vera Lorza, Kim Lecourt, winners of the 2023 Alps Epic. Riders, of course, start in batches because of the nature of the trails and because the organizers are fully focused on the rider experience. They want to leave as much gap as they can so that the riders can enjoy the flow trails at their own speed. So the riders are seeded every day according to their results. And this batch here, some of the dedicated amateurs we've seen. And on the left, we can see the top professionals. We've spoken about them a lot. The men's category led by Canyon Northwave, Martin Strozek, Mark Stutzmann in their yellow jerseys. And we are going to hear from Dario, who's still down in the start line in Davos. He'll be waiting for these top professionals and dedicated amateurs to come into the finish chute after the grand finale.
Actually, you're doing pretty good, Biddy pronouncing, Neil. So far, so really good. So we're here at the men's top field at the moment. I think today, on the last stage, following the man, it's the one and only. It's Stefan Sam. Am I right?
A little dynamite for René, Ricardo, and Sweden, Linda and Junica are here as well.
Yeah, it's an easy uphill at the moment, so it's a perfect mountain bike single trail, a lot of flow. Yeah, you can ride this trail in both directions. Yeah. That's what happened to me yesterday. I came from the opposite direction.
Looks like fun downhill.
Yeah, but yeah. Hey, how is it, Stefan, riding a last stage like this? So everybody's excited. Probably you have to take care to be fully concentrated, not to be overexcited.
But the vibes to this morning at the start line was really happy faces, like happy and sad. Glad it's over soon, but also already missing the trails in Graubünden. And I think we have a real fight on the plate today. The fight for third spot and fourth spot on Podium. There will be some fireworks later.
Yes, later today when they're heading into the uphills as well. So I heard you on the microphone earlier before. You probably don't know that. You said this is the best place for mountain biking,
Absolutely.
Stefan.
I mean, you can ride all trails. Like no issues. Everybody's sharing the trails. Everybody having fun. Just the best. What else can you ask for as a mountain biker?
Yeah, you want to stay a bit longer here. Ah, good idea. Then we can go for a ride. Perfect. So they're a bit opposite the foes at the moment in this forest, and then heading into the Sertig Valley. They're in Clavadel now. As soon as they're in Clavadel, the sun will come out, shine through the beautiful Sertig Valley. And we have the next start from one of the last groups here on the start line in the fourth. Andreas.
Perfect.
A beautiful day. Umbiala.
In Bellezia di.
Bellezia di. It's getting better and better with the retromanche. Bellezia di. Bellezia di.
Mince 2 minuti e 30 vinter mes in gruppa sin viades in quels Davos 59 km. Lo vai in ronda Antoni el Vigel marcau da Tavau avon chi vallo della Val Viedenen contra Sertig no chi vallo si su entradin in tec lef an si ed Tom buffet pretensiusa una lanciata sin quels emprems kilometres. Ad er sai di quels ciclisti, quels mountain bikers han tossi in su Rio credo tosen top motivai a s'allegren per quella Davosa etappa. Esce las gombas fan mal oz eins è un'inagada propi proms per attaccarsi in questo 50 km. Mal vi ni neu scodec. Minchia 2 minuti so la prossima gruppa che sapinada per la partenza per in proprio in Ballezia di Sainz di Dario. Ballezia di.
Beautiful day. So Stefan, it looks like the Mansfield already stretched a little bit.
Came out to the tar road, first downhill, but in the single track, of course, with the punchy effect, everything stretched out. So I'm trying to make my way forward to the top of the group, later on the top to see what's happening in the front.
Yeah, so this last stage from now on, it's an uphill for the first part of this stage on a proper road, as we can see now. Riders are on that now, heading into the Sertig Valley, and then they come back right on the other side, on the right-hand side from our point of view, from your point of view as well. And then there's the uphill starting, so roads are well prepared with all our helpers, with our volunteers, so that everything has to be secure, and everything is secure. So Stefan is heading to the front, a lot of power with his Bulls e-bike, and moving to the front of the Mansfield. As I told you before, it already stretched a little bit in this single trail. In Schweizerdeutsch we say the Handörgeli effect, gell, Stefan?
There's no better description.
Yeah, that works out pretty good. Accordion effect or whatever. What is a Schweizerörgeli? This is the world famous instrument. Harmonica, yeah, from Switzerland. Sounds like that. I have no sample button here, so otherwise I will introduce you to Schweizerörgeli. Probably you can do the Alphorn later on if your motor turns off. Then you probably sound like a Alphorn. So that was the sprint from Stefan Sam on the Bulls Media e-bike to the front. Yeah, that was not an attack. It just stretched out a little bit. So we see the leaders in this group. We see the European champion jersey in this group. We see the Davos Clavadel team. They're on a hunt for a stage win. So the young guns from Davos Clavadel, Maxim Long and Sven Gehrig. So that it was a big thing for them. So it's 59 Ks. It's 1,750 meters of climbing. It's not that much, and it's an up and down. So probably it could be something for the young riders as well. But everything is still close together in the general classification. If we have a look at this, Kenny Nosrev is in the lead for sure, with 6 minutes and 30 seconds to Ville Pirelli. Then third place is Bulls, 24:47. But the force, Buff Megano, is only around 1.5 minutes behind the third place. So that's going to be a fight for today. And even the fifth team, Fadri Barandun and Conny Loser from the team Lax, they're only about 3 minutes behind the fourth place. So Stefan, what to expect is a fight for the stage win, for the general classification, and a fight for place 3, 4 and 5.
I think the fight for the spots on the podium will also determine the stage win. And as you can see, far in the front, Hans Becking already making the pace high. Field is stretching out. So they're pretty much going one line, trying to slipstream up this hill. That's going to be, yeah, let's see when the second start gun goes, and the race starts again.
Yeah, yeah, probably when they start with the climb. So it's going to be an interesting stage for sure, because a lot of things will happen, a lot of attacks during the whole day probably. And this is an easy climb for them, but there's a real single trail climb following just after this uphill, when they head into the Alps Epic Trail, when they move up to the right hand into the forest. We're still on the start line, having some of the last riders dropping into this last stage of the SPAR Swiss Epic. Yeah, look, they're relaxed. Some stretching. Yeah, it was probably hard yesterday, the long, about 15k downhill from the Scalette Pass down to the Foss. So, yeah, it needs a lot of work in the upper body, in your arms, a lot of braking, so you need your fingers to be stretched right before a stage. So, yeah, most of the riders, yeah, they will feel the whole body after this edition. So a workout for the whole body, Andreas, not only for the legs and even for the face. It's a workout, because you have to smile all the time. So hopefully Neil has a grin on his face as well.
Absolutely, and it's quite a thing to see the pace that's being set at the front of the race on the left-hand screen. And at the time check at 6.5 kilometers, is still very early days in the race. We see that there are almost 22 teams, in fact 24 teams in that front group at the 6.5 kilometer. They passed that mark already, but the efforts of Buff Megamo's Hans Becking are really important for the top placed riders, for the riders contesting those 3 spots on the podium, especially that final spot on the podium, the 3rd spot that we've been talking about so much, with the 3 teams very much in contention for that spot and fighting for that spot. And it's a significant thing that Hans Becking is doing, because he will want to make the pace as high as possible, and the purpose of that is to thin out that group. Having 22 teams in the mix fighting for position, it just adds a bit of extra complexity to any rider's campaign for aiming. If they're wanting to aim for that 3rd spot on the podium, it'll be very easy for a team, a contending team, to get caught behind in a group as large as this, and riders need to pay attention, especially those contending at those first 3 spots. And that extra complexity that is added by the 22 teams in the mix right now, we can see that that has certainly thinned out. The efforts of Hans Becking have not been in vain. The group has certainly thinned out to a rather elite, a rather rarefied group of riders. And we're looking at the numbers now. It's hard to tell from just looking at the back of the riders now, but Stefan Sam might confirm that there might even be less than 10 teams in contention right now, lessening the complexity, because the jostling for position. We saw yesterday what happens when riders jostle for position. There was a crash, and although it was unfortunate, it is one of the components of racing. So high pace early on when it's possible, especially on a smooth climb like this, is exactly what the top riders will be wanting. Hans Becking thinning out the field, and really an experienced stage racer knowing exactly what to do. Although it's not great news for the riders dropping off the back, you could say the riders that aren't quite on the pace, but the natural order of affairs is being established by those top 5 teams. Top 5 teams: Willia Pirelli, Torpedo Factory, and Canyon Northwave, Buff Megamo, Bulls, Canyon, Vas, Arabe, all very much in touch. And we've also seen some fantastic performances from, of course, Team Larks, who are lying in 5th overall, Scott Racing, the Italians, and many of the European teams, the French and the Dutch team of KMC, also having a great ride today. We're back with the women's category, and it's a thinner field now after the crash yesterday. Adelaide Marath had to visit hospital with damaged shoulder, and she is now out of the race. So 3 teams in contention are the Bulls Torpedo team and in second place. They inherited the second place from Adelaide Morath, but all to play for this category, but still a significant lead held by Elizator, Efficient Infinity Insure, Vera Lawser, Kim Lacourt, Topada Bulls in second, Cannondale, Vas Arabe. We could see them just on the right of the screen. That is Tessa Kortekas with Monica Calderon in close contact with her Dutch teammate. Monica Calderon, a Colombian, the experienced stage racer. Monica Calderon took the grand finale victory in 2023 Alps Epic. So well-known stage racer and the firepower to match. Small group of 3 teams. As they head up the paved section before they reach some of the most famous single tracks in the world, hosted by the SPAR Swiss Epic in Davos, where we are right now. We're seeing the images on the right-hand side. Those are some of the last riders to leave, the amateurs, the dedicated amateurs who've spent so long preparing for the race, an almost professional level preparation, and they have arrived at the grand finale in good spirits, especially after having conquered the Alps for the last 4 days. They have 1 day to go. High spirits is always characteristic on the final day of any stage race. They have broken the back of it well past the halfway, well past 3/4, in fact, the final 25%, and all they have to manage is the last 59 kilometers and 1,750 meters of climbing. Slight adjustment to the originally planned course. The route designers pay particular attention. They are closely monitoring the conditions, the trails out there all the time, and of course there is a significant portion of planning that goes into the route, and in fact the entire race, the entire event. And led by Corina, her team will be monitoring those conditions very carefully. So some slight adjustments to the course necessary, and of course it's safety first and as few risks to the riders as possible, while still balancing that all-important rider experience, taking in some of the finest trails in the world. They certainly have them to pick. There are hundreds and hundreds of trails in the Davos region, and significantly there is a very altruistic approach when it comes to the trails, because Davos is well known for its trail network. Call it hiking trails, but there is a share the trails philosophy, which means that the hiking trails, the hundreds of kilometers of hiking trails, are open to mountain bikers. Share the trails is a philosophy, and it's a good one indeed, that participants from all types of sports are able to soak up the pristine landscapes of Switzerland. We see in the foreground on the left-hand screen of the split screen, this is Vera Lawser keeping a close watch on her partner Kim Lacourt. Who knows what their philosophy and what their approach will be today. We saw Kim Lacourt suffer greatly after her crash. She took a long time to get up off the ground. She really seemed to have hurt herself. Thankfully, nothing broken, able to continue today and defend those leaders' jerseys. They are the Alps Epic champions, also the 2023 winners in dramatic fashion. They too were witness to the drama that unfolded in that mountain bike stage race, where the lead changed a few times, and they inherited that lead on the penultimate day. They know full well that anything can happen, and fortunes can change around very quickly. Broken wheel is what changed the fortunes of Amy Wakefield, as the pairing, the Namibian and the Mauritian rider, inherited that lead and earned it themselves. They eventually ended up winning stages and winning the overall very important victory for the All-African team. Let's not forget that Vera Lawser and Kim Lacourt won the grand finale in 2022 at the SPAR Swiss Epic, and many would say that was their awakening into the sport of mountain bike stage racing. They were no strangers to two wheels, both road champions, and Kim Lacourt, a multiple winner of the Cape Town Cycle Tour, one of the most famous road races in the world, and as far as I know, one of the most participants of any timed race in the world, the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Cape Town also host of the Alps Epic in the Western Cape, and we'll be crossing down to Dorio in just a moment and just soaking up some of that great atmosphere in Davos at the start-finish line.
Yeah, the atmosphere is still great. So, yeah, the riders are doing La Ola wave right before the start for the last stage. They're having enough time to do that. Probably there's no La Ola wave at the women's leading field. Probably, Thomas, you can start with La Ola if you want. Thomas doesn't want to start the La Ola wave, I guess. But Thomas, you can hear me? So we have no connection at the moment to Thomas, but as you can see, it's the women's field, and it looks like there's only, no, two teams, Irina Lötzel, Bettina Stossek, it's Vera Lose, Kim LeCourt, and there's a third team in contact. They're still heading into the Sertig Valley. It's Monica Calderon and Tessa Cortecas from the Cannondale Vas Arabay team wearing the white jersey, riding the white Cannondale bike right in the middle of this field. And it's Vera Loza with the big gear. Look at the high cadence of Kim LeCourt and at the cadence of Vera Loza. So totally different bike riding from these two women. Yeah, probably they're drafting a little bit on the first part of this stage, saving some energy. Kim LeCourt has to find out how her body feels today on the bike. On the left-hand side, we see the man already in this single trail uphill on the other side of the valley. So they're going here opposite the Litzewald. They're moving up there, crossing the Äbirügg. In yeah, that is the top of the mountain. It's called the Äbirügg. Yeah, that looks beautiful. So probably right on the other side of the street. This on the right-hand side is the beautiful Sertig Dörfli.
Thomas can hear you now.
And Thomas, yes, perfect, Thomas. So it's a three-team group together at the front of the women's competition. Speed is not that high at the moment, so it's a bit of, yeah.
Yeah, speed is not high. Yeah,
finding out.
It's not slow, for sure not slow, but it's not high for this moment.
Yeah.
I think Vera and Kim want to keep some energy, and after the story from yesterday and the crash, I think they want to, yeah, they are really, yeah, it's difficult mentally for them, and they just want to push till the finish and don't make a mistake.
Yes, and for the first time it's the team Cannondale in front of them. So it looks like they're losing contact at the moment. No, they're coming back.
With some help, perfect.
Thomas, you said that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Cannondale is just behind now.
So
just behind, but they help each other. And yeah, good team spirit from Cannondale.
Perfect on the last stage, dropping to the front. Thomas, you said before, it's a real hard stage for Kim LeCourt, especially in the beginning after a crash, like they had yesterday. You have to check your whole body, how your body works on the next stage. Totally different than the day before.
Kim has a bad crash yesterday, and now she has to recover, but not recover just from the crash. I think. Yeah, Kim is racing since many weeks, different races and hard racing like the World Championships, Swiss Epic, and now I think it's time for her to make some rest. And the crash yesterday was really hard to manage, I think.
So, but the right before a big win to win the Swiss Epic from this year, so that gives you some extra motivation. We're going over to Stefan Sam. Oh, Stefan, it's a bit tricky this uphill there, huh?
It's really rocky, big rocks in the trail. It's fun, but technically challenging. So, but it was still a big group hitting this climb. There was also a little bottleneck that where the riders really came to a stop, and now everything is in one line with the harmonica effect, of course. And one guy just dropped down to the right.
Oh!
But he was on the bike or
Okay.
getting up.
So, okay, so that's probably a big thing. There was this wide open road, and then it turned immediately into a single trail.
Completely the opposite. Like, you have a nice tarmac road, uphill, smooth gradient, and directly into super rocky single track. Uphill, downhill, you need to be really focused.
Yeah, and you can't overtake in this part of the race, so it's an uphill.
Overtake. There's no space. It's just one line.
Yeah, so it's really important where you are at the moment, heading into this uphill. So you're probably right in the middle of this big group.
I'm completely at the back because the group was still compact when they hit this trail, so I don't want to interfere with the race. I will try to get up to the front later on. But for now, I just have to sit and wait.
Yeah, probably you're not sitting that. Yeah, a bit of
I'm
sitting.
sitting.
Yes. So this.
Yes, I'm sitting.
You're sitting. Good. Yeah. On the e-bike, you probably sit more often than on the mountain bike. Yeah. So this is the official bike trail up to the Äbirügg, it's called. It's going close to the Rienerhorn, up to 2,100 meters, something like that. 2,106 meters they're climbing up from 1,800 meters. So it's so we're going back to Neil. He can enjoy the view of this beautiful landscape and the beautiful trails.
Yeah, Dario, just getting quite jealous of some of the riders enjoying these trails here. They've certainly earned coming this far over the last 4 days and riding in the grand finale. And we saw earlier some of the images of the trail. And this is the section of trail that leads up to the highest point in the race at 2,100 meters, the Alps Epic Trail. And a very tricky trail indeed. Lots of rocks, lots of sneaky rocks that could scupper your chances if you're a rider aiming for, if you've got high ambitions in the race. And high ambitions include finishing the race, finishing the stage and conquering the Alps. And even if it isn't just for a leader's jersey, it's all about getting to the finish. So those rocks, we just saw one of the riders come a little bit unstuck. Fortunately, no injury. He looked pretty active and pretty keen to get back on his bike. But that is the nature of these trails, with all of those rocks littering the trails. We saw earlier on it was a little bit more rocky, a little bit more flowy at the moment. We're on board with Stefan Sam, and just really giving us a rider's eye view of what it's like to navigate these trails as we pass one of the teams as we head up towards the front of the race. And just having a look at that 13-kilometer mark, that's the Sertig Dörfli section where the riders have already passed through. And Team Larks of Connie Lawson and Barrington are on fire at the moment. They were first to pass through there, closely followed by Scott Racing 2, that's the Italian pairing, and also significantly present and correct is the Torpedo Factory team. We've seen them come good after their bad luck on stage 1 and 2. Casey South, Jakob Doragoni are another great day out. They were 4th yesterday, looking for a podium position today and perhaps even a prestigious stage win in the grand finale. Buff Megamo also in close attendance, just 4 seconds back, so really very much in touch. And KMC, Willie Pirelli significantly, Willie Pirelli are right there where and when it counts. And also most significantly are the Canyon Northwave team in there, just a few seconds back, but very much in touch with the leaders at the 13-kilometer mark. The Bulls also in close attendance. They are in 3rd spot overall. But Buff Megamo are putting as much pressure as they can on those Bulls, hoping to leapfrog them and go back into their 3rd spot. They were in 3rd spot going into stage 4, lost that 3rd spot, and the Bulls taking over. Simon Schneller and his French compatriot, the French national champion, Axel Rodil, having a great ride yesterday. Fantastic performance from them. Has been a tough week for Buff Megamo. They had some tire issues. They had some chain issues, in fact, on stage 3. They broke a chain, lost some time, and they will rue that moment, having come to the finish with a broken chain. Peter Pruis and Hans Becking, well-known campaigners, experienced campaigners in mountain bike stage racing. Hans Becking having raced the Alps Epic, multiple stage winner, and riding with Jose Diaz at the race in the Western Cape earlier this year. And this time he is racing with Jakob. He is racing with Peter Pruis, his Estonian partner. Right now behind the Cannondale Arabe team, they passed through that time check 41 seconds back, more or less the chase group behind those first 9 teams. So that team, that chase group was around about 3 or 4 teams. And Scott Davos MTB Project, the all-Swiss team of Lom and Gierig, were very much ensconced in that chase group, looking to close that gap and get back to the leaders for a chance at a stage win. Cannondale Vas Arabe, the Spanish team, fantastic performance from them today. Always seem to be coming good, even in the women's category, coming good in the latter half of a stage race. Well-known, experienced stage racers. They know, they measure their efforts all the way through the week. We just talked about the Vas Arabe, Cannondale Vas Arabe team. They are on the back of the front, the leaders in the UCI women's category. These are the leaders on the day. And at the very front is Katarzyna Sosna with Irina Luchelschwab looking for another stage win. They will be closely monitored by the team who are lying in the lead with a 35-minute, 34-second advantage. Vera Loza, Kim Lecourt look comfortable in the lead, and they have their work cut out for them. They will most likely ride defensively, especially after all of their efforts this week and the injury sustained in that crash, with Kim Lecourt suffering her way through the penultimate day. Tessa Kortekas on the back, just navigating these technical, tricky trails. And that's one thing about these trails. Thomas Ditch will be the first to attest. They break the momentum. It's not a flowy trail like we've seen, direct contrast to those hand-built flow trails with the built-in berms. This is a much more natural type of trail, just a little bit more of a struggle, and riders need to keep not just the power down, but also test their skills on these rocky sections. Can be a significant point in the race because those riders just with a little bit more skill, a little bit more experience in dealing with these kind of terrain, just have a bit of an advantage, and that gap can go very quickly. It's all about staying in touch, because once a team loses touch with the front of the field, it's all that much harder to get back on again. The draft effect and also the morale of having to chase starts to play a role in the in any rider's campaign for a stage win. So top 3 teams in the lead right now are the top 3 teams on overall general classification. Vera Loza, Kim Lecourt, Sosna and Luchelschwab, and Calderon and Kortekas still in touch over these tricky trails as they head up to the highest point in the race. I'm sure we will want to hear from Thomas Ditch out on the trails, and also Stefan Sam, who's followed. Both of them are following on the Bulls Media e-bike, bringing us the unprecedented coverage. Really is a technological breakthrough, being able to broadcast live, completely wireless, and beaming the images up via a cellular network. And with the infrastructure available in Switzerland, in the Graubünden region, we have been lucky enough to see the thick of the action, to get front row seats to the world's best battling it out in the mountain bike stage race that is part of the Epic series, a global portfolio of mountain biking events, premium mountain biking events that deliver a rider experience like nothing else. As you can see, this is the rider experience. Beautiful views, quaint alpine villages, and historic alpine villages too, and some of the finest trails in the world. We're in more of the natural trail network at the moment. These are hiking trails. The philosophy of the Davos region is to share the trails with the hikers, and a great philosophy indeed, bringing the beauty of the Graubünden region and Switzerland to everyone. At the moment, the focus very much for these top women's teams is to get through the day and to get through the significant obstacles of the day. The first obstacle of the day on paper, on the profile, if you see the jagged line that denotes the altitude gain and loss, and the peak of the day at 2,100 meters is Äbirügg, and very soon there'll be a trail leading up to that point, and then a forestry road that plateaus a little bit to that first water point at the 20-kilometer mark. So we'll be looking closely at what the time gaps are at that water point. It does look like these are the top three teams on overall, top three teams on the stage, and we'll have to wait to see how that all plays out on the descent down to the section of Monstein. And the SPAR Swiss Epic is open to all ages. The main race, of course, is for riders over the age of 18, but that's not to say that it's not completely inclusive, and this could well be the SPAR Epic Kids. This is the future of the sport, as certainly some of the ambitious parents get a chance to see how the future generations of the sport will perform. Fantastic to see such great activity, the young children getting to experience mountain biking.
Davos. Look at these little toddlers on the hike bike around here in this finishing and start area. So a few different kids are running. We're having the real young ones with a like bike, and then moving over to the older ones, and everybody gets a medal at the finish line, gets something to drink, and later on, when the winners arrive here, they're having a signature of all the riders. So we are still on this climb up to the Äbirügg, and at the moment we are with Thomas Dietsch. Still this three teams together in this uphill, Thomas?
I'm with the three teams together. They are following each other. Yes, the uphill is not steep, but quite technical with some rocks, some roots. It's difficult to manage to get a fixed speed. It's always like going, looking after rocks, and roots. Yeah, not easy to manage.
Okay, yeah, we saw the men's top field before, and the speed was yeah, close to the same level. So ladies are doing really, really good in this uphill. Probably they get stopped from some other teams in the front.
No, we are just three teams.
Ah, okay, good. Good. So the track is free, is ready.
Yupa.
For these three teams, it's a Elisator, Efficient, Infinity, Injured, Vera Losa, Kimle, Kurt, Katarzyna Sosna, Irina Lützenschlag from Topado Bulls. And for the first time in this edition of the Swiss Epic, it's Monica Calderon and Tessa Cortecas from the Cannondale team. 45 Ks to go till the back home in Davos. And here in Davos, we're having a guest. He used to ride the Swiss Epic as well, but he injured himself just 6 weeks ago. It's Andrin Bailey. Welcome, Andrin Bailey, down here.
Thank you.
It's a hard one for you to sit here, talk to us and not riding.
Yeah, sure. I would have liked to be here as a rider. It's a big bummer. I'm not able to start this race, but yeah, I had 6 weeks time now to accept the fact that I won't be able to be at the start. So yeah.
But it makes it even harder because normally you would ride for the Team Lux together with Vertrieb Arendun, 5th at the moment at the general classification. You did the Cape Epic before, you did the Swiss Epic before, always top 10 results. So you know the trails pretty good around here. Yeah, makes it even harder.
Yeah, that's true. The Swiss Epic is, I would say, it's the favorite race of for both of us. So and in the Swiss Epic we can ride what we are good at. So we like long climbs, and so yeah, it's hard to miss out this one. But yeah, I enjoyed following the race this week, and yeah. But luckily, Fedri found a good partner with Connie, and they are also doing really well. So, yeah, I hope they can grab a podium spot today to finish off a good week.
That would be great. So, and you're of the ones who speaks Romansh as well? That's exact, genau. That's right, you're a guest at today's last stage of the SPAR Swiss Epic from RTR, our broadcast partner, bringing all the beautiful footage and bringing in Romansh, the language.
Exact, Romansh. Vi fa un cordial benvenuti se fa d'Andrin Bailey de fa pliger, que ti es keu sin beun bo e la corsa Andrin Bailey che se fa mal ru clausa von bien sisiam da lo stu fa plazza din collega elves giuda parter el team Lax insieme con Vertrieb Arendun per Andrin Bailey parta Connie Rosa insieme con Arendun els che combattono in prim platz da podest in quella Davos etappa von Andrin Bailey in prim Kovai hat no mein.
Ja, merci per l'invitazione de SVSR. Nein, war schon mein viel bem. Eu schon 6 anos dabei, gli accidenti. Ich in rotadiere, poi trovo semplicemente viel bem tempo, pazienza. Aber io vedo clic che vai bo still schau parar, vai se will falla causa je conservativ. Aber now il cumbel se sente bene. La klar movibile dat che è un buccheo 100%, aber na quei deixam puspei veni bien. Io spero che sai los in 2 anni puspei ceveren col treinamento sil vello.
I solditi es Ruklaus a von casa. Qua di treinamento quasi a von casa sin trail che ti non conosces più probabile da denza da 20 centimeter. C'è exact capitauni.
Ja, exakt, che proprio in Rotsch che man uno meno mince tremendo che man sil glacial bike. Ja, ist aber ja, schon 20 Sekunden, che sono stato dann, ja, ein Ultraman. Ich trasi Norizzi in Giavon, ich giù in tec, bibia crappas il Rotsch. Da tras questo in tec Pilation, lo va in storta neccia, in una storta neccia va bo podio tiersi bein. Da lo la roda, da wondro schnau da in sin crap. Allo, ja. Sundu si eu sun pleun, e todo eu, feit spert, eu buseu regapli. Lu, de probabilmente da os tuxel kumbel, che alu, grappodeu da in rotadire.
La rotadire e la blasura qui è ina. Congreve la frida mentale d'Anton Stade, perché ti conosci studiare ti sa più probabile per me è il Swiss Epic Vergaus, las proximas jahren sei ein paar Kurses.
Ja, exakt. Ich schon stau klar im primo Moment war bu gerade der ciao che sei di China aus, ja weil se mir mai ciao che proprio rot. Aber ja, die proxima di lo schon flau alti, ja lo war schon Schminauki, sei di forse Cepinaus, lo ja in visita til miedi allo. Ja, der Problem muss auch sein che proprio rot con quello. Ja, stau fez klar, nil miedi, faz klar, Miki, ja, dann sind wir im Bupper, du als Highlights kein Lu, Steilkalender, ja, Campionatis Mondials, das Campionato Schweizer, das naturalmente il gran punto culminante il Swiss Epic, questo schon stau dir, aber check in questo non stau bene, che schon ja, ist auch ein wunderbares Album. Ja, in Dusgise von quelle corse, se c'è che vai se vuoi preparare mentalmente, che vin bu se vuoi prendere parte di quelle corse.
Tiere sind in einer grandiosa forma, se participaus al Cape Epic all'Africa del Sud, insieme con Federico Randun. Cosa sti che a meras ni perseguiteste del Swiss Epic ur della corsa, c'è dies della quel Swiss Epic di quella edizione 2023. Che ti has visto a Nosa?
Ja, naturalmente che vai perseguitavo la corsa l'antiriamo schon. Je stau sport fetch attraktiv, buone etappes, buone duels. Proprio ci la prima tappa Vollgas, sanno di in quei sen. Proprio stau fece bene marattier, c'è clic che Laura fa con naturalmente gerade per scorrire sei per nevel e dat naturalmente biapi als malezze per livestream.
Ti conosces bem domis duas courses, al Cape Epic che se set al BAP da quelle courses epicas, la differenza oder stimeres quel Swiss Epic che tra nus al Grigiun, las Alps Grigiunes, al Cape Epic c'è la grande differenza.
Ja, also la più grande differenza è la topografia. L'Africa del Sud è schon cool, aber gerade de quals ja die monsters go trnus, let's si dire una grande differenza. Leu in las ascensioni sind enter 10-20 minuti e che usani cozza halt tocca in ora, ihr wenn sie will gerade il scalette pass qua è semplicemente in ora che va in ciclo vello, questo naturalmente per circolo in outer impact in quei sen. C'è una grande differenza, si gira le temperature che interno in tec per nevles, c'è quei che fa la corsa al Cape Epic fece dire e bello sa le temperature salzate con 35-40 gradi. Quindi sono fece extrem da in gran stress per il circo. La purla che viene su naturalmente con quelle temperature alte c'è che si gira una differenza il Cape Epic va questo è un tic più let's say 3 Gs più leun letztendlich schon alles combos, quals 3 Gs. Aber depende un tic c'è tipo di corrida che sei. Allora, per me il Cape Epic schon buonamente pidiers, perché è un tic più sperto la corsa, è busci le unghe ascensioni, das wie a me also den Swiss Epic più bianco contro naturalmente.
Was interessant das Swiss Epic, quelles altezias che ti has bu al Cape Epic, che non sin praktisch mince di per par su 2 mm sul mar, sentins quella area in una grande sfida, forse per quels atleti exterior con bu design quelles altezias.
Ja, exakt, also eine fett grande sfida, gerade aus corriders che Staaten sind in Level della mar, dentro 13 metri sul mar, lo vengono in keu, fanno quei Swiss Epic senza in temps d'acclimatizzare, senza in temps d'acclimatizzare a vunda leungs, eben quando vengono 3 gise vonus si lai, nie so murezzi, lo è schon fetch dir, naturalmente ein stress placier, klar ils corriders ils megliers quals ils corriders d'elite quals parten cement con in now power meter in mesura watts ed leu veden de cement en cifras che ai all'altezza sembra in buon sci ferm sco sin livello della mare poi fa schon no gradiere in 2006 metri sul mar sul scaletta pass poi sa fa tocca 15% quel power quella forza sminuita also pi pince poi naturalmente cifre enormi scendo in corrida va con 400 watts sin livello della mar lo sa questo quel schmack si leu sin du si stock 40-50 watts pi pauga also veramente grandi differenze.
Swiss Epic giun dis giun etappa en tot vaga 300 km, 12 mm differenza d'altezia. Per in da hobby che vuol partecipare a quella corsa con festa quella essere trenaus, c'è proprio la grande sfida per in de quels bob uso dal rang ni dal tes mo ben che demonia quella corsa che sa di bene arriva sempre giun dis è un sulla linea dell'arrivata, c'è la grande sfida.
Si direbbe che questo è un gis, se fosse mo ingi, fosse si direbbe che pauga ni busci greve de fa quella corsa. E trovo dire in bien livello di fitness, also in una buona base, naturalmente in top livello. Aber il meglio è naturalmente schon durante l'inverno e la primavera mettere in una buona base. Naturalmente più bianco sai il livello meglio che è, aber c'è che bianco tratti forse che sono in due mesi wohnen, tegen c'è tornare in Tongilo, aber altri il sport, quei processi, quel van, pleuns, also schon stranesche va quei 2-3 mesi tocca senti in effect, questo dire quei che la grande sfida, che sa fa, che in una normale professione lavora 100% che sa schon mettere in un inverno, la primavera, a buon tempo a disposizione per il training.
Dario, wir haben auch über den Unterschied zwischen dem Cape Epic und dem Swiss Epic reden mit dem Andrin. Es sind schon grosse Unterschiede zwischen den zwei Rennen. Ja.
Genau, das nehmen wir dann nachher noch schnell auf. André, we're talking about that as well. Thank you very much, Ndrimbeli and Andreas Wieland from RTR. That was a romanche. Ndrimbeli used to be in this front group as well, had an accident just a few weeks ago. That's why he's our guest today. We're on 35 Ks to go when we're with the leading men. They already went over the Äbirügg, and we're with Stefan Sam with the leaders.
Well, unfortunately, with the leaders, I'm still stuck behind the group because, yeah, it was all single trail back on the hill and now single trail back downhill, so it's no chance for me to pass. We take off the Cannondale team. Just because he was sliding on a wooden bridge. Super technical thing. Riders are on the limit. But it's like
yeah, that's so that's a real nice single trail, and yeah, we ride in the mountains, valleys. So sometimes there's a lack of broadcast, but perfect quality at the women's field. Is Thomas Dietsch following Irina Lützelschwab at the moment. Salut Thomas! You understand a lot of the Romansh you said yesterday, huh? So you understand every word from...
Probably not every word, for sure not, but in general the conversation I can understand. I think it's a mix of Italian and French, what I heard. And
yes.
Yeah, because
yeah, it's a Latin language.
I was in an Italian team when I was pro riders, and I learned Italian, and perhaps it's why I can understand the Romantic.
Okay, and we see you're still wearing the same color, like you've been wearing. You've been riding for Bianchi, not? Okay, I thought you're a Bianchi rider in the cross country days. And now you're for sure on the Bulls media bike, following the top women's field. So Irina just told you to go a bit further. So the winner from yesterday stage, Irina Lützelschwab, after this real bad stage we had yesterday at the women's field. We remember the crash between Adelheid Morat and Kim Lecourt. At the moment we had cuteness overload here. It's not an overload, definitely not. It was so nice with all the young kids, the young Epic kids having their own bike race now. And we see very narrow single track up here, up to the Äbirügg, together with Thomas Dietsch. Perfect, conditions are perfect today, Thomas, so it can't be better.
That's good because it makes us good grip on the floor, and it's good weather. Yeah, the sky is completely blue, no clouds, and it's not too hot for riding. It's really just, like you say, it's just perfect weather today.
Yeah, it can't be better. Yesterday in Engadine we started with a lot of fog, a lot of humidity. And today it looks so amazing, and we're going back to Neil.
We've just been seeing some of the race unfold in front of our very eyes, and Stefan Sam was following the Canadel Vas Arabe team, and on the trails they were lying in 9th spot at around about 2 minutes off the fierce pace set by Canyon Northwave. We have a time check, and that was at the 20-kilometer mark, and that's shortly after the Äbirügg summit at 2,100 meters, and that's the service station at around about the 20-kilometer mark, as we've said, and in close attendance to Pardo Factory, and 10 seconds back Willier Pirelli. So Canyon Northwave are again dominating the day with their firepower. Torpedo Factory very motivated for that stage win. Team Bulls are the team we're watching right now. They are in 3rd overall on the general classification, and it's that battle we've been speaking about as the week has developed between Bulls, Team Larks, Buff Megamo. So between those three teams, 4th through that time check at 24 seconds was Bulls, Team Larks at 25 seconds, so very much in touch, but a further 38 seconds back is Buff Megamo. So Buff Megamo losing a bit of time at that summit, and they'll be looking to that tricky and fast downhill. Maybe have to take a few risks to get back in touch with the Bulls and Team Larks. So all happening, and we have Stefan Sam's Bulls Media e-bike on the left as he races to get back to the very front of the field to see exactly what is happening with Canyon Northwaves. Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman, how much damage they're doing on the field. Willie Pirelli, they had 10 seconds at the top, which is not significant, but once the Elastica snapped, it can have not only a psychological effect, but it means that Willie Pirelli will be on their own chasing and won't have the cooperation that Canyon Northwave have with Casey South and Jakob Doragoni. Canyon Northwave, if they have some time, if they have the opportunity to on the flat open roads, if they cooperate with Topado Factory, they can strike a very important deal with the Swiss and the Italian. They could perhaps acknowledge that Casey South and Jakob Doragoni could perhaps be, I hate to say gifted the stage, but it would certainly mean that if they could cooperate well with Topado Factory, Canyon Northwave would have a free run to the finish. Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman could put plenty of time into their rivals and solidify that overall lead of 6 minutes and 30 seconds. In mountain biking stage racing terms, it is a fairly slender lead because a puncture, a fall, as we've seen in the past, definitely in the past day or so, one crash can wipe out that 6 minute deficit very easily. We're given some bird's eye view, or rather a rider's eye view, as we've said, of what the riders are tackling. And Stefan Sam fiercely chasing to get back. He would have had about a 2 minute gap to close to get back up to Canyon Northwave, Topado Factory, but most likely the first teams he will encounter will be Buff Megamo, who are about 13 seconds off the pace of Team Larks and Bulls, and Buff Megamo lying in 6th place on the stage as it stands right now. And as we watch the high-speed chase, as we're just about to approach the group of riders that we see in front of us, as soon as we see exactly who, as soon as we get a state of affairs on the race at the moment, and there we have it. It is the Bulls are on the back. That's Axel Rudil, and riding with the team Scott Racing, the Italian of Ciferdi and Trincheri. Pretty clear that all the groups now have got back together again. So it looks like it's 7 or 8 teams in the mix at the very front of the race as they enter the middle section of the stage. Very soon they'll be descending and reach the Monstein section before their ascent, which is just after the second water point, which will begin around about the 40-kilometer mark, and some flat, relatively flat on the profile, but undulating trails as they head to the latter half of the race, the final part of the grand finale. And on the ground in Davos, we have another special guest. Andrea Bili is who is waiting to chat to us with Dario.
Not only with me is Andreen here. Andreen, we just talked about that thing, Swiss Epic, Cape Epic. We do that later on. First, you're the guest of Andreas Wieland.
Andrinos da sin gest che als omens de lite che relativamente bide dios in la via perché vinisce onda di Anton nos ne viu un chi stom per part di judel velo quei in altre facture in altre sfide de quei Swiss Epic e tecnica mainstons esser sin in cert livello so se per biars in paupra tortura ni sin se possigir sil velo perché chi va veramente per part sin Troits, trails, sur bia crapper e dis, con excepzione forse l'Engiadina, non c'è di un'etapa la terza che è quasi tutti in flow trails, da ton che grad 10 tavao e tutti in altro carattere.
Ja, questo non è seguir bien senza in bien livello tecnico, e non è che salve sperna fece bia forzes, senza che mein esser veni ben, ja in descensione in parte che tecnico, senza buffa quello. Ja, wenn du lasst in dem Moment lo epidire. Questo è che Davao è schon dick Biruch, gerade bei ihrer Destination del Pascalette è schon fit ruch, also es hat per paar Struspli Daniela Maniccia, proprio fit tecnic, fit beacrappe. Letztes schon eine Differenz aus der Cape Epic, glaube ich, fit, also wie ein Pipi, aber gibt auch die Gelten nur den Schweizer. Das war halt ein Tick bei Flowig, l'Africa del Sud, Tick bei Simple, die.
In altre sfide, isto SW, se nutri fe bem qualiamo. E dabei fe via es in magari bossite mi abbia come avasti con gels di per etapa mi avasti durante in etapa del Swiss Epic.
Ja, sono circa il nutrimento dels meglio corriders a schon alti semidauels de vosons, also toccavon die jons. Ja, der Breu forse dentro 60-70 grams Kohlenhydrate per Bienenromons per ora. Gradel sport via, questo è stato normale, 60-80. Oggi gli einsetzen Skilunskens mehr die Minieren si piasco possible, also che els meglio corriders prendono dentro 120 grams Kohlenhydrate per ora, also qui è enorm bia. Questo hanno fatto con gels, con polvere al bidone.
Ma anche in clar plano, se dici quels delite, ni ti cutimavas, ni vas, in una corsa, hai se davantiert als meiers, sai exact cu hai o da prender tjoia, e quei eins in una certa strategia, ni fans. Io sai mettere von quels da hobby da vostir, quels hanno gin plan, quels qui han side by beni. Aber davanti questo schon funziona, questo schon se vecchia co a cu.
Ja, exakt, also gerade Winter eine kurze 2 Uhr in der Plie, quei in Punkt absolut centrale, io jetzt wo il P un punkt. Questo benzin va o, lui si la corsa è meno fin, lui ich gehe drin Auto, weil ich Bobby appli. Din in Giavon faccio un mese per trazz, ni nur edine busci simple, crescen da eine Kurse nicht che fece bias in trails, kind vin ein look una wonde, per quei in stadia edine schadale man nicht, se ve beber, se ve prender il nutrimenti rins, quei bo edine simple, also dipende che Kurse che hai, allo stand proprio fa per trazz nur se nur 3 Schins. Aber es geht jetzt ein Punkt, dass wir mit Corrida der Liter Stress mehr fa betracht sur Londra.
Dice che anzi direi in primo wenn wir 30 km sind tocken l'arrivata che a Tavau in una gruppa davantier da testa con siate equipes dentro auto il team Lax Vertriber Andun con i Loser per finire un Andrin Belli. Es contents con la prestazione da Fadri e del collega che ha reemplazato in quella corsa con i Loser.
Ja, bene. Eben dann schon du eine fece buon jammer con buon risultato. Klar, il exploit un cau da canus. Io spero che sia notte un ga schmecca tutto le scombes che ho nen. Nein, bene in prove nei. Let's say credo che le tappe buscile ungolo stanno proprio ci mettono in chat provate. Das wir stavit Londra. Jetzt Winter will schon in Pilleungastension contra l'Alp de Clavadel. La vinlo si dire un intega 3 de par. La vinlo definitive semussaci. Anoz les combes de batter per in Platz il podest.
Und du singst che el stricos blaus von nus il visur von Fadri Baranduna con i Loser Dario Andrini ist zufrieden mit dem Team Lax, aber der Exploit hat gefehlt bis jetzt.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The Exploit is missing at the moment from the Team Lax. That was the former team, not teammate. Yeah, some kind of your teammate, Andrin Bailey. So he used to ride the Swiss Epic together with Fadri Barandun. Yeah, Do you think they can handle that thing with the, in case of the general classification? 5th at the moment, it's only a small gap to the 3rd place. So today's stage, it's a lot of up and down. So the exploit, as we call it, is coming today from these two guys, Conny Loser and Federico Barandun.
Yeah, would be nice, I hope so. But right now it looks pretty good. They are showing at the front, and yeah, they are trying to be up there. And yeah, we have in a few minutes we have a bit of longer climb coming, and I think yeah, this climb will definitely show if they are able to be on the podium today.
Yeah, at the moment they're at 6th place, only 13 seconds behind the leaders. That was at Monstein. The leaders there were Topado Factory, Villa Pirelli 2nd place, Buff Meccano 3rd, Canyon Northwave on 4th place, Team Bulls in this group, and the Team Lags in this group as well. We're going to Neil.
Thanks, Dario, and we just got some time checks at the latest time check point, and that is at around about the 29-kilometer mark, and we have Topado Factory. They have reached the Monstein section. Topado Factory are leading the field 4 seconds back and very much in touch. Willia Pirelli, Buff Megamo, Canyon Northwave, Bulls, and just a short distance back, Team Larks and Scott Racing 2. Sifredi Kucheri having a great day out. And also, let's be noting the fact that Canyon Northwave are very much defending that leaders jersey, the yellow Chevita leaders jerseys, with Topado Factory looking very motivated for a stage win. So 2 races within one. It's the prestigious grand finale stage with Casey South, Jakob Doragoni riding on the front, staying as aggressive as they can. And that's the irony of riding at the very front, is that when you're at the front, you're staying as much out of trouble as you can. In a group like this, there are 7 teams really in the mix at the moment. And the closer a team is to the front, and the closer the teammates are to each other, the more agile they are, and the more they're able to react to attacks, and also get, as they call it, the whole shot into some of the narrow trails. And if they can put on some pressure on the narrow trails, there could be a bit of a gap developing, which may not be a gap that they would want to carry all the way through with 30 Ks or slightly less than 30 Ks to go at this point. They might not want to spend that time alone and maintain a 10-second gap, but it does mean that their rivals will have to just spend a little bit more extra energy catching up, and it all adds up over a 5-day stage race. Just a little bit of pressure here, a little bit of pressure there adds up, and eventually can lead to a significant advantage when it comes to a sprint finish, or even just the last selective points. We can see a little bit of a sting in the tail after the Isharp Trail. A little bit of a red blip in the profile with around about 4 or 5 Ks to go, and that is sure to be a selective point in the race. Not a long climb, a few hundred meters, but very often a last kicker like that can be the straw that breaks the camel's back when it comes to launching an assault on a stage win. Very prestigious to winning a grand finale in any mountain bike stage race. We've seen in the Alps Epic, riders celebrate crossing the line, heading into Val de Vie in the Western Cape. And last year we saw the likes of Vera Lorza and Kim Lacourt celebrating their grand finale stage win as they headed in to the stage finish in Davos. We'll see the same thing. We had slightly less happy scenes for Kim Lacourt heading into Davos yesterday. A familiar stage finish for her, but not a familiar feeling. The contrasts, the direct contrasts, the ups and downs of mountain bike stage racing playing to the fore at the 2023 edition, the 10th edition of the mountain bike stage race that was founded in 2014 by the legend of the sport, Thomas Frischknecht, Danny Gehrig, Joko Vogel, and Frischknecht himself is riding the 2023 edition. Significant that he's riding the 10th edition, auspicious. He has finished the Alps Epic 8 times, but that is saying nothing compared to his palmares in the sport. Olympic silver medalist, former world champion, and the elder statesman of the sport. Right now we're behind the team of Team Larks, Fadri Barendun, Connie Lawser. A fantastic day out for this pairing, a new pairing. We heard earlier that Connie Lawser was called up at the last moment to join Fadri Barendun on the Team Larks' attempt at gaining a spot on the podium. It's still all to play for between them, Buff Megamo, and the Bulls. The Bulls look like they're slightly more of a dominant team. They're on the pace. Axel Rudil Cortina struggled on the super long climbs. He prefers those short punchy climbs, which would be suiting him perfectly because we have put those steady long alpine climbs behind us. And on the back, Peter Prus is just struggling a little bit more than we would like to see for the fans of the Buff Megamo team. Hans Becking will need to wait for his partner. Peter Prus had some struggles on day 3, broke his chain, and also just spare a thought for his partner, who will need to might feel like he's riding at the front with the world's best mountain bikers, but he is obliged by the rules of the race to wait for his partner. The rules of the race state that the 2 riders in the 2-person team are not allowed to be separated by more than 2 minutes. It's still well under 2 minutes now, the time that separates him and Hans Becking, but still it's important for the Estonian's morale that he has his partner right with him. It doesn't feel like he's on the back foot, but at the same time it's a bit of a balance that Hans Becking will have to play right now. Will he wait with the front of the riders, or will he and let Peter Prus use his own efforts to get back, especially with the terrain as it is now? It's fast and flowing, and with the concertina effect that happens with the bunches, he'll have an opportunity to get back on those corners. That's what happens in corners in mountain biking, is that the riders slow down, and there is a bit of a concertina effect, which gives Peter Prus the opportunity to get back in touch with the leaders. A bit of an ominous situation for the Buff Megamo team if they want to go for that 3rd spot on overall. The fact that they're losing touch with the leaders isn't a great sign, but Buff Megamo, Peter Prus and Hans Becking are experienced campaigners. They know that even in a dark moment, in a dark phase of the stage, they can very easily turn it around. And just as easily, Simon Schneller, Axel Rudil Cortina could have a bad day indeed themselves. Bad day, puncture, a mechanical. It's still, anything can happen on the last stage of the 2023 edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. Some split times at the 34-kilometer mark. We have confirmation that there are 6 teams still all to play for those 3 spots on the overall general classification, 3 spots on the podium for the stage as well. So 2 races within one, and time will tell, and the tactics will play out and give us an idea of exactly which agenda the teams are playing for. Most likely Canyon North Wave will be satisfied. They'll be content to contend for the overall general classification. They know how fierce the racing can get for a stage win. They may be content just to let the others fight it out, or they could be keen for yet another stage win. We saw yesterday they lost out in a stage win to the Willie Pirelli team in a dramatic sprint finish. Daniel Gesmeyer just edging out by only a few centimeters, edging out Martin Stozek. Daniel Gesmeyer, Martin Stozek, the latter half of the teams to finish. They crossed the line after their partners, and that is when the time is taken. Daniel Gesmeyer just pulling it out in the sprint. He had to go the long way around, and credit to him for their victory. Willie Pirelli look like the next best team, and on overall general classification they are sitting at 6 minutes and 30 seconds down. And we're with Stefan Sam, who is following the lead men right now on the Bulls Media e-bike, and Dario will be able to tell us exactly from the trail side. He'll be able to talk to Stefan and tell us exactly what the state of affairs in the men's race is.
Yeah, we're back with Stefan Sam, with the leading man on one of these beautiful single trail downhills. So we're having a long uphill right in front of us. What do you think, Stefan?
Yeah, just at the short climb, you could see that Peter Bruce was struggling a bit, and also Hans Becking came to the rear of the group. Maybe they burned too many matches already, but we will see. But also Axel, Team Bulls rider, is more towards the end. So yeah, now we have to wait for the long uphill. Sometimes Simon and Axel, they ride like this. Simon in the front, Axel in the back, because Axel is a strong rider. He can always try to sprint back. But it's also the end of a 5-day stage ride, so everybody's tired.
So who's setting the pace at the moment?
I can't see around the corner, but it was Topado factory, and I think, oh no, it's not Daniel Geismeier. It looks like the European champ, Wout Allemann.
Wout Allemann is setting the pace, but today it's an up and down all the time, so that's, for a last day, it's a hard stage.
Yeah, this is super hard. We have to constantly accelerate and go into the red, dig deep. It's not easy to get rid of the lactic acid on the downhills because they're also technical, you need to focus. But hey, this is mountain bike racing.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's mountain bike race. Yeah, we have a talk with André Bailey. He did the Swiss Epic as well. As a rider, can you enjoy the trails, or is it just suffering or pacing through the whole day?
On your shape.
Yeah, for the weaker rider, for sure, it's normally a bit more of suffering, and yeah, they can enjoy the trails a bit less. Yeah, but I hope that everyone is enjoying the trails, and yeah, when you have a race like the Swiss Epic, which offers so many amazing trails, you have to enjoy them, otherwise you are at the wrong place. Yeah.
That's probably why Stefan Sam chose the e-bike, that he can enjoy more and suffer less. Yeah, sometimes you don't have to answer.
I just heard I chose the e-bike just to suffer less, but it doesn't feel all the time like this. I'm chasing now the group back. I also have to push. Sure. But for sure. Compared to the effort of the riders, I have a walk in the park.
Yeah. It's not a walk in the park, yeah. You have to go from the back to the front and so on. So that makes it even hard with the e-bike. You're a bit faster, but you have to kick it all the time. So now you're back at the front group. It's Mark Stutzmann in the lead, I guess. Am I right?
Putting down the pressure. And the group is thinned out. Team Larks and Buff Megamo, they dropped out of the back. Maybe they can come back, but not likely because the speed is really high now, set by the leader's jersey.
Yeah, so the leaders, they have tried to get everything is under their control. So that's probably an important thing. If they're racing at the front, nothing can happen in front of them. So they're quite secure then.
You see everything in front of you. See all the obstacles, you can pick your own line. You can also choose your own rhythm. And that's, if you have the legs, then that's easier.
Yeah, and you can see the weakness of the competitors if something happens. So still a nice view. They're still on the same side. Just went through Monstein. On the left-hand side, it's part of Davos Frauenkirch now. They're in this single trail, richtig close to Junkerboden. Always have to take care not to speak Swiss German all the time. We're coming back to the ladies with Stefan Sam, with the leaders, I guess. It's
this is the leaders. This is Kim and Vera. they are now in front, and yeah, Cannondale team is a bit behind. Monica has a crash, 2 crash in the last downhill. Not really bad. She can go on the bike and continue, but she was losing some time. Yeah, and now it's Vera and Kim in the front.
So it's Vera Loser in the front, Kim Lecourt following her. So it looks really good for Kim Lecourt today.
Yeah, it's good. She's pedaling well, and they have a good pace. Now everything okay on this for this team. It's good.
Yeah. As well as the leading men, the leading women with Vera Loser and Kim Lecourt are wearing the leader jersey since day 1 of the edition 2023 from the SPAR Swiss Epic. Won the first stage on Tuesday in Davos. And we're going back to Neil.
And thank you. We're currently with the UCI women's race and the leaders on the day, and of course on overall general classification. Vera Loser, Kim Lecourt. Vera Loser leading Kim Lecourt through the trails as they have already passed the 20-kilometer mark. As we see they're at the 20-kilometer mark. Cannondale Vas Arbe women, well, about 4 seconds back. But right now, things have developed, and there is a gap back to the Cannondale Vas Arbe women. Topata Bulls struggling a little bit compared to yesterday. They had a stage win yesterday, and although they didn't celebrate, not wanting to enjoy their win, because of course the crash of Adelaide Marath and Kim Lecourt meant that the Topata Bulls more or less inherited the lead of the race. Instead, they rode steadily, not wanting to capitalize on the misfortune of others. Today, they are on the back foot, however, at 2 minutes down at the 20-kilometer mark. Topata Bulls, Schojner and Lutschel-Schwab. And the next team out on the course at 5 minutes and 15 seconds back off the fierce pace set by Loza and Lecourt, our team next ride. It is an all-Swiss pairing of Baumann and Stedelmann. Vera Loza, they're just happy to set the pace for Kim Lecourt. She nursed Kim Lecourt through yesterday's stage. After the crash, around about the 20-25 kilometer mark, a bad time to have a coming together and to fall as hard as Kim Lecourt did. A long way to navigate the trails, and certainly some tricky obstacles to overcome, including the big climbs. Big climb of the day, one of the highest points in the race, in fact. 2,600 meters was the ascent that the pairing had to conquer, with Kim Lecourt suffering from her injuries in great pain, and Vera Loza feeling helpless, unable to relieve that pain that Kim Lecourt was going through. But still, credit to both of them. Credit to Kim Lecourt for enduring that pain, and credit to Vera Loza for such great stewardship, looking after her partner and taking her through the final 50 kilometers of a very challenging stage 4 for the Illusator Efficient Infinity Insure team, the Namibian and the Mauritian, the All Africa pairing, as they are continuing their campaign to win the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic. They've won the 2023 ABSA Cape Epic, also in dramatic fashion. And let's not forget that they won the grand finale of the SPAR Swiss Epic in 2022. A great time and a great moment for them, solidifying their partnership and really validating how much of a bond, how dynamic this partnership is. Loza and Lecourt are in sync. It's rare to see more than a chink of daylight between their two wheels, and cooperating perfectly, taking advantage of each other's strengths and covering and concealing, you could say, their weaknesses from their rivals. And it is pretty much evident from right now, really early on in the stage, 20 kilometers in, and still just under 40 kilometers to go at that time check, with a slight advantage over Cannondale Vas Arbe. We heard from Thomas Ditch that Monica Calderon had crashed, but back on her bike, nothing serious. Back with the men with 20 kilometers still to go. They are all together, and Peter Proes and Hans Becking are back in that group. We are still to see if Team Larks is also in that group. It is highly likely. We can see the pace is just not quite as urgent as we've seen in the past few hours. In fact, the early hours of the racing, we saw some fierce pace set by Canyon Northwave and of course by Willia Pirelli, the challengers on overall general classification to the Swiss and the Czech rider. And Simon Schneller and Axel Rudil-Kortinat in third position overall, and they look like the third strongest, or certainly the fourth strongest team out on the road. Let's keep a very close watch on Team Topado Factory though. Topado Factory is made up of Casey South, Jakob Doragoni. They've had some bad luck in the early part of the race. They had a flat on day one, mechanicals day two, and they just couldn't repair it with enough time to get back into the group. They wrote off the days. They were almost an hour back on general classification, but on stage 3 they came good. They finished on the podium for the stage. Yesterday, stage 4, they were 4th, and showing that they have the firepower to ride at the front with the very finest mountain bikers, and in fact they can now call themselves the finest mountain bikers in mountain bike stage racing. The refuel station, some of the riders electing to stop, some continuing onwards, and it's another part of the tactics of mountain bike stage racing. Very often the stronger partner will be left to gather some refueling, gather some bottles and gather some gels at the refuel station, and then being the slightly stronger partner, they'll be designated to chase back. So the riders at the front now, just a little bit of a lull in the pace, you could say, but certainly not going slowly, as Casey South, the Swiss rider, is catching back onto the front of the course, front of the race, and looking for his partner, Jakob Doragoni. Fantastic performance from these two. We expect great things from them in the future, and we have certainly seen it in the past. And Casey South having a hard time with a back injury at the World Championships in Glasgow, having to withdraw from the race, turned his fortunes around completely at the Swiss National Championships, coming second to none other than Mark Stutzman, who is leading the Swiss Epic at the moment. Mark Stutzman having a fantastic day out. 4th in the World Championships, 1st in the National Championships. World Championships, a fiercely contested race, and it's 2nd in the World Champs was Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman partner, so clearly the on-form team of the race, and it's evidenced by the fact that they are wearing those yellow jerseys. Another two of the top men in the sport, Gersmeyer and Wout Allemann, have been the challengers all week, just not quite having the firepower on the big climbs, the big ascents, where the pairing of Stozek and Stutzman were just able to put a few seconds into their rivals and carry those advantages home. And Peter Proes being nursed home by his partner Hans Becking. They know that the Bulls are keen to hang on to that 3rd spot on overall, and Buff Megamo, they will need to employ some tactics just to keep themselves in the game. And we can see already that there is a bit of a gap back to the Bulls, and this is where Hans Becking will know that he can put really some time into the Bulls and hopefully take back some time on them and make that battle for the 3rd spot on the podium even more exciting for the fans. It's 1 minute 30 separates them on that battle for the 3rd spot between Bulls and Buff Megamo. And Axel Rudil-Kortinat is struggling today. He is suffering from the pace. He has said already on camera, in fact, in the interviews, he doesn't like those long, steady ascents. It's not his forte, but his partner did acknowledge, Simon Schneller, that there's one thing about the Frenchman, the French national champ, is that he is mentally extremely strong, and he has no doubt that on that downhill, on the Ishalp Trail, if he does lose touch, that he will be chasing back like mad. French rider, very skilled rider, riding for the Bulls with Simon Schneller. Another significant unfolding of the race right now is we see Daniel Gesmeyer. He is on the back. He's following the wheel of Simon Schneller, but Wout Allemann is desperate for him to get back on. Daniel Gesmeyer has admitted that he isn't on quite the form we've seen him in the past. Multiple stage winner at the Alps Epic and multiple winner of the SPAR Swiss Epic. In fact, the 2022 title holder and partner of Wout Allemann. Daniel Gesmeyer, the national champion of Austria, just not quite as on the pace as he'd like to be, as Canyon Northwave and Topada Factory head up the road, putting down the pressure. We're looking a little bit further up ahead on the trails that the team of Topada Factory not quite as in touch as they'd like to be with Canyon Northwave, but losing some time today is certainly spare a thought for the Frenchman, Axel Rudil. And another turnaround for the Buff Megamo team. This is where it could really get interesting, as they are already past the 40-kilometer mark. The team Topada Factory past that section in the lead. That's the team that we see right now, 6-2 and 6-1. The number one rider of this team, Casey South, he's holding the bottle in his shirt, ready for later. And but right now he is focusing on getting just as much power down as he can, so he can get back in contact with the Buff Megamo team and then hopefully leapfrog all the way to the Canyon Northwave team, so that they have a chance of winning the prestigious grand finale stage. And a turnaround for the pairing of Hans Becking, Peter Proust. They struggled earlier on, they lost some time, they were a little bit behind the Bulls, and Hans Becking giving his partner Peter Proust, the Estonian national champion, a bit of a push, because they know if they can stay in touch with Canyon Northwave, they will have a very good chance, not just of winning the stage, but getting back that third spot that they lost on stage 3. Stage 3, they were lying in third. After stage 3, they dropped down to fourth, with the Bulls inheriting that lead through a great performance on the stage yesterday. But Simon Schneller will need to look after his partner, Axel Rodil Kortinat, and nurse him to the finish. Doing a great job of nursing his partner to the finish. In fact, to the front of the race is Hans Becking, a campaigner in the Epic Series, a well-known campaigner, and in fact, winner of the Andorra Epic. And fantastic performance from Hans Becking. But the day looks like it belongs. Once again, the story is unfolding again. It's a familiar story. Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman, having shown that they are the strongest in the race. They said they might be defending their lead over the latter half of the race. We saw them dominant stage 1, dominant stage 2, and just a sprint finish, losing out just by a few centimeters on stage 4. But they were asked if they were going to be riding defensively throughout the latter half of the race, just defending that lead, not taking any risks. And one thing they did say, which gives us an insight into the mindset of a mountain bike stage racer, saying that riding slowly, taking it easy means not attacking. But that's not what they're doing right now. They are not sticking to that plan for sure. They are well and truly on the attack. And they may not admit it, but attack does mean that they are putting down the pace. They might not have made a huge burst of energy to break free of the pack like you would see perhaps on a road race. They are just laying down the power bit by bit, watt by watt. They're increasing the power, and more of a gap is starting to develop back to the second place riders on the road right now. And we're about to see Peter Proust and Hans Becking come through just past Stefan Sam right now, just a few seconds gap, and Hans Becking looking after his partner Peter Proust, giving him a push, which just proves that Hans Becking is on fantastic form. He knows he has to wait for his partner, he knows he has to look after his partner, and Simon Schneller has Axel Rudil Kortinat on his wheel, and also on his wheel is the partnership of William Pirelli. Not a great day at the moment, not a great moment in fact for Gesmeyer and Wout Allemann. They know full well that they can get through. They can overcome those dark moments that any rider experiences in a stage. And it's up to Daniel Gesmeyer and Wout Allemann to turn things around. They need to stay on the wheels of the Bulls. That is the best move they can possibly do. They don't necessarily need to get back up to Canyon Northwave to save the day, but they do need to stay in touch with the Bulls. Daniel Gesmar, an experienced campaigner, he knows that all he has to do as experienced in the Alps, he is Austrian, he loves the Alps. It is really his, it's almost his home race, even though he is from Austria. And he knows exactly what he needs to do, is set a good rhythm, not panic, even though he might not have the firepower to stay with Axel Rudil. All he has to do is set a good rhythm and limit the damage, because he knows he has the skills to catch up on the downhill section and the run into Davos. The state of affairs at the moment, they have passed the 40-kilometer mark with less than 20 kilometers to go. The top teams in the SPAR Swiss Epic are already over the, already approaching the highest point in the race, and very soon we'll be able to get a time check at that summit as they are ready to descend the Äbirügg Trail. And right down on the line right now, waiting for the riders to come in, is Dario, and he's in contact with the Bulls Media e-bike riders, and hopefully we'll get some insight from the trail side.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a pure race drama at the moment, so it's stretching out all the time. It's a team event, so everybody has to help each other. We saw Hans Becking pushing his companion Peter Brews up the hill. We saw the one and only William Pirelli rider, Daniel Geismeier, former winner of the Swiss Epic, dropping back, waiting his partner Wout Alemann. And in the front, it's the team Kenyan North Wave, Martin Stossek and Mark Stutzmann in the lead. So, Stefan, a lot of things happened in this last uphill.
Yeah, you can see just now Hans Becking giving Peter Brews another push. He's clearly the strongest rider, or the stronger rider in the team, in the pairing,
yes,
and trying to help as much as possible. It's really now the fight between Team Bulls and Team Buff Megamo is really a fight between Peter Brews and Axel Rudil, because they are the weaker links in the chain. And let's see who can suffer the most. If I check the facial expressions, they are both completely on the limit. And it's not a big gap. It's developing a little bit more in favors of Peter, but yeah, I can hear him breathing very, very heavy. So let's see.
Yeah, but Hans Becking, it's unbelievable what he's doing, pushing his partner all the time.
Hans Becking is just a machine. He pushes Peter to the top if he wants. One of the coolest and most fun riders in the peloton, I must say.
Yeah, and a real team player, Hans Becking. Yeah, the gap is not that big. And we remember the stage yesterday. So the leading man, Martin Stossek and Mark Stutzmann, they've been in the lead on the last uphill, had a gap from over a minute, but then the team William Pirelli came back in the downhill, so probably they're not the strongest downhiller, or taking it a bit easier on the downhills to control everything. So that's probably the chance for Hans Becking and Peter Brews. But do you think they come back, or are you bet your money on the team from the young guns, Casey Thaus and Jacob Torrigoni?
The team Topata sits in third place now, so they are riding together, and they look like they have a good rhythm. And we'll see how the technical abilities are of Peter Brews, especially because after the effort of the climb, you are so out of energy, and it's hard to focus on the downhill. That also plays a big role.
Okay, at the moment it's about 20 seconds. These are the news. 20 seconds between the leaders and Buff Megano. So the gap opened a little bit on this last uphill from today. Yeah, and it's still a little bit of a climb to do. It's a hard uphill. It's a hard uphill. And we're going back to Neil.
Well, such a contrast there between the teammates of the Bulls, with Simon Schneller suffering probably just as much as his partner Axel Rodil Kortinat. And in direct contrast, we saw Buff Megamo's cooperation with Hans Becking pushing his partner, just trying to keep him in touch with the very front of the race, the Canyon Northwave team. Stozek and Stritzman are on a flyer. Another one today. Another fantastic performance from the Czech and the Swiss rider. But Simon Schneller and Axel Rodil, they are losing around about 20 seconds to the Buff Megamo team. And as they head towards the final obstacle of the day, the final climb of the day, this is the last opportunity that Buff Megamo have to gain back the minute-and-a-half deficit that they have from the Bulls on the overall general classification. Doragoni digging so deep to get back in touch with his partner, Casey South. But all Buff Megamo need to do is just put more and more time, keep the gap between the Bulls. This is their final chance, a final significant and selective point in the race as they climb up towards the, it's around about the 2,000, just under the 2,000 meter above sea level mark. It is a significant climb, a steep climb, and we can see Hans Becking has been helping his partner all the way up, and that's why we have already seen a 20-25 second gap back to the Bulls. We'll need to take a glance back to see how the Bulls are actually doing, but it's an exciting moment for sure in the stage as the battle for the third spot on the podium is developing. And let's also not forget that Daniel Gesmeyer has been struggling on this final climb, this final rise in the day, and we saw Wout Alleman having to wait for his partner, his Austrian partner. Daniel Gesmeyer experienced just keeping a steady rhythm, but even at that steady rhythm, he is still losing time. The elastic has definitely snapped as Peter Proes gets one last push from his partner Hans Becking, and now Peter Proes, all he has to do is keep that gap back to the Bulls and hope that the Bulls will be spending a little bit of extra energy just getting back on. And we saw Wout Alleman just getting ahead of the Bulls on that trail. Just the whole shot, very important to get in front because he knows there's a bit of a gap back to Daniel Gesmeyer. A sneaky move from Wout Alleman because he knows he can just back off the pace just a little bit. It's hard to pass, and wouldn't say that he's obstructing, but it's all part of the tactics of mountain bike stage racing. If he can keep the pace steady, it allows his partner Daniel Gesmeyer just to get back on. And the Bulls are the losers on this section because, of course, if they are delayed by even a single second, it means that the pairing of Buff Megamo have the opportunity to go even further up the road. Still only a few seconds in it. They have a minute buffer, a minute and a half buffer over Buff Megamo on the overall general classification. But the Bulls need to pin their ears back and minimize that threat, because 30 seconds can easily grow into a minute, which can very easily grow into a minute and a half, and that's all they have over their rivals. We're right now with the leading men, the very finest mountain bikers in the sport of mountain bike stage racing. And on the right-hand side of the split screen, we are back with the women, the leaders of the day, the leaders of the race on general classification. Vera Lorza, Kim Lecourt, and Vera Lorza on the back, just keeping an eye on her partner, letting Kim Lecourt set the pace on the section of trails that really are starting to lead up to the latter half of the race. They're already past the halfway mark at 34 kilometers. And they have a 2-minute 24 advantage over Cannondale Vas Arabe. Monica Calderon, Tessa Kortekas have also passed through that 34-kilometer mark, as have Topado Bulls at 4 minutes and 5 seconds down. So that time gap is significant for the Topado Bulls team and the Cannondale Vas Arabe team. Still no major changes, no significant moves in terms of the overall general classification. But it does look like today's stage is taking shape with Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt looking likely to repeat that dramatic stage win that they had in the grand finale going into Davos. Very familiar feeling for the pairing of Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt. Last year, first on the stage on the grand finale, and this year possibly a repeat. And on the left, we see a struggling Daniel Gesmeier. He is turning himself inside out to stay in touch with the bulls. Still a very good move. Good move from Wout Alleman to stay on the front, control that pace, make sure that his partner, who he knows isn't quite, is struggling just a little bit more than the others. And he knows that if controlling the pace keeps Daniel Gesmeier in touch, then the job is done for Wout Alleman. Clever move by the Belgian, a smart rider and also a very strong rider. But Axel Rediel content just to keep in touch with his partner. They'll look to keep that steady rhythm as they head towards the section of Ischalp Trail. And very soon we'll be seeing them entering the final paved section of road that takes them into a hero's welcome into Davos, and they will be looking to defend that third spot on overall, keep that gap to Buff Megamo to a minimum, and we are behind Daniel Gesmeier as he struggles to keep in touch with Axel Rediel. Axel Rediel is the national champion, the national marathon champion of France, and the national champion of Austria is Daniel Gesmeier. Seen several national champions out on the course, out in the race in the 2023 edition, including this pairing on the right. They are wearing their leaders' jerseys, which of course takes precedence over any jersey that any trade team or any national champion will wear. If they were out of these jerseys, in fact, we saw on stage one Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt both in their national championships guys, and that means that they have with their orange jersey, of course, it denotes the fact that they are leading the race. They were gained over 10 minutes on the first day, just a few minutes on the second day, also dominant on day 3. Stage 3, but stage 4 saw them lose 14 minutes after the crash of Kim Lecourt colliding with Adelaide Morath. The story is well told. We'll see it on social media, and the thumbs up we got from Kim Lecourt in the morning. Fans will be delighted that she was able to take the start, and not only take the start but also dominate the stage. On the left, we see the top men's teams. We're not with the very front of the race right now. We're with Stefan Sam on board, and he is behind the pairing of the Bulls, and we have the second place riders on general classification, Team Willia Pirelli, and they are frantically aiming to get back in touch with the leaders. Wout Alleman in this group of 2 teams as they chase back to the very front of the race, and at the very front of the race, leading the stage and dominant on the entire race and the entire week is Martin Stozek. Topato Factory, Casey South, Doragoni is right close behind them at around about 55 seconds, so maybe not that close. Certainly their aims for a stage win could be disappearing up the road. But Topato Factory are riding close by Team Buff Megamo. Not that much in it, less than 20 seconds is Team Willia Pirelli and the Bulls as they ride together, and quite some significant time down the road. They have not passed through the 45-kilometer mark yet. At Ischalp is Team Lux. They were in touch with the lead at one point, but at the moment they have lost significant time. Team Lux are going to be keeping their 5th position on overall general classification. Still credit to them, a new partnership, but their hopes of taking that 3rd spot on overall. It was very close at one point, close going into stage 4, and now the battle is certainly developing between Buff Megamo and the Bulls. Buff Megamo just a few seconds, they need 1 minute 30, and this is the race within the race. Buff Megamo are ahead, the Bulls frantically chasing behind, but they also have the politics to contend with, because Willia Pirelli have positioned themselves between them and Buff Megamo out on the trails. Very difficult to overtake on these narrow trails, and also with the high speed that Wout Alleman is setting. So that gives Buff Megamo a bit of an opportunity, although at this speed it's highly unlikely that Buff Megamo will be able to stretch the gap that they have right now. Peter Proos and Hans Becking working well together. Hans Becking clearly the stronger partner, but Peter Proos more than up to the task of riding with one of the most experienced campaigners in mountain bike stage racing. Hans Becking and Peter Proos, Buff Megamo are in 3rd spot on the stage, 2nd spot on the stage. Topato Factory 1st right there on the trails right now. It's almost a minute advantage over the rest of the field at 45.5 kilometers. Canyon North Waves. Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman looking to make good after not winning yesterday's stage. They've lost. They were second on stage 3, second on stage 4, and they're looking to add a third stage win in the grand finale on their campaign in the 2023 race, the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic, the 10th edition, the auspicious 10th edition, and a grand finale win. How much would they love to win that stage? And Dario, you're with Stefan Sam. You're able to chat to Stefan on the trail side, and I'm sure that Stefan Sam will have plenty of insights. He might have his work cut out for him. He might be a little busy, a little bit preoccupied with descending at we would guess looks like 25, 30 kilometers an hour down these narrow trails, and treacherous trails indeed, but beautiful hand-built flow trails with a gorgeous view of Davos down in the valley. And the riders can almost smell home, but they cannot let their concentration lapse for a single second. They have to keep maximum focus on the trails. You can imagine at white-hot pace like this, especially with the bulls chasing back as hard as they can to buff Megamo to neutralize that gap that they have. The 20-second gap initially, but they need to close it to minimize the threat that the Dutchman and the Estonian have on their attempt at keeping that third spot on overall. And I think we'll just sit back and enjoy the route.
We're back. Yeah, we're back in the falls, waiting at the finish line, and we're still having a guest. It's Andrin Bailey, and we had a last chat and a very warm thank you to him from Andreas Wieland from RTR.
Yeah, Andrin Bailey, in svese anche alla fine vince Macaola Citrona tocca il Davos in quell'etappa finale.
Ecco, ist ja nicht wenn wir lassen Jun wirs l'Alp Clavadel che ja vicino sto batter ja und tu gel partenari ja flevel nu wenn wir ja corriders kan sto Schaulur partenari go ja Hans Becking ja tu Schaul zu partenari Peter Brews zum in Tier Times da ja, eu den che tutti le che lo plantino alla fin ja credo che con la destination che ho visto va e bo mia tecnica quello in tipic ja flow trail che anche usa è un parkour.
Vasinus a Andrin Bailey al 2024 per la partenza al Swiss Epic forse insieme con Fadri Brandun.
Ja, eu spero, bem, é buscar schon jetzt bei ja la corsa che ho val plibugen proprio in highlight ed nasce che vai vai ja vina von con la corsa con nuovi slogans che si dire è interessante per minci corrider che sa din novs trails e novas vias che sai.
Un grazie al fetch, Andrin Bailey per la visita a quella ciunabla etappa finale. Nous essen paus kilometers avon l'arrivada d'Are, va el final.
Exactly, we're pretty close to the finish line, pretty close home. Thank you very much, Andrin Bailey. We're going to Stefan. So the group is back together. So it's getting another sprint decision as well today, Stefan.
Yellow jersey is still up front, but the fight for podium,
okay,
for the third spot on podium, they all came all back together in the downhill.
Okay, so the leaders, this is the team Canyon North Wave, wearing the yellow leaders jersey, Martin Stossek, Mark Stutzmann. And now it's a sprint decision for place 2, 3, and 4 for today's stage, and it's only a few kilometers to go. So a short round course around the falls, and then they're heading towards the finish line. So there's a short climb coming up just before they're coming back to the falls. They're going to the right hand side into close to Teufi. The valley they came down yesterday, so back a bit in that valley and then back to Bünde and back to Davos. So Stefan, so the tactical games already started at the front.
Yeah, it's Topado who launched an attack.
So the first attacks here right before home the finish line. So Daniel Geismeier struggled a little bit in this uphill, and now he's back in this group. So we still see Hans Pecking pushing Peter Bruce all the time, still. And this is another uphill. This is one of the last uphill of this year's edition for these leaders.
Camera. Okay, I'm doing lip sync.
You can see Peter Bruce is really suffering
2,
now.
3,
They tried everything on the downhill. Tried to pull a gap, but also the other guys are super fast. It was a furious downhill. I washed out on almost a couple of corners. So really also fighting for grip with my proper tires. Those guys are so fast.
Yeah. Is it that Daniel Geismeier in front of this small group suffering as well?
Everybody's suffering now. Some suffer more.
Yeah.
So, but
Suffer Epic.
It's a suffer fest. Yeah, we have in front was Allemann and Simon Schneller.
Yeah.
But their teammates are in the back. So Daniel Geismeier tries to jump now to the group. Let's see if Axel can hold on.
Yeah. So Daniel Geismeier attacks now and tries to come up to his team partner right in the front. So that will be some kind of a decision. Then they're in a better place.
So everybody can smell the end.
5 kilometers to the finish.
Coffee's waiting. Drinks and snacks are waiting.
So you probably still can hear the music and the speakers out of the village here in Davos.
If they would have the chance to look up, they would see the finish line. But they still need to stay focused on super fast gravel, wide open forestry roads. The gravel can be loose in the corners, and you can lose a front wheel or a back wheel very easy. And you can see this is no.
Yeah, that was not the last uphill.
Today. There's no cruising with champagne.
No. Especially not at the end for the leaders. So the leaders have an uncomfortable lead. So probably another stage win for the overall classification leaders, Martin Stossek and Mark Stutzmann. But here everything is coming together one more time. Always stretching out in the uphills, coming together in the downhills. One last uphill for the riders. And then the last downhill to the Bünde. And then the same thing as yesterday. So now they exactly know how to handle a sprint. And we remember yesterday, sprint winner yesterday was the team Villiers Pirelli. Stunning performance from them. It was pretty close, pretty close. Only a few centimeters between place 1 and place 2 between Villiers Pirelli and Canyon Northwave. So, who has a flat tire? It's the team Topado.
They have to bump up.
Team Torpedo with a flat tire on the last 4Ks.
That's very unfortunate because they looked actually really strong and ready for a sprint finish.
They looked the strongest out of this
At
group,
least the
not?
strongest pairing.
Yeah.
So they were still equally strong. And,
yeah, the strongest is still Hans Becking probably.
I think so.
So, it's only place 2 and 3. 2 and 3 for Buff Megano and Pirelli, Villiers Pirelli at the moment. Torpedo Factory.
A gap to Buff Megano, so if it doesn't roll together again, then the spots on the podium for today's stage are done.
Yes.
But I can see Axel Rodil is really suffering, pushing a big gear just in front.
Yep. Was that probably a click as well for Peter Brews? But now he knows the chance is even bigger that I'm on the podium today. So, yeah, that drops a little bit the energy as well.
That drops for sure the energy, and it's an energy boost for Team Bolt because they managed to get back from Buff Megamo on the downhill, and they see now, okay, they're also suffering, and maybe we can, they can secure the overall third. I think that's the main goal for today for them. But everything is pretty close together. Yeah. They see each other.
They see each other, so it's real hard to see. Yeah, this today who's going to be the second, the third, and the fourth team, and it's unbelievable what Hans Becking is doing.
Pushing all the way. I see.
Yeah, no, he's right. For two, he's probably the best tandem partner you can wish.
Maybe he should start arm wrestling with his left arm. Seems to be strong.
Yeah, at least he changes from left side to the right side all the time. Otherwise, it will be so hard. Yeah.
It's a different sort of arm pump. Not from the downhills.
That's a different sort of arm pump. Yeah. And yeah, it's arm muscles you need, but you need to sprint all the time to close the gap. So if you push your partner, the gap opens a little bit, and then you have to accelerate, even if it's just 20 seconds. But that's really hard.
Yeah. It's like you're pushing your partner forwards and you're pushing yourself backwards.
Yep. Yeah.
But he seems to enjoy.
It's an unbelievable performance. Yeah. Hans Becking is always enjoying riding and always have a smile on his eye. Probably not right after he will be happy when they finish the Swiss Epic today. So yeah, he will have a smile on his face for sure. So Canyon Northwave just went through kilometer 53. So they're coming closer and closer.
I va e la fase finale als Davos 30 km. Martin Stosseg, Marc Stutzmann vengono a guadagnare quella Davos etapa, els vengono a trionfare al Swiss Epic 2023. Els hanno guadagnato etapa in etapa 2. L'etapa 3 e l'etapa 4 a Daniel Geismeier e Wout Alemann dalla Belgia. Guadagnano els che nel momento il secondo Platz. Fadri Barandun con i loser els han gius piars in Paul contact qui un sis la Alps Clavadel mussten da torneos in una super prestazione vengono neos els top 6 le Saudi dus vai un'inega rasant direzione Davos in quel da Davos chilometri so vin proprio un'inegada schmaccaola citrona mobilisau absolut les Davoses forces les Davoses reservas e els Davos chilometri da quei Swiss Epic 2023 e dispeccia che va tavau l'arrivata in una grandiosa atmosfera al champagne ai mezz a fresh ai pinaus ja un 15 fans e che è una culissa magnifica bellezza aura tot perfect per quei finish di quella corsa estrema su 110 etappes varga 13 km con bien 12 mm differenza d'altezza.
Understood something about champagne?
Champagne, desperate.
Desperate.
Can you see?
I already thought that we get some champagne, but not yet. So probably these two guys, they got a lot of get a lot of bubbles today. These are our leaders in the general classification, Martin Stossev, Marc Stutzmann, and even in this stage. And no, it's not. It's not the leaders. Are the leaders right in front there? Stefan?
Down the road is Emilio Birelli.
So at the moment, place 2 is Ville Pirelli, place 3 is the Team Bulls.
Exactly.
All right, and so the Team Buff Megano, Hans Becking, drop back a little bit at the last timing point at kilometer 53. They had a gap of around 10 seconds. And so last time in Canyon Nordschleife in the lead with over 1 minute to Ville Pirelli. On the 3rd place, it's the Team Bulls. 4th place, Buff Megano. We're dropping back to Neil.
And how quickly can things turn around? We had Canyon Northwave on the front, 50 seconds at that summit, and they have gained time on that descent, another undulating section up till the 53-kilometer mark. And Ville Pirelli, who we saw Daniel Gersmeyer struggling on the back, battling to stay in touch, and Buff Megamo's Hans Becking pushing Peter Prus, looking to be very much in charge of the race, or certainly in charge of the chasing group. And now things have turned around. Ville Pirelli are on the front of that chasing group. Around about 20 seconds separates Ville Pirelli, the Bulls, and Buff Megamo. They are at different points, almost equally distributed back at 1 minute, 1 minute 12, and 1 minute 23. But Canyon Northwave are charging for that stage win, and with a minute advantage. It looks unlikely, barring incident, they're going to have any issues with that at all. Wout Alleman, who we see in front of us right now, he is leading Daniel Gersmeyer up the trails, and in close pursuit, hot pursuit in fact, we have Simon Schneller. But Simon Schneller needs to pay close attention to how his partner, the Frenchman, the French national champion, Axel Rediel, and close behind, breathing down their necks, are the partnership of Buff Megamo. We spoke earlier in the day at the very start that there'll be a battle for the 3rd spot on overall general classification, and it will be between the Bulls and Buff Megamo and perhaps Team Larks if they were in contact. Team Larks on today's stage are over 3 minutes back, almost 4 minutes back. Certainly out of contention for the stage win, and most likely out of contention for that 3rd spot on overall general classification. Axel Rediel is looking back. That's a bad sign for the Frenchman. Looking back to Hans Becking. They have on overall general classification a 1 minute 30 advantage over the Buff Megamo team. So they know that that 3rd spot, as long as the race stays as it is right now, if the positions and the time checks stay as they are, the Bulls will enter that 3rd spot. They'll be able to confirm that 3rd spot on overall. But right now, if that position is confirmed, there is the small matter of a podium spot on the stage, on the podium, on the grand finale. A very prestigious time to be standing on the podium. And how great would it be if Buff Megamo can turn around this performance and get on the podium today. If not on the overall podium, certainly for the stage. Hans Becking has been helping his partner hugely. Peter Prus, the Estonian national champion. Hans Becking, a multiple Dutch champion. Hans Becking, an experienced campaigner, both in cross-country and also in mountain bike stage racing. He's turned his hand to the longhand style of racing, but they will need to cooperate, and Peter Prus will need some help to get back to Axel Rediel. Rediel is really turning himself inside out. Credit to the Frenchman. He's not a fan of the long, steady climbs, and that we saw earlier the advantage that Becking and Prus were putting into the Bulls, but they have turned things around. Daniel Gersmeyer, Wout Alleman, very much looking like they could take that 2nd spot on the stage. Canyon Northwave far up the road. We have no glimpse of them right now. They're over a minute up the road. But the battle is between Ville Pirelli, the Bulls, and Buff Megamo for those last 2 spots on the podium today for today's stage. The overall looks more or less solidified, and we can list the stats once again as they were going into stage 5. Stage 4, general classification. Stozek Stutzman led Gersmeyer and Alleman by 6.5 minutes. 24 minutes back, Schneller and Rediel, and 26 minutes 20 back. So 24:47 was the gap to Schneller and Rediel, 26:20. So a minute and a half, about a minute and a half, and that is the deficit. 1 minute 33 back to Hans Becking and Peter Prus. Still all to play for the stage, however. And Peter Prus, Hans Becking, they know that they can make this gap and they can breach this gap on the technical downhill section. We see there Axel Rudeel still can't resist, but just a couple of bit of style points that he hopes to gain on this downhill section. Did a bit of a tail whip, and of course the French are well known for their technical prowess on the trails. Certainly in the downhill categories, we've seen some fantastic winners from France, both in the men's and the women's categories, and there's no difference with when it comes to cross country. We saw Pauline Ferrand-Prévot winning very convincingly the World Championships in cross country, and also herself a former winner of the marathon title too, both short course and long course, and coming from a nation of winners in mountain biking. And when it comes to technical ability, she is up there with the very finest mountain bikers too, as is Axel Rudeel, and making it count, really putting a bit more of an advantage over Buff Megamo. They had around about a 10-second advantage over them on the 53-kilometer mark before they entered this trail, and he cannot resist. They know that they have the third spot on overall, more or less settled, provided there is no incident as they head into Davos. It looks like they are very close to home. Less than 5 kilometers to go before they receive a hero's welcome and can enjoy the spoils and celebrations. They can have that champagne that we've been speaking about all morning. And no doubt, Dario, you'll get your first sample of that champagne in just a few moments. And Dario, you're with Andreas at the moment. Just tell us about the champagne status right now in the studio on the line.
Yeah, still no champagne for both of us, but if I look around the corner, so the champagne is well prepared for the ones who deserve it really, really much, for the riders, for the leaders, for the winners, and yeah, for all of them who conquered the Alps after a stunning week of mountain bike riding. And yeah, we're getting nervous here, so we know that probably Canyon Northwave and Martin Stossek and Mark Stutzman will arrive within the next few minutes here at home at Davos. Now it's the Team Bulls, Simon Schneller and Alex Rudeel, Cortina, which are the chasers. They're going down through the chairs, so followed by Stefan Zahm, who has to push 23 kilos of a Bull's e-bike up these chairs, wearing a 8-kilogram backpack. It's okay. So, these two riders follow the bike that everything, the motorbike that everything is secure in here. So what's the situation at the moment? Please tell me, Stefan.
Yeah, it looks like Axel can really smell the finish. He's pulling at the high space.
Yes.
From the front. They dropped off Megamo, but they also got dropped by...
Okay, so we have to come back. So the leaders are dropping in right now. So this is the team. Canyon Northwave, Martin Stotzek and Mark Stutzman. For the second time on this finishing line, around the last corner, and here they are, the winners of this edition of the 2023 Swiss Epic, Martin Stossek and Mark Stutzman. Big up to these two guys, congratulations, and probably now, soon, it's time for champagne.
Martin Stossek della Cechia e Mark Stutzman al campione svizzero de marathon guadagna in quella giornata Davos etapa del Swiss Epic els rechts della edizione 2023 han guadagnato 3 da etapa e un'inegamo sa una fenomenale prestazione in quella Davos etapa la regione de Tavau a guadagna e al classamento general avon quels dus che avon Daniel Geismeier che triumfau avon non al Swiss Epic un vignel secondo insieme col belgese Wout Alemann verdriberen dun con i loser vignen tunavels più probabile in quella Davos etapa termination well Swiss Epic il tunavel platz und das grand victoires col champagne e un'inega Martin Stossek e Mark Stutzman.
Yes. These are the second guys, not only from today's stage, even in the general classification. Daniel Geismeier, Wout Allemann for the Willi Pirelli, and the search team is dropping in right now. What an amazing stage for these two riders from Bulls. It's Simon Schneller and Axel Courtignat. So first three teams enjoying the champagne here in Davos. So congrats from Stefan Sam as well. We can see his inside camera here walking around in the pits. Handshake with all the riders. He was with these riders for the last 5 days, always in contact, saw everything, and yeah, that's an experience for him as well. What a big win for Martin Stossek and Mark Stutzmann from Canyon Northwave. Mark Stutzmann, since January, member of the Team Canyon Northwave, and now this big win. Won the Swiss Championship 1 week ago. A week later, he wins the Swiss Epic together with his partner Martin Stossek. And we're going back to Neil, and I try to catch some of the riders for some interviews.
And what an appropriate finish, with Canyon Northwave dominating the week and dominating today. Martin Stossek and Mark Stutzmann finishing the 59-kilometer race, the 59-kilometer grand finale, in just under 2.5 hours. 2 hours and 28 minutes, 22 seconds. And just over a minute behind, appropriately, the second place on overall general classification, Willi Pirelli, Daniel Geismeier and Wout Allemann, and third on general classification and third on the stage. An appropriate finish indeed. Simon Schneller, Axel Courtignat, a thrilling finish. We had no idea how it would unfold. We did see the Canyon Northwave team dominant on that final climb. The final rise that the riders had to contend with as they headed into Davos for the grand finale. But Willi Pirelli, the Bulls, Buff Megamo, Team Larks, all in contention for the spot on the podium for the stage and also for the overall. We're in Davos, the town that is well known for its diplomacy, but also for beauty and, of course, hundreds of kilometers of single trail. We've seen the riders navigate that single track, gorgeous trails of the Graubünden region, and we've been able to stand witness to that claim of some of the most iconic trails in the world. And we can affirm, as having called the race all week, and Dario and Andreas and Paul and Till on the line have been witness to one of the most thrilling races we've seen in the 10-year history of the race. And some of the other riders are pulling in. This is Team Larks, a great performance from the 5th place riders on overall, and some frustration from the Scott team, the Italians, as they come into the finish. And they can certainly say they've conquered the Alps. They have there is certainly a reason to be happy about having come through one of the toughest mountain bike stage races there is, and one of the most challenging, with challenging trails and the antidote to the incredible, the steep and tricky climbs that they've had to encounter all week. 10,000 meters and 850 meters, 10,000 and 850 meters of climbing is a significant amount of vertical ascent. Over the 350 kilometers all week, this is the grand finale. We've been at it for 5 days, and the riders will have earned their hero's welcome in the town of Davos. Canyon Northwave, the winners on the day, Martin Stossek and Mark Stutzmann over Geismeier and Allemann. Geismeier looked like he was struggling in the latter half, Allemann nursing him home, and they turned things around. They were a little bit behind and on the back of the team of the Bulls and Buff Megamo, and turning it around, and a strong finish from the Austrian and the Belgian. Third spot on the day, Simon Schneller, Axel Courtignat, the national champion of France. A fantastic performance, and they were holding the the team of Buff Megamo at bay. And Dario's on the line with Andreas and Paul and Till, and we'll be talking to the riders in just a moment.
Yeah, I was expecting hard racing today because last day everyone used the rest of power and everyone wants to win the stage. And it was quite fast from the beginning, and the first single trail, which we were going still up and up, quite tricky technical. I felt, yeah, it was quite high tempo. And then it was, yeah, like you said, up and down, but we had a plan for the last climb, and the last downhill it worked out, and when we saw the gap out of the downhill, we got pushed even more. Last 10Ks I felt like in fire, and I had so many emotions and so good feeling that I could go even 20 kilometers more, I think, with Mark, because we were so also like cooperating well, and it was very nice.
Yeah, we have enough time, so if you want to go for a ride, I'm keen.
I will, but just for a short one. I had some champagne already, so I cannot drive.
All right. Hey, Max Stutzman, what an amazing year for you. You joined the Kenyan team this year, won Swiss Championship just 1 week ago, and a week later you win the Swiss Epic.
Yeah, that's crazy, and I'm super happy about that victory. And yeah, no words to say about that.
Yeah, but you can say something about you. Just 2 weeks ago, you won a silver medal at the World Championships, and now Swiss Epic can't be better at the moment. Your shape is really, really good.
It can always be better if I win the World Champs.
All right.
But yeah, we always come to find a new motivation after the World Championship. If it's successful, it's quite hard. Also, the week after, I felt quite tired and so on, and it's sometimes difficult to find a new motivation for other goals when the peak of the season is over. But when I saw also Mark, how well was he performing at the World Championship, then I had the feeling, okay, Mark, we have to hold this, we have to use what we have now, and we have to keep it until the Swiss Epic, because there's a big chance that we can win it, and we did. So the plan was, yeah, worked very well.
Yeah, came out pretty good. Won the first stage, won the last stage, won the stage in between. So that was a real successful Swiss Epic. You didn't think about that in front of that? Martin said, you're a strong team, but that strong?
No, not really, because also I didn't know how was my shape after, or how was my legs after the Swiss Champ, so yeah, I'm just happy about it.
You as well, Martin. So an amazing week. Nice trails, nice wins, nice partner, a nice turnout with the win.
Yeah, it cannot be better. And the weather was also good, and I mean, I was quite nervous today when the stage started, because I knew that we are so close to winning, but the last day so many can happen, and when I saw the trail, how many sharp stones was there, I was like, it's not over yet. So I started to believing like 10 kilometers to go that we can win it, that we will do it. Yeah. But it was really a fight to the end, and the stage race, you never know what can happen. So the emotions now are on point, because you cannot enjoy it during the week, even if you are in the lead, because you never know what can happen.
Let's celebrate. Thank you very much for an amazing week, Martin Stossig, Max Stutzman. Danke vielmals, gratuliere. Richtig schön, and we're going back to Neil.
And apologies for the audio there, and just catching just a hint of what the riders were saying is that Martin Stossig was not leaving anything to chance. In fact, going into the stage nervous as to what was going to happen. He knew that the weather would play a role. The weather really did play a ball. We've never seen clearer skies as we have today in Davos. So a fantastic day out. But it was all about the firepower of their rivals. Daniel Gersmeyer and Wout Allemann were close at 6 minutes and 30 seconds down. Close, I say, because those that gap could easily have been wiped out by a mechanical, and the nerves and the concerns were all put to rest by the firepower of the team of Martin Stossig, Mark Stutzman on that final climb, just putting that advantage, putting their form. We heard Stutzman talking about his form a little bit before, and saying that they were putting that form to good use on that final climb, just putting around about a minute gap into their rivals, holding that all the way to the finish, and a big feeling of relief. There's joy, but just as much joy when you win a stage and you win the general classification on a race like the SPAR Swiss Epic. There is a certain amount of relief too, that all of that hard work, all of that form, that doesn't happen every day to a rider. Riders can really have only so much control over that nebulous factor, that X factor of form, and every professional in the world knows that they need to take advantage of that form, and certainly they did. It'd be a big shame if they'd had a mechanical like they had on stage 3. They managed that difficult situation very well, very maturely, electing to swap the wheel, not electing to nurse that puncture home, and it was absolutely the right decision, as is evidenced by their yellow jerseys that they'll be receiving at the end of today's stage. And not only that, they'll be standing on the podium at the very top step, having won not only the grand finale but also the general classification. Credit to the Canyon Northwave team. We saw earlier the team manager, their team manager of Christian Heineck, who himself is a former mountain bike stage racer and a highly accomplished one at that. He's a medalist in the World Championships and a former winner of the APSA Cape Epic. Fantastic performance from him. We all witnessed them at the APSA Cape Epic, and turning his hand and his insights into managing his team. Canyon Northwave, a particularly successful team, and we saw Martin Stozek racing with Andreas Seewald at the APSA Cape Epic 2021 second, and Mark Stutzman, his first APSA Cape Epic, placing 7th in 2023, and showing that his form is definitely on the rise. A star to be reckoned with and one to watch as we see the sport of mountain bike stage racing play out. Mark Stutzman, the 31-year-old, the Swiss national champion, and now the Swiss Epic champion. A title no one can ever take it away from him, and he has certainly earned it. And a more than worthy partner for the high-performing and great Martin Stozek. Second in the World Championships was Stozek. Fourth was Stutzman. They knew they were a perfect match for the challenge and for an attempt at the overall general classification at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Fantastic performance by the Swiss and the Czech rider, and spare a thought for their nearest challengers. Battling them right the way to the line was Team Willia Pirelli, the Italian team with an Austrian and a Belgian headlining that team at the SPAR Swiss Epic. And back to the women's category, the UCI women's category, and dominating this category all week has been Kim Lecourt and Vera Lorza. Taking 3 stages out of 3, they went into stage 4 looking like they were very much the favorite. Everything was under control until a fateful moment, coming together between Kim Lecourt and Adelaide Morath, just at a slight jostle for position. As they say, that is racing. But the two of them hit the ground very hard yesterday, around about 20 kilometers into the stage. Adelaide Morath ending up in hospital, and Kim Lecourt managing to get back on her bike. Nursing her to the finish was her partner Vera Lorza, and having some x-rays in the night and a medical checkup, she was deemed fit to ride. Although in pain, she lined up along the start with Vera Lorza, excited and also trepidous to see what the stage lay ahead. They had over a 35-minute advantage over their nearest challengers, Topado Bulls. But with Shojna and Irina Lutschelschwab winning yesterday's stage after the misfortune of Morath and Lecourt, they were feeling pretty drained today. And as a result, they fell off on the early stages. They fell off the pace on the early stages of the stage today, stage 5. And already we have seen a large gap developing between the main contenders in the UCI women's category. At the 45-kilometer mark, Team Ilizator Efficient Infinity Insure. This is the team of Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt. After 2.5 hours of racing at 45.5 kilometers, they are ahead of Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortekas, who in fact had a crash. 2 crashes, in fact, from Monica Calderon in one of the technical trail sections and they are lying in second. And in third spot on the stage, Torpedo Bulls, Sosna and Irina Lucho-Schwab, around about 4 minutes back or so off the pace set by Ilizator Efficient Infinity Insure. And the team of Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt have reached the 45.5 kilometer mark. The beautiful trails of Ischalp as they head towards a hero's welcome in Davos. They have just a few kilometers to go, around about, let's say, just 20 kilometers, under 20 kilometers to go. They will be ready to receive that glass of champagne as they cross the line. Maybe not just a glass, but they'll be given a bottle, in fact. And Dario was witness to them on the finish when they would have seen Canyon Northwave open that bottle and go for a traditional celebration for winning an important race such as the SPAR Swiss Epic. A race for any rider's career any rider would be proud of a victory like this. And as part of the Epic series, it's part of that Epic global portfolio of premium mountain bike races, and the pinnacle, of course, is the Alps Epic, held in the Western Cape in South Africa. Following the course down, following the 2023 Alps Epic winners, in fact, Kim Lecourt, Vera Loza, and Kim Lecourt in really just right in front of the of Thomas Ditch, just railing these trails, enjoying them, reveling them, because she knows this is the last time in 2023, in the 2023 race, that she'll be able to really revel in the fantastic single track. Vera Loza up ahead, Kim Lecourt taking it a little bit more conservatively. Vera Loza will be looking back very soon so that her partner, just giving her partner just a chance to get back. The rules of the race are very clear, and they are also, it is part of their philosophy, racing as a team. No rider leaves each other behind. That's what they say, and we've barely seen any daylight between these two teams. Kim Lecourt just setting up a little bit, just happy to dispose of whatever she needs to dispose of in the correct area, just looking back. Seeing some of the main category riders pass, but content to roll into the finish. And oh, there we have Vera Loza. She just had to wait for Vera. We weren't aware of the fact that Vera Loza was behind Kim Lecourt. Vera Loza just content to keep an eye on Kim Lecourt, clearly letting Kim set the pace. It's all part of looking after each other, keeping an eye out for each other, and nursing each other to the finish, taking advantage of each other's strengths and minimizing their weaknesses. That's what it's all about. Team dynamics at the SPAR Swiss Epic, and also mountain bike stage racing. It is an art as well as a science, and it's firepower. And all of those things coming together is what makes a successful team, and this certainly is a successful team. The team Ilizator Efficient Infinity Insure, Vera Loza, Kim Lecourt, the Namibian, and the Mauritian. We saw just flashing up there was a 10-kilometer to go marker. They still have a bit to go with some trails still to ride and all to play for, but the win looks very much within their grasp, the stage win and also the overall general classification win. They will be passing through the Ischalp Trail very soon, and with a couple of short, sharp rises, both on the tar section, paved roads, and some single track sections, as they navigate their way to a hero's welcome. The grand finale, Vera Loza in the foreground, Kim Lecourt in the background. Just the Mauritian struggling a little bit after yesterday's injuries, certainly suffered through the final part of the stage yesterday. Overcoming all of those injuries to finish the day and line up today. Credit to the Mauritian. The post-race interviews with Vera Loza are always, she's highly eloquent in the way she describes the trials and tribulations and the glory and the success and the euphoria of mountain bike stage racing, the highs and lows. And we'll be looking forward to an interview with her as to how today went and how the week went. We'd love to get a summary of how just the emotions, the highs and lows of mountain bike stage racing. She knows full well. She knows the drama. She knows exactly how things can turn around. And having picked her partner or helped her partner up off the trail after a heavy fall, she knows just exactly what it takes to win a stage race like the SPAR Swiss Epic. Riders are coming in in the beautiful town of Davos, surrounded by some fantastic, fabulous trails, as we will cross down in a moment to Dario on the line with some of the riders right now.
So, here with the second place riders, Daniel Geismeier, Wout Allemann, another last stage, another second place at the stage, but you're pretty happy?
Yeah, we're happy with this week. We did the best we could do, so the Canyon guys were super strong, so I think we can already be happy that we could win 2 stages. And yeah, of course, we came here with the goal to win the general, but we saw already on the first day that it would be difficult. But anyway, we tried to fight and we gave everything we had every day, but second was just the maximum possible. So we're happy with that.
Daniel, for you, second place last year. You won the Swiss Epic, but you're still happy with that second place?
Yeah, for sure. This year was quite hard. The speed was always, I would say, almost a little bit faster also than last year. So I came here maybe quite with the same shape. So I'm happy also with the second place. Was also a lot of suffering, and I would say we win 2 stages, so it was not a bad week for us, I would say.
Was it a bit close to the World Championship, that right after the World Championship the Swiss Epic followed?
Yeah, it was close, but we had enough time to recover, and yeah, we came here with quite a good shape, I think, but yeah, it was just not good enough to win, but still we are second in a race like this. It's not bad, I think, so we are happy.
Yeah, you struggled a little bit today, so you always dropped a little bit back, so it was the stage from yesterday, or was the speed just that high?
Yeah, I would say it was the whole week a little bit. I had not the best legs. I feel always a little bit tired. And then I had always the whole week to push a little bit to close the gaps again. And that I feel today, I think. But I would say we make the maximum. I pushed hard in the end, the last 20 minutes. And we did again a nice second place. And so everything good.
Yeah, it's a team race, so you have to work together. A special experience for you as well.
Yeah, it was my first race together with Daniel. It was really nice. He has so much experience, like in general, about racing, and then especially in this race because he did it already so many times. So with the experience we had, or he had, he gave me so much tips and everything about the race, and yeah, it was really nice to work together with him this week.
Do you think already about next year?
For sure, yeah. If Wood wants, maybe it's the beginning of some nice stage racing, and we will come here next year again.
If you want, I can marry you, right? Straight away. No. Thank you very much. Well, congratulations for your second place. Danke vielmal, Dani. Merci vielmal. Coole Woche gewesen. And we're going back to you, Neil.
Great insights out on the trails, and indeed the Willia Pirelli team, Daniel Geismeier and Wout Allemann, can be very satisfied with a fantastic performance at the SPAR Swiss Epic. And just going on the comments that they were talking about with their form after the World Championships, Daniel Geismeier did not finish, a DNF at the World Championships in Glasgow. So he's put that disappointment behind him. And Wout Allemann, 12th place at the World Championships. So a good result from him, but still not quite on the form that we saw from Canyon Northwave. Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman, 2nd and 4th respectively at the UCI World Cycling Championships, the mountain bike, cross country, the marathon category of that. And it was clear for all to see over the last 5 days, the on-form Canyon Northwave, the Czech rider and the Swiss rider, as they navigated their way perfectly. Really almost it's a playbook of how to ride a stage race, as is these two right here in the UCI women's category in their orange Ciavita leaders jerseys. Team of Vera Loza, Kim Lecourt. Kim Lecourt following Vera Loza down the course in the final part of the grand finale. They have already breached the Ischalp Trail and they'll be navigated. Just those final little blips that you would see on the race profile if you were to join us and on the website, just to have a look at what the riders have been contending with. 59 kilometers was the grand finale stage, 1,750 meters of climbing, slightly less climbing than we've seen in the past few days, but still no less challenging. Earlier on, we saw the riders from the men's and the women's categories navigating the Alps Epic Trail, and those were littered with rocks, some tricky sections, technical. We saw some riders coming off the course as they headed up to the Äbirügg, high point of the race, the 2,100 meters above sea level, one of the highest points in the race all week, and certainly of the day, as they descended fast down to Monstein and taking everything in their stride. This team, the team of Kim Lecourt, Vera Loza, Kim Lecourt, the Mauritian, Vera Loza, the Namibian, and they have ridden a perfect stage so far, keeping well out of trouble after yesterday's tribulations and putting some time into their rivals. Calderon and Cortacas from Clavadeleralp women, and Torpedo Bulls, who on the stage today have passed through the 48-kilometer mark with around about a 5-minute and 40-second deficit to Loza and Lecourt. So Sosna and Irina Lutschelschwab are on the move, aiming for a second spot on the stage today and solidifying their second on overall general classification. Torpedo Bulls lead Canadel Vas Arabe by around about 3 minutes or so, almost exactly 3 minutes, with Canadel Vas Arabe passing through that time check, 8 minutes and 45 seconds off the pace, set by Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt. And we're with Thomas Ditch, who has been following the women all day, following the UCI women's category leaders all day. And he has been giving us some fantastic insights out on the trail, telling us exactly how things have been playing out, who's in the lead, who's suffering, who's feeling the effects of the week. And he'll be able to tell us how Kim Lecourt has been doing out on the trails today. And Dario, no doubt, has been in touch with many of the riders on the ground. He's also in touch with the Bulls Media e-bikes, and Dario will be able to tell us a little bit more about how Kim Lecourt has been faring after yesterday's crash. So Dario is not yet in touch with the riders, not in touch with us. He is currently about to chat to some of the riders, some of the leading men's riders in the finish in the start-finish village of Davos.
Thank you.
And he'll be able to just bring us some real insights as to how things were from the riders. And we'll be crossing to him in a moment. And in the meantime, we can enjoy the trails around Davos as we follow the best, arguably the best mountain bike stage race team in the world right now. Winners of the 2023 Alps Epic, and looking highly likely to take that title, the same title, the winning title of the SPAR Swiss Epic in 2023 in the grand finale. Winning the stage, or looking likely to win the stage, let's never speak too soon, but looking likely for a stage win, Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt in their Chevita orange jerseys, the leaders' jerseys, as they head into Davos. Kim Lecourt leads Vera Loza. They take a slight glance back. Not sure if they're looking for their rivals. They won't have word out on the course of the exact time gaps. They know they have an advantage over Torpedo Bulls and Canadel Vas Arabe. Not too concerned, perhaps just a cursory look, just out of interest. They would love to win today's stage and repeat 2022's grand finale win. Really the start of their successful partnership together, carrying the momentum all the way through to the 2023 Alps Epic. And we are going to be joined very soon by the Masters winners of the SPAR Swiss Epic. And I'll be talking to Dario in one moment.
So, Flo Vogel, 6 out of 5. It's a good week.
Yes.
So, you won 5 stages and the general classification, so it couldn't be better.
Yes, that's true. We had a solid week and almost no flat tires.
Almost.
And no, but I mean, the goal was to first A, not crash, B, don't have any flat tires, or no, B, have fun, and C, don't have flat tires. So almost achieved.
He said we, but actually you're the one with the flat tire.
Yeah, exactly. In the last descent, I had a flat tire. Yeah, so we had to fix it, and then we continued again.
You lost a lot of time there, so that was on the flow trail that on the way down.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how much time we actually, lost there, but yeah, it was not that bad.
So, Flo, you're training for another marathon as well. So I guess in 2 weeks you have a different marathon you're running, the Amsterdam Marathon.
Not in 2 weeks, in 8 weeks. A marathon without bike.
Without the bike.
Yeah,
So,
like
but you
a real marathon, actually.
42 Ks and some verdruckte, but your time is pretty good. So you're achieving a time around 2:25.
No, actually my goal is to go up to 20, but I have no idea if I gonna achieve it or not. Looks like, I mean, that was a solid block of training now, so a good week, so I will see.
It was training for you as well, Gushi? Or was it really hard to ride together with Flo? You're in the same shape.
No, we are not in the same shape. No, he was much better than I was, but yeah, from day to day, I thought it was, or I think it was better, and yeah, but he is still much more in shape than I am.
His engine is a bit bigger.
Intercept. Actually, I believe if the race would go on for another 5 days, he would be in the same form I am. So yeah, it was just too short for us.
You can go on if you want. You're having the jersey. I will wait at the finish line all the time for you.
Yeah, that's maybe a good idea. There is some arguments to go ahead. I guess.
The problem is just that you have to sleep at my place and there's only one bed.
Yeah. No, it's okay. For me, it's okay. Yeah.
Okay, good. Then
thank you.
You're welcome. Danke vielmal, Martin Goyan. Danke vielmal, Florian Vogel. Good luck at your marathon in 8 weeks. Look forward for the time under 2:20. Danke vielmal dir. Thank you very much. So you're going back to your work as under 19 national trainer now with a lot of experiences?
Yeah, next week it's the World Cup in Andorra, and I will be there for the under 23 and for the elite riders to see the course and make some videos so that they have the good lines. And yeah, of course, I have the next battle with my friends on the road. Again, like races.
Okay, one more time. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you too.
Ciao zusammen. Well done.
Thank you.
Back to you, Neil. That was Swiss German mixed with English.
Well, that was certainly a fantastic thing to have the guests of Gujan and the Masters category winners, Florian Vogel, and a fantastic performance from them. And really, they have racing absolutely in their blood. And Florian Vogel just casually mentioned that he was aiming for a 2-hour 20 marathon. That is a incredibly fast time, even for any athlete, but even especially for a retired athlete. And clearly taking the dedication and the professionalism from training for World Cups. He was a well-known exponent and a winner of a World Cup and a well-known teammate of none other than Nino Schurter. So having enjoyed the top level of the sport in cross-country racing, has turned his hand to mountain bike stage racing. He's raced the Cape Epic before with Nino Schurter, and also he has proven that he's a worthy team manager and passing on his insights to the younger riders, as is Martin Gujan. The Grand Masters category, fantastic performance from the pairing of Marcus Fair and Christian Sonderegger. Great performance from those two. But the leaders of the general classification is the Norwegian team Knudsen and Snødhammer, and great performance from a very competitive category, we could say. Not just looking at their rivals, Fair and Sonderegger, but also at the likes of Danny Schneider and Barty Bucher, both 9-time finishers, and now having almost crossed the line. They're not quite across the line yet. They've only reached the 53-kilometer mark. With 6 kilometers to go, they are about to become the only 10-time finishers of the SPAR Swiss Epic. Schneider and Bucher, well-known campaigners, former high-level riders. Danny Schneider, a road cyclist, and Barty Bucher, a campaigner at the Alps Epic. We've seen him many times at the Alps Epic, more than 10 times in fact. And Barty Bucher, a 10-time finisher, just about to be a 10-time finisher of the SPAR Swiss Epic. It's not over till it's over, but so close to home. He knows the trails well. He has every chance of making it home with Danny Schneider, and the two will be able to, riding on separate teams, but they'll be able to celebrate together as the only two riders ever to have finished all of the SPAR Swiss Epics. Right now in front of us, the winners of the stages 1, 2 and 3 struggled on stage 4 after a crash, and looking likely to win the grand finale with over a 4-minute advantage over their rivals today out on the course, and over a 35-minute advantage in the overall general classification. Team of Vera Loza, Kim Lecourt, with 5 minutes at the 53-kilometer, 5 minutes over their rivals. Topado Bulls, Sojna and Irina Lutschel-Schwab are again having a great week out, and they will be able to celebrate having finished the race. And Irina Lutschel-Schwab having struggled a little bit by her, in her own words, saying that she's had a long season. Her body, she says, is completely empty, but that is still unfair to say that, because a second place at the SPAR Swiss Epic is no mean feat. Third spot after inheriting the third spot on overall general classification. Calderon and Cortacas, they are riding steadily and are just around about 8 minutes 45 behind the leading team of Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt. Certainly have momentum behind them, where the partnership of the Namibian and the Mauritian, they are still buzzing from that excellent win at the Alps Epic 2023, and carrying the momentum all the way from the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic, where they finished third. They're going 2 better on this result in 2022. They are looking to win the 2023 edition, the 10th edition, and that can only give them even more confidence going into their next campaign in 2024. But also big part of the SPAR Swiss Epic 2023 story is the riders we're about to hear from in just a moment.
We'll be back with the winners, Grand Masters. We had an interview just 2 days ago. 2 days later, winning Swiss Epic in Davos. It's a good week for you as well.
Yeah, it has been a really nice week. Nice weather, good conditions, and perfect trails.
Perfect trail doing the whole week. You came in quite early today, so you've been pretty fast.
Yeah, but we decided yesterday that we should just control the GC, because we had 16 minutes before the stage, so we didn't push that hard today, but still not that far behind, I think. So we're very satisfied.
Yeah, but 16 minutes is quite a good margin, so anything can happen. Did you get some information about the followers, or how did you handle it today?
We could see the fair, they might be before us, but we had control over them, so it was no problem. No.
Was it from the beginning on that you said we want to win the Swiss Epic?
Actually, I had a different partner until 3 days before the race.
No.
So this guy took the challenge 48 hours before takeoff from Norway. So I'm very impressed with him. But he won the race last year, so I thought that it could be a good partner, and he obviously has been.
He phoned me actually 1 week ago. I was cycling Saturday morning, and he phoned me and I said, okay, this I have to think about. And then in the evening I told him, okay, I could do it.
So you had to be in a real good shape already.
Yeah, that's no problem.
That's not, the shape is never a problem.
No.
But was it hard for you to find another partner just in a short time?
Yeah, because it's not that many strong guys above 50, obviously, in Norway. So, but I know the few that there is. So, but I didn't know him that much before, so I had to take some calls, and then obviously it's difficult for people to take on such a big race on such short notice, and they know that I'm quite strong as well, so they don't want to.
I think I know. In total, I spoke with him maybe 1 minute in my life before we met in the airport.
Okay.
Now we know each other quite good.
Yeah. There's a whole week of racing together, sharing the living room, the hotel room, and everything.
The partnership has been perfect, I think. Yeah.
It has to be perfect. So that's key during a whole week. So do you learn each other? The learning process is right from the beginning on. Then
we learn each other the hard way.
Yeah. So let's go. That's probably the best. It's like speed dating.
I think we learned quite a bit on the first stage what his strong sides are and my strong sides are, and perhaps a more weaker side. So, and we adapt already the second day, and from that on it was perfect.
So you're the speed dating winning team from this year's Swiss Epic. Congratulations. Thank you very much for having you. Hopefully you're back next summer as a team, or we will see. We will see. We go back to Neil. Thank you. Hey, great story. Thank you.
And we are still with the UCI women's category leaders of the overall general classification, the leaders on the stage. They have a 5-minute buffer today over Torpedo Bulls, and they can comfortably roll into the finish as they are right now, although it is clear that Vera Lorza is setting a cracking pace, keeping everything rolling through, and Kim Lecourt is just straightening up her jersey for the sponsors, because they all want to put in a good appearance on that finish line. They've had a fantastic performance all week. They have really shown their rivals how it's done. A small, now seemingly small mishap is now fading into the distance, fading out of their consciousness, and well and truly part of a major part of their consciousness is the fact that they have won the SPAR Swiss Epic in 2023. Not only that, they are about to win the grand finale repeat of their 2022 performance. Vera Lorza, the Namibian, and Kim Lecourt as they head towards the finish to cap off a fantastic week of racing between these two. They have shown us all how it's done, and fairly new partnership, certainly around about a year old or so, and they have absolutely found perfect cohesion between them, and they have the ideal partner. Both of them will say that they are ideal partners to each other, and a just huge credit to the Namibian and the Mauritian rider. Multiple winners on the road, and now well and truly among the world's best in mountain bike stage racing. Fantastic bond between the Namibian Lorza and Kim Lecourt.
And from Croatia, the first ever Croatians to finish the SPAR.
And spare a thought for Kim Lecourt. It looks like she's still suffering a little bit from the effects of the crash yesterday. We saw when she was carrying her bike up those stairs, just as they were coming into Davos, the just a little bit of feeling, a little bit of pain in her back. She fell on her back yesterday, and but just a sweet taste of that champagne should take away some of that pain as they celebrate together, and that's what it's all about. It's about training together, it's about racing together, not leaving each other behind, and best of all, being able to celebrate together. And what a moment there for Connie Lorza, the husband of Vera Lorza. Connie Lorza with riding for Team Lux, He was 5th on overall general classification. He knows all about mountain bike stage racing and about racing at the sharp end of the field. Vera Lorza, Kemmler Court, having won their first SPAR Swiss Epic. They were 3rd last year, and of course taking that momentum into the 2023 Alps Epic, winning the race on overall. And what a performance from this pairing right now, showing the machines that they were on while that took them to victory over the last 5 days. 350 kilometers, 10,850 meters of climbing, and huge relief from Kemmler Court that the suffering is over. She can now rest, recover, and we'll be excited to see their campaign next year and their assault on the 2024 season. We can be sure of great things from this pairing when it comes to mountain bike stage racing.
Please, people, make some noise. Our women's champions of the SPAR Swiss Epic, Kemmler Court and Vera Lorza.
Paul K on the line, no stranger to announcing the top winners, the top riders of the day and of the week. He's been on the mic all week, and him and Till have been calling in the riders all morning and setting the riders off on their journeys every single day. And fantastic to have the voice of the Ironman on the line, well-known figure of the sport, Paul K. And, also on the line right now, a famous man in Switzerland, Dario Linde. He is with the riders right now, and we can see him in the background. He will no doubt be able to get a chance to chat to Vera Lorza and Kemmler Court, just hearing how they reveled in the trails today and how they coped with Kemmler Court's injuries after yesterday's crash. Connie Lorza, Adri Barandun, offering congratulations to the team of the moment, Elisator Efficient Infinity Insure. They finished the race in 3 hours, 8 minutes and 2 seconds. We are still waiting for Topada Bulls and Cannondale Vas Arabe women. Around about 5 minutes back at the previous checkpoint, Topada Bulls, Katarzyna Sojna and Irina Lutschel-Schwab, with Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortekas 9.5 minutes back. And very soon we'll get a chance to see the Swiss and the Lithuanian rider head through towards the finish in Davos. A hero's welcome for all of the riders, all 600 riders being represented, or each representing their country. And we have seen 45 nations being represented at the 23 edition, the 10th edition, an auspicious 10th edition. International riders making up 73% of the field. Swiss riders 27%, and of course it is their home race. The Swiss riders coming out en masse, 161 Swiss participants. South Africa, the second most represented nation, and some would say a surprise, because it isn't in Europe, plenty of surrounding European countries represented, but South Africa, a well-known country, famous for mountain bike stage racing. In fact, a couple of South African winners of the pinnacle of the Epic series, the Alps Epic. And South Africa, fans of the race. Fans of Switzerland, certainly, with 78 riders from South Africa. Germany, 36 riders from Germany. And the United States of America, 34 American riders participating at the SPAR Swiss Epic in 2023. Also see riders from the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, Belgium, Spain, Denmark, Austria, making up the 600 riders starting. 300 teams, 600 riders, as they have now conquered the Alps. Those who finished can look at that finisher's medal and say to themselves, I have conquered the Alps. Characteristic of the area, and certainly of the Graubünden region, famous for its jagged landscapes. And when it's all about conquering the Alps, they know that it's steep climbs, beautiful descents, and very soon we'll be hearing just how they coped with those obstacles along the way and how they've enjoyed their victory. Vera Lorza and Kemmler Court.
So we're here with this year's winner of this Swiss Epic, Kim. Big up. My hats off for you. So that was an amazing week for you, but 2 hard days. Yesterday the crash, today the win.
Yeah, yesterday was a survival game, to be honest. I don't even know how I rode to the finish. I had a terrible sleep last night, and today I was really motivated to do really good, and I just pushed through the pain. It was really sore, really sore, but yeah, we wanted so badly, so I'm really happy. And yeah, like I said, if you really want it, you can have it. It's just you have to just push through.
Yeah, but it was even hard for you, Vera, to not know how strong, how good Kimberly is today.
Yeah, it was. We sat all right behind her in the beginning to see how she's feeling, and then already on the first climb she was going to the front, and I'm like, oh well, she's clearly feeling good. So I'm in for a suffer day again. So we had a good ride. I could see on the bumpy part she was in a lot of pain. Luckily there were a few tar roads. But yeah, also the climbing, the long climbs towards the end, she was also like, oh, everything is sore and you can't push the power down. But I mean, we managed, and just to push or pull a stage win off is really cool.
You knew straight away that it's gonna work out for today, or how long did it take to get the feeling back?
Well, I think the most stress part for me was to sit on the saddle. And as soon as I sat on my saddle this morning, I didn't feel much pain. It's just when I push power. So at least that's a positive. At least I can sit on my bike comfortably. But yeah, I didn't know how I was going to feel. And on the first climb, I mean, my legs were fine. Yeah, my body sore, my back sore, my coccyx is sore, but my legs react. So I just listen to my legs and just, yeah, go as hard as I can possibly. And I knew it was going to get a bit technical in the first up towards the end. So I wanted to be in front there and kind of take my own pace because I knew I was going to be in pain. So yeah, it worked out the way we wanted it.
It was a mental thing today.
Yeah, definitely. On top of the last big climb, it was so painful. But like 200 meters and I had a thought in my head, like, I just want to stop. I just want to stand and like stretch a bit. But yeah, I can see people cresting over the top and I was like, okay, I'm almost there.
Okay.
But yeah, the downhill wasn't easy either for me. No.
Probably the whole body hurts, but definitely the strongest team won this year's edition of the Swiss Epic.
Yeah, I'm glad. I mean, there's lots of strong ladies here. I think the strongest team, putting the word team especially there, there are lots of strong riders, but you also have to be able to race as a team, know each other, the partner, and I think we really optimize that to the fullest.
To the maximum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good relaxation. Thank you very much, Vera Lose. I hope to see you back again next year at the Swiss Epic, but first, recover. Yeah.
I've got another stage tonight, so I'm flying.
Oh no, how long?
Probably like 18 hours or in all, yeah.
You're flying back tonight, 18 hours with
6 hours and layover, then 6 hours, yeah. It is what it is. At least I'll be back home.
But you're going back as a winner of the Swiss Epic. Danke vielmals. Thank you very much. Have a good flight. And a good... So, Neil, I don't have a flight. Back to you.
Well, Dori, you can enjoy and share some of the champagne with the riders, and Kim Lecourt on her flight will hopefully not be too overweight with the extra heavy metal she'll be carrying home with not only the finisher's medal, but also the winning trophy for her efforts and her partner's efforts at the 2023 edition of the race, the 10th edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic, and well earned for sure. They've had it hasn't been easy for them. It looked easy after stage 3. Going into stage 4, it it was about to prove easy until they came together with Adalait Marath, and that started the difficult stage for Kim Lecourt. A tricky day for her. She described it so eloquently that she barely wanted to continue, especially on that last big climb of the day just before the 2,600 meter summit, and that hiker bike section that many of the riders elected to get off and push. But more Credit to the Cannondale Vas Arabe team. The women's pairing of Calderon and Kortekas, they have finished in third spot. We saw earlier some of the pictures of Lutschelschop and Schosner, who had finished just while we were conducting the interviews. The Swiss and the Lithuanian rider placing second and third on the stage. Cannondale Vas Arabe is Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortekas. Fantastic performance from those three teams. Three women's teams in at the moment. The podium on overall and the podium for this week. And in a moment we'll be hearing from the women's team who have just recently crossed the line. Over to Dario.
Yeah.
And the town of Davos. And is there an alpine resort with as much sport in its blood as Davos? And it's true of mountain biking, certainly. And with the hundreds of kilometers of mountain biking trails and hiking trails surrounding the region. Great philosophy in the region of share the trails with the hikers, with the mountain bikers. And that's what it's all about. It's all about giving as many people access to this gorgeous scenery, the beautiful nature that we see in the Graubünden region. In fact, the whole of Switzerland is famous for those jagged peaks, and it really is quite a special sight if you're not just an athlete, but anyone who's visiting this region. Great moment for any of the 600 riders crossing the line. They get to meet the world's best riders, the winners, handing out the finishers' medals. What a special moment for the riders finishing this 350-kilometer course, 10,000 meters of climbing. And in the foreground, Monica Calderon, the Colombian, and the Dutch woman Tessa Kortekas getting a photograph with a fantastic performance. Third spot on the day, and third spot on the overall general classification. Always seeming to come good in the latter half of any stage race. Monica Calderon, and a campaigner that we've seen often before. We saw her at the Alps Epic in 2023, winning the grand finale, and she'll certainly enjoy that podium time. Coming from a nation of cyclists we've seen in the men's road racing, there is a long line of superb Colombian riders, and such a great cycling spirit, such a great cycling nation. And Monica Calderon carrying that through to the women's category. Before the start, this partnership formed, and it's becoming a bit of a theme. We saw in the Grand Masters a new partnership a week before the call was received, and they formed a team. And the same goes for the Bike Store Brunox team. Benjamin Michiel calling up daughter and inviting her to join him on his campaign, a successful campaign for the last 350 kilometers.
Lovely Lenzer rider, the setting for stage 1 of the 10th edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. 45 nations, 600 riders, 51 kilometers with 2,000 meters. It's time to conquer the Alps.
to get such a good gap on the first day and to take that into the next stages, because then we have a little bit more relaxed there, and also if something happens we have a little bit of a buffer. So yeah, we're looking forward to another 4 stages in the beautiful Swiss mountains. The weather is amazing. We are so lucky to have it this year. So yeah, we're looking forward to the next days.
Thank you, Lenzerheide. Hello, St. Moritz. It's a transfer stage, 81 kilometers, 2,350 meters of climbing, and be ready for the most spectacular views of the SPAR Swiss Epic.
Rolling now, the good vibes on the club.
It's so nice. Also the album was the scenery was great.
Loving it. The downhill trails are very, very good. Yeah, thanks a lot.
We are all in. It's great. It's fantastic.
Oh, the Bulls are looking to go as well. The Bulls are pushing hard. Oh, the Bulls take second place. The Mauritian national champion, the Namibian national champion, the Alps Epic champions.
Third day, stage 3 of the SPAR Swiss Epic, St. Moritz, and it's all about the words starting with the letter F. Fun and flow. 58 kilometers and 2,100 meters of climbing. Enjoy.
This stage was a lot of fun because we have all the flow trails around St. Moritz in one stage, so it was pretty a nice day.
Yeah, we are really happy. Today was a really nice stage. The climbs were hard, but downhills were really fun. So yeah, we enjoyed it and we worked really well together. And I think that was the key to success today.
This is the beginning of the end, and it's called the Queen Stage because it starts innocuous, but at kilometer 43 you climb, climb and climb until you drop down to Davos. 73 kilometers, 1,950 meters of climbing, but 2,200 meters of descent. And at the Swiss Epic, that means you need to work.
They started really fast, the Canyon guys, so Mark attacked and I was on the wheel. Yeah, me, I didn't even see if we won or not, so was a little bit of tension after the finish line to know who won, but finally we win, and super happy to take another stage win.
There was a crash. So there was a big crash in front.
Kim rode like a warrior today. Hey.
Are you okay?
Yeah. They just bumped into each other and went down both so hard. And so yeah, I just tried the best to manage her to get to the finish, but she was in so much pain, and hats off to her that she actually made it.
And we are in Davos today, this morning, for the grand finale. And with many of the 600 riders, 300 teams having finished already, we cast our minds back to the earlier scenes of the day. A start in Davos, finish in Davos, 59 kilometers with 1,750 meters of climbing ahead of the top men's contending team, who we see heading off out on their final sojourn around Switzerland. Davos to Davos, 19th of August is the day today, Saturday, and it marks the grand finale. Among the main contending teams, the first climb showed some fierce action as the top contending teams, with all to play for the top three steps on the overall general classification podium. It was the teams wanting to set the pace as fast as possible to make it difficult, to try and thin out the group on the paved sections. Maximum firepower used by the top teams in the race, including the likes of Buff Megamo and the Torpedo Factory team. And it was the tricky single track rocky section of trail that really started to separate the field out. Cannondale Vas Arabe on the back, losing almost 2 minutes at this point in the race. But they know that a little bit of patience, and there's always that chance of getting back on. But very tricky considering the fierce competition going up ahead, and of course so much to play for, with first and second place on overall general classification mostly taken care of by the Canyon Northwave team and Willia Pirelli team, but third spot was still up for grabs, and it was between Bulls, Team Larks and Buff Megamo, and that's why we saw such a fierce pace set by the Willia Pirelli team and also the Buff Megamo team. Bulls spare a thought for Axel Rudiel, who is not a fan of the long, steady climbs, but to his credit, he was able to stay very much in touch with the leading group. Team Larks, a new partnership, and Fadri Barendun pairing up with Connie Lawser, last-minute partnership, as they stay in touch with the very front of the race. Top 7, top 8 teams were all to play for about halfway through the stage. See Peter Pruis and Hans Becking having a great showing, and also wanting to try and unseat the Bulls from that third spot on the overall podium. And if you caught us live earlier on, you'll remember the scenes of the French national champion pushing hard to stay in touch. Also, a very unusual sight, a struggling Daniel Gesmeyer to match the pace of the very front riders, with Canyon Northwave putting maximum pressure down on the stage in the latter half. Casey South ready for another great performance. Bad luck, stages 1 and 2. Great showing on stage 3 with a podium finish. And looking for another excellent showing out at the SPAR Swiss Epic in the grand finale. But the teammate of the race certainly goes to Hans Becking, keeping his partner in contention. Peter Pruis giving his partner just a shove every now and again, keeping him well in touch with the lead. The day once again belonged to Canyon Northwave team. Martin Stozek on the front, Mark Stutzman following his Czech partner all the way up the climb, and solidifying their advantage and just gaining second by second, and making sure that they leave nothing to chance, staying out of trouble. And the best place to be out of trouble is, of course, on the front end of the field. Turpado Factory, a great day out for them, the Swiss and the Italian. Suffering greatly, Axel Rodil just keeping his powder dry and making sure that he keeps a steady rhythm and ensuring that he lives to fight another day. Into the hole shot goes Allemann, and knowing that his partner Daniel Gesmeyer has more than enough capability of closing that gap on the final descent, the final long descent, as they head into the final last section of the route into Davos. Daniel Gesmeyer getting in touch with the Bulls team, and his partner Wout Allemann on the front, keeping the pace high and wanting to secure that podium spot, not just for the overall but also for the stage. Another prestigious moment for them would be to stand on the podium for the grand finale. 2 times on the podium for them looks quite likely for the Willier Pirelli team, the all-Italian team, but still all to play for, and never leaving a moment of keeping the pressure on, making sure the Bulls felt that they needed to keep the efforts and maintain their efforts, was Peter Pruis and the Dutchman Hans Becking, making sure that his partner stays in touch with the contending teams. Hans Becking, a multiple national champion, Rodil, the current marathon champion, and we saw Hans Becking pushing his partner Peter Pruis, the Estonian champion. But the day belonged once again to Canyon Northwave, a dominant performance all week and making sure that their rivals knew it, finishing the race in first position. The grand finale won by Stutzman and Martin Stozek. The Canyon Northwave team, another victory for them, and making it 3 out of 5. They won the first stage, they won the second stage, and to cap it off perfectly, a bookend of victories for the Swiss and the Czech rider. Congratulations all round, some celebrations, and it's been a long season for them, and they'll look forward to some hard-earned rest. Hans Becking coming in, missing out on a podium spot today. But they all know that they did their very best. They put in their maximum effort and did all they could to try and unseat the Bulls from that position of third overall on the podium, and also try to fight for a podium position on the stage. Unsuccessful for Buff Megamo in terms of the results, but still a successful partnership, showing that they really have what it takes when it comes to two-person team stage racing. And very soon we'll catch a recap of the women's category, as very much in contention, or very much in the lead with 35-minute buffer. It was the team of Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt. We've spoken about it all morning, and in fact late into last night, where Kim Lecourt's injury is going to be enough to let her capitulate and not start today. But the fears were put to rest, and her fans could relax that she was able to start this morning. Bit of a worry last night as she climbed off the bike in tremendous pain, but no worries about whether or not they were going to start this morning. There was nothing going to keep this pairing away from the start, as they set off early on, setting a cracking pace with only two other teams able to maintain. Canadel Vas Arabe, great, coming good in the latter half of the race, and great stage races indeed. And with them also was Torpedo Bulls. It looked like at this stage that Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt were biding their time and just keeping their efforts measured, with Kim Lecourt still feeling the effects of yesterday's crash, but still with their steady pace set, they were able to put a little bit of distance into their rivals. As we say, Canadel Vas Arabe on the back of the field, followed by the Bulls Media e-bike of Thomas Ditch. And we're still watching the highlights of the race earlier this morning, as we witnessed the technical trails around Davos. And technical trails mean that they are narrow, with forestry either side, and of course those sneaky rocks, and the riders need to navigate carefully. And it's not always the narrow trails that could scrap the chances of any of the top teams. We saw Monica Calderon struggling on the descent in the wide open fire roads. So just to prove once again that anything can happen at any time. Getting a bit of a gap was the team of Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt, with Kim Lecourt happy to follow the wheel of Vera Loza. Vera Loza nursing her partner home, clearly in great pain, as we heard from the interview earlier, that today was certainly a struggle. Not quite as much of a struggle as yesterday was, but certainly with Kim Lecourt, she was very keen to get back to Davos as soon as possible, not just to celebrate a well-earned stage victory, but also a well-earned general classification victory, and also to get some rest. She is due to fly out this evening back to her native land, back to home, which is in South Africa. She is from Mauritius. She lives in South Africa. And Vera Loza, she wears the Namibian flag on her back as the Namibian champion, but she does live in Switzerland with her husband Connie Loza, who just happened to finish 5th overall in the men's classification. See, Vera Loza very happy to let Kim Lecourt set the pace, ride her own pace, and keep the pressure on to maintain some distance to their rivals. It's not necessarily about aiming to win the stage. They just wanted to keep their pace high, keep the pace steady, and enjoy their ride to the finish. And what a moment for Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt as they could smell home. They can not only smell home, they can see home and perhaps even hear the announcer on the line and perhaps even calling their own names as they head into the finish. A few kilometers still to go, and catching a glimpse of town at this point might be a bit of a false sense of security, because they still had several kilometers to go, several kilometers to ride as they would navigate the streets of Davos as they headed towards making history as the 2023 winners of the SPAR Swiss Epic. And just a look down the list of past winners of the SPAR Swiss Epic since 2014. This would be the first all-African pairing winning the SPAR Swiss Epic in the 10 years of the race. Since 2014, the first time that an all-African pair won the overall general classification, and fantastic performance from these two. They won stage, the final stage on in 2022 edition, and carrying that momentum through to a fantastic season from this pairing, Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt.
Now, Kyle and Mark.
Yeah, Kyle, Mark.
So we're here with Kyle and Mark. And Kyle is one of the strongest. He's an epic legend from now on. But the big thing is, you're an epic legend riding with a broken hand. Since when?
Since yesterday, 12 Ks in, we fell on the rooted section and I thought, oh, there's something wrong. And as the stage went on and on, I said to Mark, it's definitely broken. I can't feel it anymore. And I have to finish. Last year I fell again, and he had Swiss Epic. And this year I said, I'm doing all three in 1 year, getting the Legends badge, and I'm never coming back.
So you made 3 epics this year?
Yeah, I did Cape Epic, Croatia, and now Swiss Epic. Up to him. He paced me the whole way. He helped me. He was patient. It was painful, but we did it, and we're here. So thank you.
Show me your hand. Look at this. Show the inside. It's really swollen. So he's a real warrior. Riding with a broken hand, Mark, and mountain biking. So it's shaking all the time. Unbelievable.
To be honest with you, I don't know how he did it. When I saw him this morning, you know, the hand was all swollen, blue, black. The colors weren't really great. And then when he got the bike from the bike park and I saw him ride, I wasn't sure how he was going to do it. And somehow he pulled it off. We're here, he's an epic legend now. So yeah, congrats to him.
Simi Heldenblad, you're a professional road racer now for EF Education. Swapping to mountain biking, swapping to the good side now?
Absolutely, in the future. This is where I started. I started out with mountain biking and I went to the road. I think it's time to come back.
It's time to come back. It's time to come back for you as well for the next edition of the Swiss Epic. The trail's been amazing.
Yeah, I think I'll do Cape Epic, get my Amababuzi first, and then maybe Andorra next year. I want to do all the Epic series first before I come back. Yeah, this is a tough one. This is not easy. Swiss Epic is one of the hardest I've done.
Really? It's harder than most of the others because of the highness, or what makes it the hardest?
I think just there's no recovery. You're either climbing, you know, for an hour, and then the descents are, you know, quite rapid, fast, tricky. So you're focusing on that. As soon as you get to the bottom, you climb back up again. So there's no rest, there's no easiness, you know, but the trails are unreal. It makes climbing worth it. You get to the top and you can descend for 15, 20 minutes on some of the best trails in the world. So big ups to Epic for putting it on, and I'll see them in Andorra next year.
Hopefully. Heal up quick, Kyle. Thank you very much. Riding with a broken hand, getting a Epic legend. You definitely are a legend. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kyle. Have a good one, and we're going back with the Warrior. To you, Neil. Whoa!
It's all about the stories of the race, stories of mountain bike stage racing, and the stories of the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic. And that is a great story indeed, of the story of Kyle achieving his epic legend status, having ridden the Alps Epic and through two of the other epic series races, the Croatia, the Four Islands in Croatia, and the SPAR Swiss Epic. Finishing the SPAR Swiss Epic with what looks like a pretty damaged hand. Not recommended for all of us, but showing that how keen he is to earn that medal. And one of the things that he picked up on was how challenging he found the SPAR Swiss Epic. Interesting to talk to some of the other riders who may believe that the Alps Epic would be a tougher race, and it all really comes down to what you're used to. The Swiss locals are very accustomed to this terrain and may struggle with the rough terrain of the Alps Epic. And we're going to be hearing a little bit more from the riders as to how they found the 2023 edition, and in particular the grand finale. We'll be hearing from them in just a moment.
So we're here with Ayla, and Ayla, normally you're riding the Cape Epic as a camera videographer with the e-bike. Now the first time the Swiss Epic, and you said, oh, it's a hard one.
Oh, it is so hard. It's so brutal. I think coming from South Africa with no altitude and these long climbs that just go on forever, I did have numerous thoughts about the e-bike and missing it. But the trails are phenomenal, and it's such an amazing experience to be here.
Did you feel the highness from the first stage on from Lenzerheide?
Yeah. No, the altitude, you feel it straight away. It's like someone's turned the power completely off on your legs. Yeah, it's hectic.
So that makes it even harder, and the trails are different than in South Africa.
The trails are different, a lot more rooty, but the rockiness we quite enjoyed, and the technical side we did enjoy. I think coming from South Africa, we are used to some sort of technical aspects, so we had an amazing time on the downhills. Not so much on the ups, but on the downs was phenomenal.
For next year, you swap jobs. You're riding the e-bike and she's competing at the Cape Epic?
Yeah, I think so.
No.
Why not?
No, I enjoy following the ladies. I like staying behind the ladies with the e-bike. It's fun to see and experience how the racing unfolds. It's a very cool experience.
It was probably a new point of view for you.
Yes, I have raced the Cape Epic before, so I have been in the normal bike. But yeah, it's different to experience both sides. Always fun, both ways.
Okay, and how was it for you, the Swiss Epic? So scenery, trails, weather?
Scenery, 10 out of 10. Trails, 10 out of 10. Climbing, 0 out of 10. Weather, 10 out of 10. So it's incredibly hard, much harder than I expected. The climbing, just because of the altitude and the gradient. The trails, the climbs are a lot steeper than we're used to in South Africa and longer. So it was challenging.
So you conquered the Alps, and I give you a 10 out of 10. Thank you very much.
Have a good one, a good recovery. So, Neil, they have to recover. Back to you.
Yeah, they'll certainly enjoy the glow, the post-race glow that they'll have from the 2023 edition of the SPAR. This was the 10th edition, and we spoke with Isla Stowe and Kylie Hanekom. Isla Stowe is well known in mountain biking circles, and especially when it comes to covering the race, covering the Alps Epic. We talked about her riding the Bulls Media e-bike. She's one of the Bulls Media e-bike riders at the Alps Epic. She was able to ride the entire race today without the assistance of a motor, but giving her the opportunity to really experience it from a rider's point of view. She follows the women at the Alps Epic, and she was able to really get an experience of what it's like to conquer the Alps. And very soon we'll be able to get a chance to chat to some of the other, or two of the other e-bike riders. The Bulls Media e-bike bringing us the coverage, giving us front row seats to the action. And we'll be hearing very soon from none other than Stefan Sam and Thomas Ditch.
So we're back with Thomas Ditch and Stefan Sam. These are the two guys riding the e-mountain bike during the whole week, following the riders. You swapped between men and women's competition. Thomas, a good week for you as well. Probably you could enjoy a bit more of the landscape and of the view than the competitors.
Is it a question?
That's a question.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, it was super fun for 5 days. We were doing like 5 stages, incredible. It was really nice with the trail, with the feeling with Stefan, with the spirit, with the project also with the e-bike, following riders with e-bike and all the stuff for filming was not easy challenge, but yeah, we made it. And what to say? It was really good.
It's really good. You like the trails here up in Davos, you said, Stefan. You want to stay a bit longer. So we've been talking about the trails here around, and you definitely have to come back.
I will come back for holiday to this place. Like, we only did one side of the mountain, and you just talked about the other side, that there's so many options. And I mean, all along the route, you look left and right, and you see so many trails that are not on the route. It's just incredible, the possibilities for mountain biking in this region. It's just really mountain bikers' heaven.
It's mountain bikers' heaven. Did you enjoy all of the stages, Thomas?
Yesterday was a bit complicated because we get some material problems and it was really slippery. I think yesterday was not so successful, but all others, the stage was really good.
I just asked this question because of the battery. So you've been running out of battery. It's always him. Last year, he was running out of battery. This year again. So you had to paddle up to, was it the stage to St. Moritz?
That was the stage for summer, but was not too bad compared to last year. When I remember, I'm more last year than this year. This year was okay. But also the weather was better. Then you can also enjoy even if you have no battery on the bike.
What is the acceptance from the riders to you, e-mountain bike guys? So do they talk to you, or I see Connie Lawson today having a chat with you?
Yeah, Connie had a quick check. He was complaining about the speed of the front group. And I told him, hey, there's nothing I can do. Huh? You just have to follow. No, but the feedback is really, really good. Like after the stage, or also now, they are coming to us and saying thank you for what we are doing and trying to bring the sport, like the action, how it is and how it is on the bike, to the people on the screens, on YouTube, in the app and everything. So we really get good feedback and people really accept it. We, of course, with our experience as racers, we kind of actually know exactly what to do when depending on the racing situation, we can judge if we can be in the mix or if we have to drop back and keep a bit of a distance.
Most of you experienced riders, mountain bike, cross country, and the marathon thing. And yesterday you had another job as well. So as a first helper, you've been straight with the two ladies, and you had to look after them. But that was probably a strange situation for you. Did that happen for the first time like that?
Yeah, I mean, a crash like this is always super unfortunate, and it was, yeah, I didn't see how the crash happened, but I mean, if you see riders lying on the ground, you can't be just someone that films and watches. You have to go check. because they were both on the ground breathing heavily. And I know Adelheid for a long time. Since national team, cross-country team, we did lots of races together, and I also know Kim for a long time now from the Epic and all this. And yeah, I mean, you go check. I mean, it could be that there is something really serious and help is needed. So yeah, always good. There's the racing side and there's this side as well. So you need to make sure you stay human.
Yeah. That's definitely a good thing. Thank you very much for that. Hey, Thomas, we were talking about your shoulders. Do they hurt after 1 week of wearing an 8-kilogram backpack?
It's still okay. I can go for two more days. If it's
without a backpack?
Without a backpack, yeah, for sure. And with gondola and with no e-bike.
Okay, otherwise I can grab some stones and put it in a backpack. Probably you train like that, you said.
No, I say never that. I never say that. Sorry, but no, that's not my thing. I train more with a normal bike. I mean, I train a bit with my bike, but also a lot with the enduro bike. Finally, it's half. Yeah.
But you have to get used to this whole stuff with the whole gear, 8 kilogram, and what I think as well, the view. So if you're on with the head camera, you can't look around all that. You always have to think about that.
Yeah, it's difficult. If you film from the chest cam, it's pretty straightforward. You just follow because it does everything with you. We can switch to the head cam, and then for sure you have to make sure that you keep a steady picture and don't move your head around like crazy. So yeah, it's always stuff to think about, and everything is challenging.
I was just looking around if there's one of your helmet, because you're wearing earpieces, microphones. The helmet is heavier because of the earpiece and everything, and the camera on top of it, and you're communicating all the time, so you get the information from the studio when you are online and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of info that we get on the helmet. We know what's happened in front of the race. We know what's happened behind. We know some time gap. We are listening what you are talking, and yeah, it's a lot of information, but good for us to know what's happened and to know where we are in life. Yeah, good information.
Yeah. So when we get a lot of information from you guys, a lot of live pictures, a lot of beautiful views as a helper, as the good mood person in the racing field. Merci beaucoup, Thomas. Merci.
Merci, Stefan.
Merci, Stefan. Schön sind Sie dabei.
See you next year.
Probably see us next year. You have to sign my contract.
Yeah.
No problem. I sign it now.
Okay, good. So we're looking for a contract for next year for these two guys as well. The Bulls made it team, Stefan Sam and Thomas Ditch. Big up. Grazie Fitch.
Thanks to you.
Yeah, you learned some Romansh as well during the week.
Yeah. I learned a lot this week. Yeah.
So you understood a bit, you said?
A little bit, yeah, because I speak Italian and French, and this is a mix of Italian and French, and that's why I listen and I understand a bit. Yeah.
Okay. Next year, he's talking Romansh straight from the e-bike. Back to you, Neil.
Bye.
And I'm sure I can speak for every one of the fans watching the race and watching the coverage and enjoying the live stream. A big thank you from all of us to Stefan Sam, Thomas Ditch, for being out there, putting their bodies on the line, out on the course, and following the top riders in the world in the thick of the action, bringing us those front row seats we've almost come to take for granted, and lest we do, because Stefan Sam and Thomas Ditch are experts in mountain biking and now have well and truly become the de facto experts in covering mountain bike stage racing at the very highest end of the sport, and it's a fantastic privilege to be able to watch and see how the race unfolds from the rider's point of view. And just talking about the expertise of Thomas Ditch and Stefan Sam. Stefan Sam is a 3-time winner of the Alps Epic, and that was when he was riding with partner Carl Platt, and a well-known and well-documented account of those years was having the backup team of Thomas Ditch and very often Tim Boehmer, who were able to offer their support at just the right time, tactical support, and also helping with some of the technical issues that Carl Platt and Stefan Sam would have. Carl Platt went on to race with a new partner and won his 5th Alps Epic title and still holds the record for the most number of titles out of any rider at the Alps Epic. Joint leader, or joint, you could say, joining him with that prestigious title, you could say, with 5 wins, is Christoph Sauser. And let's not forget, in the women's category, Annika Langfall. And if you follow the Alps Epic, you'll be able to hear Annika Langfall on the microphone as one of our co-commentators. And great to have her as well. So great to have commentating the race from the thick of the action, Stefan Sam and Thomas Ditch, and also bringing us those marvelous pictures, the thrilling pictures of the even more thrilling trails. And we're going to have some more interviews down on the line with Dario, hearing more about exactly what it's like to be taking on the challenge of riding in the Alps at the SPAR Swiss Epic.
You've been cheering really much, so can we have it one more time? Woo! Beautiful. So after 5 stages, 5 days of racing, happiness all around.
Amazing, yes.
Yeah.
It's great. Loved all the routes, all the single trail, but now our legs are tired.
You're tired as well?
Yes, for sure. That was hard. One of the hardest things I've done, I think. I've never done a stage race, so this was a really good challenge. But with a good partner, it's always easier.
That makes it a bit easier, but you have to do all the stages. What's the story from both of us? Everything went good through the whole week, no discussions, nothing else?
No, only laughs and smiles, and I mean, she's quite the clown, so it's always funny on the route. It was always a good time, for sure, yeah.
I also think we very evened out, like also on the climbs and on the downhill, so we were a really good pair for all of the...
What was the relationship to the other riders? So you always met the same riders, competitors during the whole week?
Yeah, pretty much rode with... No, it was always good. It's always fun to see the same people and to kind of challenge them and tell them we'll catch them next time or they catch us. It's always fun, yeah.
We always have some people that we catch on the uphills and then they get us on the downhills again or on the flats. So you always kind of like also battle with them. So it's a lot of fun, yeah.
And you're wearing the white jersey. The white jersey means you're the winners of the amateur women's category. Yes. One more time. Cheers!
But we really hope that next year there are going to be a few more amateur women competing and have a few.
So if you're listening to this stream next year.
Go, ladies!
Let's get them together, all here.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good recovery for both of you. And screaming is the best during the whole day. Yeah.
We'll be cheering for everyone.
Yeah, they're cheering for everyone. So we're waiting still for a few hundred finishers here. Ciao, Zema. Back to you, Neil.
Great to see the new categories entering the Epic Series portfolio of mountain bike race. We saw it at the Alps Epic, the amateur category, which is an open category to anyone racing who's not registered with the UCI as a professional or as a full-time racer, giving the opportunity to the riders who have, we could say, full-time jobs and kind of level the playing field so that those racers have something to compete for. It is a competitive mountain bike stage race, certainly, and Team Zurich Sweden, Linda Dettering and Julika Paul winning that category. And talking of winning, there was nothing like the sweet taste of success and some champagne as the riders reached the finish. And that's what it's like to be a champagne bottle at the SPAR Swiss Epic once Martin Stozek and Mark Stutzman get hold of you and celebrate their victory. A well-earned victory in the UCI men's category, the fastest riders out on the course both today and on overall GC. And in the women's category, Vera Loza and Kim Lacourt another well-earned victory, not without its tribulations, but their partnership and their team dynamic certainly pulled them through the difficult times, and capping it all off with a remarkable stage win today in the town of Davos, and celebrating with them. Connie Loza, Vera Loza's husband, he knows exactly what it means to this pair to win the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic. And that's the great thing about being down on the finishing line. We get to speak to the riders, and Daria gets a chance to just have a discussion about what it's like out in the alpine landscape, the jagged peaks, and certainly with the riders having to earn their keep, earn their day, earn their kilometers, and earn that finisher's medal with 10,850 meters of climbing. Over to you, Dario.
Rahel and Stefan just finished this Cape Epic as a couple. Is it easier if you're a couple, or does it make it a bit harder?
For me, it was easier than, so I know her really well, so I know I can push her and I can say, go, 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 and she, no, no, and say, go, go, go. So, yeah, it was nice, yeah.
And for you, Rahel?
Yeah, it was very good because I knew he will hold my back and he will push me through and motivates me very well. So yeah, it made us stronger together.
You're coming a bit closer together now, so it must be a hashtag couple goal from now on to do the Swiss Epic as a couple.
Yeah, I think we will do it again. Yeah, I think so. It was such a nice week and we were motivated every day, and the routes were perfectly. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
And for her was like the first mountain bike race, yeah?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm a long time ago, but with her was the first time together, and for her was the first mountain bike race, yeah.
Yeah, you did pretty good. Yeah. So, yeah.
And we are from Davos, so we are now all these trails. Yeah,
so you're coming home, really home now.
Yeah, so we are really motivated a lot. We know a lot of people here, and so we had a lot of fun, yeah.
So the Swiss Epic is not over for you. You stay a little bit here, doing some participation, some party, after work beer.
Yeah, for sure.
Rahel, danke vielmals, gratuliere. Danke vielmals auch dir, gratuliere, herzliche Gratulation. Und dann sehen wir uns hoffentlich nächstes Jahr wieder bei dieser Austragung hier am Swiss Epic.
Schauen wir, ja.
Schönen Tag noch.
Danke vielmals.
So, that was Swiss German. We're going back to English with Neil.
And great to hear from Rahel Betik and Stefan Sulzer. And Dario, you'll be able to correct my pronunciation. And just getting into the hang of speaking some Swiss German, at least having a good try. But certainly I think I've got some way to go before I'm able to converse fluently in Romansh. And looking forward to that day when I'll be down on the line with Andreas being able to speak and converse. But still a long way to go before that. And for many of the riders still finishing today's stage, there's a long way to go. He had 600 riders at the start in Lenzerheide. And the riders enjoyed a loop course on stage one. And the field thinned out a little bit with some withdrawals. And we saw one of the most high-profile withdrawals was Daylight Marath, one of the race favorites going in, a former winner in 2022 and in 2019 with Bettina Janis. Unfortunately had to retire. But of those 599 riders, they will be enjoying their ride into the finish. Many of them have finished already, and some still a little bit to go. And we're going to see just in a moment, and there we have it, the descriptive pros of the result sheet. Live general classification, that is the official time results right now from stage 5. After stage 5 of the general classification, Canyon Northwave, Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman, fantastic victory. 14 hours, 32 minutes and 34 seconds of racing. And after all that, they had a 7-minute and 38-second advantage over Willia Pirelli, putting another minute into Gesmeyer and Allemann on the grand finale stage, with the Bulls Simon Schneller and Axel Rudil Cortinat 26 minutes back in third spot. That coveted third spot that the teams of Bulls, Buff Megamo, Team Larks were all after. It looked like Canyon Northwave were almost untouchable in that first position, with Willia Pirelli the nearest contenders. So that left the Bulls, Buff Megamo, Team Larks to compete for that final spot on overall general classification. And in the women, another exciting race. And for maybe sometimes for not the reasons we'd prefer, a crash yesterday made us all wonder. Could Kim LaCourte continue on day 5, stage 5? And having some checkups last night, she was able to start this morning and defend that overall lead with Vera Lorza. Team Elizator Efficient Infinity Insure victory over Torpedo Bulls and Cannondale Vas Arabe women. Torpedo Bulls 42 minutes and 7 seconds back, 1:43 and 27 seconds back. Cannondale Arabe and Monica Calderon, Tessa Corticos, a great result for the Colombian and the Dutch woman.
Bienvenido a Davos con Anselmo y Samuel. ¿Qué tal?
Perfecto, muy bien. Una prueba espectacular y es para disfrutar y volver a repetir, la verdad. Muy bonito. Muy
You're
bueno.
coming back next year. Ah, great. Yeah, but you already made a few of the epic stuff because you're an epic legend from now on.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, actually, I started with the Cape Epic, the first one. Then we did Andorra both together, and finally this one. So in 1 year I got this thing. So very happy with this thing. And of course, a lot of money, a lot of effort, but very happy.
You're happy with the trails. Did you like the landscape?
Listen, it was amazing. We were talking about that. So the first day, starting in Letzenheide, so it was unbelievable. But we think that after we started going to St. Moritz and everything, seeing all the glaciers, seeing all the scenery, all the nature was amazing. And the trails is an amusement park for adults, right? So you enjoy it a lot. Yeah. Yeah.
Para ti, etapa 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No puedo decir una etapa en concreto. Todas las etapas han sido... Cada etapa ha tenido un detalle y siempre espectacular. Muy bonito, ¿verdad?
Oh. Gracias, muchas gracias. See you next year. Hasta la próxima.
Espero.
And from Spanish with this epic legend and the newbie. He made it for the first time, the Swiss epic, Anselmo. Back to you, Neil.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Great to have multiple nations representing their countries at the SPAR Swiss Epic. We spoke about it earlier, 45 countries represented at the SPAR Swiss Epic, part of the global portfolio of races. And we can see the Epic Series logo in the background, the global mountain bike logo that represents the series of mountain bike races, with the pinnacle being the Alps Epic. And today we're at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Earlier in the year, we saw the 4 islands, Croatia and the Andorra Epic. All part of the Epic Series, all part of the experience that the riders will have. The rider experience is a full-service mountain bike stage race, and no exception to that is the SPAR Swiss Epic, where the riders will get to enjoy the rewarding trails and will certainly earn that reward with those vertiginous climbs. It's 2-person teams, top professionals and ambitious amateurs alike will explore these trails, and they stayed overnight in double rooms in Lenzerheide, St. Moritz and Davos. It was an unforgettable alpine experience for every single one of them. 5 nights of that legendary Swiss hotel accommodation in the race villages, and dinner and breakfast, enjoying it over a meal, exchanging some stories of the race. at breakfast and also in the evening as the riders cross the line. They'll also be able to enjoy a recovery meal at the finish, and one of the most important parts of cycling, coffee. And for those that drink it, some beer, local beer at the race villages. In fact, today they passed one of the sites where the beer is brewed. So probably a very exciting moment for some of the riders, and we'll be able to hear a little bit more about how they coped with it today. South Africans on the ground, having finished their campaign in 2023 as finishers of the SPAR Swiss Epic.
Yes, we're back in Davos. You are actually from Davos and you just finished the Swiss Epic.
Yes, I did. It was amazing. It was hard, tough, but I'm so happy that Quinton is with me. Bokki's from South Africa. Thank you, Bokki, for keeping me all the way company.
Yeah, for me coming from South Africa, I thought I'm gonna have problems with the altitude. Luckily, I didn't have problems. I always managed to keep my partner safe, doing the hard work in front, making sure he's safe on the downhills. I must say Switzerland is a beautiful country. I think I might come back to next year.
Ah, perfect. Yeah. You've done the Cape Epic together, so you went down to South Africa to do the Cape Epic and you came to Switzerland to do the Swiss Epic. What's better?
Yeah, I think Switzerland is much better.
Right.
Especially the single track.
Really?
Yeah, the single track is insane.
But you have to stay a bit longer in that case.
Yeah, I will. I think I might lose my passport and stay here.
Okay, you have a passport for him?
No, I think the Cape Epic is amazing. For us, for Swiss guys to go to South Africa, to use the trail there is amazing. And for him, it's good to come to Switzerland and to see our trails.
So we're looking forward to have you back at the Cape Epic probably and at the Swiss Epic. Well, we see you celebrating before. Quinton, can you do that one more time? This is how you do it. Thank you very much. Danke dir noch vielmal. Gute Erholung, good recovery here in Switzerland, and we see this guy soon.
And that is the mountain bike community, the tight-knit mountain bike community in a nutshell. Multiple nations enjoying each other's cultures and traveling and enjoying the terrain that is typical of the area. And we heard from Quinton just talking about the typical terrain of the SPAR Swiss Epic, and his partner describing how he revels in the trails of the Western Cape. Highly different experience for all of the riders, and that's what it's all about. That was the spirit behind the foundation of the Epic series of global mountain biking. Being able to handpick iconic regions of mountain biking all around the world and give riders the experience to enjoy them at their very best, to handpick the best trails and really understand as much about the trails and also about each other. It's a two-person team race, and it's all about getting to know your partner and that team dynamic, and at the end of the day enjoying the camaraderie-ship of the pro-amateur event, being able to meet the top professionals of the sport, ride alongside them, test themselves on the same trails, and also enjoy a meal at the end of the day, a coffee, and just share some stories and share the experience. That's our sport. That's the sport of mountain biking, the very essence of it. And we'll be hearing from more South Africans. South Africa is the second most represented nation after Switzerland at the SPAR Swiss Epic. And we've got a special guest waiting at the finish line with Dario right now. We're about to speak to Team Fairtree.
So that's also Swiss Epic. You take something home, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a contact sport, you know. So, yeah, I was saying to Gary earlier, you got to get into it, and sometimes the fall just gets you ready and gets you right. So, but yeah, it's been an incredible event. Such a privilege to ride here. The terrain, the track, the people, just out of this world. Yeah, it was incredible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is not your first Swiss Epic.
No, it isn't. I did one in 2018, but they were both really, really good. I love the trails here. Very different to what we used to in South Africa. We've done a few Cape Epics. Trails are magnificent, good variety, and obviously lots of hectic climbing.
You need one more, and then you're a legend?
Yeah, I've done a couple back home. I've done 9 local epics in South Africa. But yes, if I can do another one, I'll be very grateful. Yeah, and I just want to say thank you very much to Fairtree for making it possible for us. Yeah, it's just been an incredible privilege.
Thank you very much. Hey, which was your favorite stage? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? But the whole week was just amazing.
Yeah, you're asking me. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed every stage at various times in the stage. There were some hard days, but I think, yeah, I enjoyed stage 3. Although it was quite a tough climb, but I don't know. I just enjoyed that. I felt quite strong on that day, so that was my best.
So, and you probably like the last one the best because you take something home.
Yeah, I've got a bit of the Swiss ground in me, some rocks, some trees. So yeah, I've got something to take home with me. Yeah, so maybe a scar, you know, that I can.
A scar stays forever.
Yeah, every time.
A Swiss scar as well.
Yeah, a Swiss scar. Every time I look, I can say, hey, Swiss Epic with my mate Gary.
Tattoos are so out. Yeah. Tattoos are out. We here at the Swiss Epic, we bring home some scars that stay forever. So thank you very much, guys. Good recovery. Have a beer, have a chat, and hopefully we see you next year as a legend, and then we celebrate much harder. Thank you very much. So, it's over soon, and I'm having a scar in my heart probably, because it's over soon. So, we're going back to Neil.
And thanks, Dario. And that was on the left-hand side of our picture. We were meeting none other than Gary Kirsten. And for cricket fans out there, they will know exactly who Gary Kirsten is. And that's one great thing about mountain biking in the community, is that it attracts sportsmen from all over, from all walks of life, from all sports. Gary Kirsten, a world-class cricketer, and was the South African, not only a South African cricket player in the World Cup, also a cricket coach. He's coached South Africa, he's coached India, and a legend certainly in South Africa and among cricket fans alike. Great thing about him visiting Switzerland, I'm not sure Dario will tell us if Switzerland is much of a cricket nation, but he will go mostly unnoticed among the locals in South Africa. But Gary Kirsten certainly is a hero in South Africa, a national hero. Great to see him participating and carrying that competitive spirit through into his new sport of mountain biking. And definitely a legend in cricket and certainly in mountain biking too. Very soon we'll be able to see some more of the results and the tremendous achievements of some of the top contenders, the top categories, or the top riders in each category, and some of them newly introduced to the Epic Series, including the great grandmasters, and of course we've seen them already, we've met them already, winners of the amateur categories. And as promised, the leaderboard, the final leaderboard on overall general classification, Scott Davos Mountain Bike Project, and it's Florian Vogel, former professionals Vogel and Martin Gujen, winning convincingly over Evok Finland and the Labikeria Lepunia cycling team, the all-Swiss team, Sasha and Führer, over an hour back. And great to see the founder of Stoll Bikes riding he came in 4th spot and being able to test his bikes to the limit in the perfect test ground. And looking down the list, we have a multitude of nations, the Croatians, we have Colombians, and of course the Antipodeans, along with the Czech riders. Novota will be proud of his compatriot, his fellow countryman who won the race, Martin Stozek. And great to see such a representation of riders in the Masters category. Very hotly contested category indeed. And in the Masters women, again making a strong showing, Stolbikes and the in first and second place, and Madzhos, that is Tanner and Albekerli. Quite a bit of time separating the top three positions, and no doubt the Masters women category will be more hotly contested in the future. Look forward to seeing that category develop in the near future. In the mixed, we have Bike Store Brunox Racing Team, a new partnership freshly formed for the race, and the all-German pairing Michael and Martuszewski winning by over 50 minutes over Pit Stop Velo Cafe, the Canadians, and CBZ Asphaltos coming in third spot. 56 minutes down. Very close fight for the second and third position. And looking down the list, we can see more South Africans, more Swiss riders, and again, a well represented, the world of cycling represented by a multitude of flags. The amateur men, let's spare a thought again for Stolbikes, a great showing at their home race, leading Team Portugal by 16 minutes, quite closely contested, and Al and Va, the Swiss pairing, in Rotsch and Buetti. And it says amateur men, but there is nothing amateur about Thomas Frischknecht. Thomas Frischknecht is a founder of the Swiss Epic, one of the three founders, Danny Gehrig, Joko Vogel in 2014, and he'll no doubt be proud of the race, having reached its 10th edition, and celebrating that in the 4th spot in the amateur men's category, riding with great friend Mr. Dish, and 42 minutes off the pace. But no doubt Thomas Frischknecht will have, he'll be the first to say he's put his racing days behind him, and formerly racing in the Grand Masters category, in fact placing third in Grand Masters. And let's also remember that he has won the mixed category at the Alps Epic. Elder statesman of the sport, and great to have him here at the race. One of the pioneers, you could say, of mountain biking, and appropriate that we have him here at the 10th edition of the race that he founded. Congratulations to the All-Swiss team for winning the amateur men, and in the amateur women, finishing recently Deutering and Paul having won the amateur women category. As we said, it's a new category that we hope to see develop in the future. Zurich, Sweden, victors on the day and on overall GC. Another new category, Valet and Acuto, that is the winning pairing in the Great Grand Masters men. That is riders over the age of 60 at the start of the race, and no doubt we'll see more and more riders streaming into this category as it becomes more and more competitive. Great Grand Masters men at the SPAR Swiss Epic.
Just in case you weren't listening the first time, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. And by the way, I will be supporting the Springboks at the Rugby World Cup. The bells ring from Ireland. Welcome, Patrick and Andrew. I hope you've had a savage day. I love your shirts. Those are gorgeous. Wow. Well done to our Branding Sports CC, Paddy Murphy and Andrew McQuaid. Team 8300 are about to join us. From Belgium, Michael Paulus en Louis Thiers. Goed gedaan, mannen, goed gedaan. You have conquered the Alps. The later we get into the afternoon, the louder the bells need to be for the Swiss Weasels. Bravo, Andreas. Bravo, Stavros. You've conquered the Alps, and Team Frother here. Another Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Well done, Jamie. Well done. Or should I say, well done, Larissa. And well done, David. And a couple of Brits on the way. Jack from It Was Jack's Idea is finished. So, Jack, you better be here ready to welcome your mates, the ones you challenged in the pub, because they have done it. Team, It Was Jack's Idea. Jamie Chalmers and Henry Marks. Well done, you two. You've conquered the Alps. You gotta love that bad idea that's just turned into a good idea. Jack, I hope you're proud of yourself. Which one's Jack? Yeah, Jack, you're the one buying the beers tonight, brother. Give me the green light. I'm ready to go, go, go. Oh, 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 yo, yo, yo. Quinton, Umfuet. Well done, Brew. Quinton Abrams. You can come here, Brew. You don't have to jump. I don't want you to hurt yourself. Put your hands together. Two super sappers all the way to the finish line. Our Dutch South Africans, Egon Tinnison and Kieran Hansen. Look at you two legends. Easter, you have conquered the Alps. What are you waiting for? We've got the green light to make it loud, make it proud for Dario and Marina. There's another one of our phenomenal mixed teams. So many mixed categories. Bike Wallenstadt ist so schön in der Wallenstadt. Und jetzt geht's los, meine Lieben. Bravo Dario, brava Marina. You have conquered the Alps. Schauen wir mal. Großartig. And Team Greybeard is about to arrive, winning one of our categories. Hey Quinton, thanks for saying how's it, bro? Team Greybeard are about to arrive. One of the best dressed teams with the best energy. Team Greybeard, you've conquered the Alps. Winning one of our categories where we have these fun categories for most entertaining, best dressed, best spectators. Ik was a beetje bekommerd, but luckily they're back again. They just went to refill on the hydration systems. We have 4 Dutch riders. The Ben Lieberson and the Craft Beer team. Luc, Rob, Martin and Billy. Heel gefeliciteerd mannen, heel goed gedaan. And you have conquered the Alps. Solo rider to the finish line from the Cadejos. Bravissimo. We say Prost to the Calendar Racing Team. Und wir haben eiskaltes Calendar-Radler für euch. Bernard Äbirügg, the Epic Legend with Daniel Vogler. Well, beautiful people, we've got a Masters Men team and a Grand Masters Men team on the way. To the Cadejos, Daniel Hannig, And the legend that is Andy Diacon with Axel. I hope Natalie as well. I love that you're wearing the Table Mountain Bikers shirts. Danke Andy und danke Axel und gratuliere. Buen trabajo, Pep. Buen trabajo, Jordi. It's your team, Nautilus Racing. We welcome Stéphane and Nathalie. Félicitations, Nathalie. Félicitations, Stéphane. Dude, we are beyond proud of you. Gareth sent me a message to say he got to big you up big time. Taro, despite finishing alone, you have conquered the Alps, Taro Eckstein. Good job, my brother. And the SPAR CEO there to welcome Taro personally. We welcome the team motorfolkers, Jaap van der Maas and Mano Verliesholz. Well done to the motorfolkers. Goed gedaan, feliciteerd. Now those are real Swiss cowbells I can hear. I like it. Are you partnering now, the three of you? In Spun. One team, the dream team when it comes to spectators. And I dedicate this song to all our spectators. You are all beautiful people. Especially you three. And we are live streaming to the world until the final rider over the finish line. We'll also have the award ceremony in 90 minutes now. It'll be 3 p.m. award ceremony. We are on Divine Davos on this Super Saturday, the final day of 5 days. 5 stages of racing in the beautiful Alps of the Graubünden region. Add it to your bucket list. Swiss Epic, it is sublime. To the team, it was Jack's idea. Look at you go, the Ogre and the Imp. And Jack's idea with their bikes aloft. Remember, hashtag Swiss Epic, hashtag Conquer the Alps, hashtag the bike is heavy. Team Usui, living in the USA, racing at a British flag and the American flags. Another one of our amazing mixed teams showcasing this beautiful race to the world via YouTube. Team Usui, Kelly Jones and Austin Bufald Arnett. Well done, both of you. We know you've had a blast because you haven't stopped smiling. Thank you for being a part of the SPAR Swiss Epic, the 10th edition of our Swiss Epic. 5 times in the Valleys and 5 times here in Graubünden. Team BNK next, zweimal Rot-Weiß-Rot Österreich. Birgit und Kurt. Großartig. And the amateur women, Kali Rado Rogues, Jana Nuba, and Krista Silvers. You're not silver, you are golden, and you have conquered the Alps. Ringing the bells nice and early because they can spot two South Africans on final approach. Two Sappers, two Americans. Team Longevity, spelt all Larney and all, and Team Muggy and Todd. The Masters men and the Amateurs women from South Africa, Michael Jeffrey, Mark Fuller, good job. You've conquered the Alps. And Danielle Wegenstein with Margot Kelly, you have conquered the Alps. Well done, all of you. You are all amazing. As a matter of fact, you're beyond amazing. Hier kom nou die Vredehoek skollies uit die Kaap uit. A couple of KP's on the finish line. Hoe lyk het? Ek en jy naked. Pierre Everard and Dennis van der Westhuizen. Well done, Pierre. Well done, Dennis. Well done to the Vredehoek skollies. You have conquered the Alps. You probably conquered climbing up and down to the blockhouse many, many times on the foothills of Table Mountain. Now you have conquered the Alps. Great Britain and Spain. Team True North and La Infinita Locura. Finishing solo from Team True North, Mike Griffin. Good job, Mike. You got it done. La Infinita Locura. Hola, Carolina. Hola, Vicente. ¿Qué tal? ¿Todo bien? Muy bien, muy bien. Well done, Carolina, well done, Vicente. En die ou toppies is nou op pad. Come on, ou toppies. The direct translation of the old toppies is the old men. Charles de Klerk en Jaco du Plessis. Hier kom die ou toppies. Julle twee is eyster. You don't look like ou toppies, and you have conquered the Alps. SPAR Special Team M&T. Thomas Hostetter and Metin Kavak soon to arrive. Hop up up SPAR Special Team. Hop up up Metin. Hop up up Thomas. Well done Metin, well done Thomas. You have done it. Congratulations. And Metin sounds like you could originally have your family from Turkey, I would imagine, with a name like Metin. But fully Swiss and fully SPAR. Immer für dich da. 2 times the Union flag. It's the team Rittersport. I love the dark Rittersport chocolate with the nuts, one of my favorite. Time to welcome the Highlands. They have descended from the Highlands. Congratulations to Mark and Sam. With a surname like Highland, gotta be from Scotland? No? Okay. Sounds very Scottish, but not spelt with a Y, I don't think. It's spelt with an I then. Hey, Justin, how far away is Lee? Have you not been tracking? Because he's an individual finisher with a blue board. Might be. But don't you think we should give him a mug of beer when he finishes? Huh? So when I say he's coming, you got time to run, jump the queue, grab a beer, okay? Oh, ho, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. And we got any great Brits in the crowds because the Finland Warriors are about to arrive. The Finland Warriors are victorious Paul Fiore and Andrew Croft-Taylor. Well done, Andrew. Well done, Paul. You have conquered the Alps. Here we go. Don't forget, we are still running our Cheer Vita special. 50% off. Half price on the final 5th day of our SPAR Swiss Epic. We are ready now for a Swiss amateur women's team. Oosterschwyz, our GKB Epic College and Chur team. Hop, 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 Schwyz. Hop, Gianna, hop, Lea. The celebrations are real and the colors of the Graubündner Kantonalbank, Gianna Meyer and Lea Rutz. You have conquered the Alps.
So, Paul, the strangest thing, we were just trying to find the GPS tracker for Lee, and oddly enough, it's not on the route, it's at that mountain pub on the second last peak.
What? Lee has stopped at the pub. You know why? Because Lee rhymes with peas. He needs a quick comfort break. I've got to keep reminding myself we're still on the live stream. Florin and Nathaniel. Team last minute. Well done, Florian. Félicitations, Nathaniel. Félicitations. Yeah, 2 times Belgium on the way. Also, another one of the phenomenal mixed teams, Kinderpraktijk Klo. Tom Rosen and Flora Engels, you have conquered the Alps.
Time to enjoy the weekend for our weekend warriors, Chris and Robert Benson. Fist pump for our medics. Job well done. Wir sagen Dankeschön. And here we go with the next two heroes of the day. The Netherlands. Well done, gentlemen. Stage 5 done and dusted. Minded van Heuvel in Chiel Snelda. Noch 110 Rider auf der Strecke unterwegs bis zum großen Abschluss hier in Davos. Das i-Tüpfchen des diesjährigen SPAR Swiss Epic, diese 5. Etappe, der Zieleinlauf und das Recht ein bisschen anzugeben. Bragging rights after conquering the Alps here, bringing it across the finish line on stage 5, the final stage of the SPAR Swiss Epic. Let's give it up for Team PI Squared. Peter Jan Kindermans and Pia Sophie Aras. Here we go with a little bit of cloud cover coming across the line. Team Sonny Scani, Willy Titola and Tim Higgins. Aus der Schweiz, Jan Ramsey, Alessandro Lanfranchi, Team Gibbons. Und hier kommen Leo Channel, Thorsten Piska und Thorsten Schlingmann. Here we go, Motors RC, Bram and Bart. Congratulations, gentlemen, job well done. Here comes Team TNT, Travis Spencer-Coy and Timothy Scherer.
Solo to the finish line. But we are here for you and we salute you. You have conquered the Swiss Epic. Well done from Zimbabwe. Good job, David.
Here comes Team Medic Stream, España, Manuel Alemani and Cristobal Catalan. The So Not Pros looking incredibly pro at the finish line here today.
2 times South Africa. Well done, Lucien. Congratulations, Rich. Look at you guys getting it done.
And here comes half a woolly jumper, Mark Smith. Well done.
Hold on, where's Nikki?
You see, that's the difference between the Germans and the Swiss. The Germans take a towel and place it on the lounge chair to reserve it. The Swiss just take the lounge chair with them wherever they go, never leaving it out of the sight.
Nikki, ach nee man. I've just been chatting to Mark and he told me you weren't feeling so good.
And Justin, can you please zip the shirt? I'm feeling bad when I see this. Come on, stop showing off now.
So our Cannondale Baz RB team are handing out the medals at the moment.
To none other than Team Les Titties, Stephanie Monier and Kai Bosch. Hey, Paul, if there's a nation coming across the line.
More South Africans. Another mixed team just behind the bushes. Please welcome Charlie and Lola. And here they are, Sally, that award-winning smile. Sally Ferguson and Nick Ferguson, you've done it. You've smashed it. You've conquered the Alps. We've got a solo Grand Fund Master representing Switzerland, Ooster Schweiz. Letzte Meter jetzt für Adrian Müller. Großartig, Adrian. And the South African fans, you've got to keep it going. 2 more Saffers on the way. And I said Saffer, not suffer. Thank goodness. Here they come. Glymo Energy. Well done, Tommy Davies and Gareth Dewey. You have conquered the Alps. Good job, gentlemen. And considering the flag on your left arm, mazel tov. Look at the happiness. Look at the celebration. There you go. Why are you swapping bikes? You can't even reach these pedals. Julle twee is mal. The award ceremony for all our categories, the top 3 on the stage, the top 3 overall on GC, will be celebrated from 3 o'clock onwards. And the secret to conquering the Alps is to make sure you don't stop believing. Everything's going to be all right now.
Here they come, third in the Great Grand Masters, man, on this 5th stage here today towards Davos. From the United States, Alejandro Gallanigo and Julian Duke.
We're looking for the team number 228 in the amateur men. Team 228, Tobias and Oliver. Tobias Blaise and Oliver Friedrich. Please, can you make your way to the Epic Race Office? Team number 228, Tobias Blaise und Oliver Friedrich. Bitte zum Race Office. Hey, Till, guess what?
When you say that, it can only be two things. We ran out of beer.
You got two guesses.
Did we run out of beer?
No.
No, despite the South Africans. Is it Singapore?
Yes.
Well done, Chester Chua from 667 in Singapore. Here we go, 2 times the Netherlands. A waffle without a flour, Jurgen Hierdes. And a Willems without a Ventold. No Ventold without a Willems, Roland Ventold. 2 individual finishes, congratulations.
Yalla Yalla Tomer, Yalla Yalla Gil, Team Snoopy from Israel. Well done, Team Snoopy. Tomer is an epic legend and Gil will become one, I'm soon, one day. Tomer, Mazel Tov, Gil, Mazel Tov, you have conquered the Alps.
Look at them enjoying the final meters towards the finish line. The Battle of Waterloo from Belgium and the Netherlands. David Allwood and Alexander Obering. Well done to the two of you.
We have an epic legend, the oldest epic legend, or should we say the wisest. It's the Bordeaux blend. And Peter David Wright says he is so impressed with you yet again. Well done, Peter Felber, well done, Murray Davidson. Our Bordeaux blends have conquered the Alps. Quinton, are you not tired of riding a bicycle? Yeah, I know. South African. Don't get tired. It's called fussbait. The Union flag is flying proudly on the number boards and on the race numbers of the next team, KT18. We hope you've enjoyed every centimetre of every metre of every kilometre of the 330 plus kilometres, the 10,850 metres of climbing. Stuart and Yaku, you have conquered the Alps. Good job, gents. And the Rainbow Nation is next to arrive. Team Safa. They are saluting one another, holding hands, celebrating a phenomenal 5 days in the saddle. Mia, you have been incredible. Davi, you are amazing. Mia and Davi de Villiers, you have conquered the Alps. It's not a stretch anymore. It's a done deal. Come on, boys, if you're not smiling, you know the rules are going to make you do the climb again. You have conquered the Alps. Graydon Ilderton and Warren Turner from Nomadic Tents. Yes, please. Moi mana moi. I really think the two Irish need to get the prize for the best dress today. I love the colourful kit our Irish team are wearing.
Hey, Paul, and some more highlights today. So we're bringing in more amazing athletes. We've got 60 riders left on the route. Then 3 o'clock, I believe, you're going to kick off the awards.
Oh, yeah, baby, yes. You better be here. All our categories, UCI men, all the way to the Great Grandmasters.
And then over the last couple of days, roughly 50 kids took part in the Scott drawing competition. So we're going to draw 3 winners for our kids at 3:45 roughly this afternoon when you're done with your awards.
What do they win?
They win number 1, a kids cycling kit worth roughly 200 Swiss francs. And then second place is a fantastic Scott cycling helmet for the kids. And then number 3, third prize, a cool choice of accessories at the booth.
And what do you and I get?
We're still in negotiations, but I've got my eyes set on one of those e-mountain bikes.
Ah.
He said earlier he doesn't want to take it back to the next event anyways. Here we go with our next team, Team Montels. Felicidades, Javi, Valero Jimenez und Tessa Wiese. And the Botas from South Africa on the way, the South African adventurers.
Lekker. So 2 times South Africa, 2 times Swiss. And Ikomi Buetas, Eugene and Uesta Bueta, the SA adventurers. Uesta, you have not stopped smiling since Tuesday morning. Love your work. You have conquered the Alps. Marco and Oliver. Team Olma, gratuleer.
You see, while the rest of the world travels to South Africa for safaris, the Safas came here to finally see the Ibex live. And here we go with our next team, the Velo Market, CSK, Herbert Hager and Sergei Goremkin. And Infinity Nutrition Australia, you did it. Well done, Lonnie Thor and Keith Louis. Und nochmal zur Erinnerung, heute Nachmittag, 15 Uhr, die Siegerehrung für unsere Kategorien und dann ab Viertel vor 4 das Prize Drawing für unsere Kids in der Drawing Competition bei Scott. 3 großartige Preise für alle, die teilgenommen haben.
Here he comes. Justin is on the sideboards to welcome his teammate. Representing the red, white, and blue, the USA, born in the USA, Lee Strawbridge. Well done, Lee. Always with a big smile. Always such a pleasure and inspiration to hang around. Lovely work, Lee. You've done it.
Lee, don't you go anywhere.
So Lee at Tilschenk's got a little gift for you, but you have to down it. So Lee Strawbridge, do not run away from the finish line. Tilschenk's trying to get his steps in. And he's got a little something for you, a little bit of a post-race hydration.
Lee, don't make me work so hard for it.
Well, born in the RSA, our next team. This is the team, the Hill Bookies, from the Rainbow Nation, on the bottom of the massive continent that we call Africa. Team Hill Bookies, Gerard Creer and Janita Creer, you have done it. Look at you, hand in hand over the finish line. You've conquered the Alps. Mooi julle. Be proud, be super proud. Well, born in the RSA, our next team.
The 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic is drawing to a close. The 350 kilometers, 10,850 meters of climbing. The Graubünden region has been our gracious host with spectacular scenery and gorgeous trails, seemingly endless single track, as we all thoroughly enjoyed watching the riders head through this wonderful region. We started in Lenzerheide on Tuesday and visited St. Moritz, ending with a cherry on the top in Davos, where we are right now, and we're at the finish of the grand finale in one of the most competitive mountain bike stage races in the world. Part of the Epic series, the global portfolio of mountain bike races, with the pinnacle being the Absa Cape Epic, and 45 nations were represented at the race this year. 45 nations and all competing for 9 categories. And some new categories introduced to the Epic Series for this year in 2023. And we'll be meeting the riders that competed for those coveted Civita Leaders jerseys in just a moment. And of course, you'll need to keep an eye out for entries for the 2024 edition, the 11th edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic, where you can conquer the Alps. If you've been inspired watching with us all week for the last 5 days, 5 stages, you've watched other riders of the mountain biking community conquering the Alps, be sure to log on to the Swiss Epic website. And entries open at the end of August 2023. So in 2 short weeks, you'll have the opportunity to enter for the 2024 Swiss Epic. Route date details are still coming, and you can tune in to all of the Epic Series events on the Epic Series website. And you'll be treated to some of the very finest trails in the world in this iconic mountain biking destination. And we are right now above the city of Davos, the host of the grand finale of the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic. And we'll almost guarantee the 2024 edition will be just as good, if not better. And as some of the back markers stream into the finish, and with the satisfaction of having conquered the Alps, they'll be collecting their 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic Finishers Medal and a well-earned rest after 5 days of challenges, alpine climbs, and tricky single-track descents. But just as tricky as they are, they're just as glorious. And we'll be very happy to enjoy Heroes Welcome in Davos and a good night's sleep. And tomorrow morning, no early wake-up calls, just a nice rest on a Sunday morning. And the satisfaction, that glow of satisfaction, having completed a major mountain bike stage race. Well, with the top teams already having finished today in the grand finale, the top men's and women's teams, we've had a chance to reflect a little bit on the drama we've witnessed unfold over the last 5 days. 5 stages, 350 kilometers and 10,000 meters of climbing. Those 10,000 meters including some of the most vertiginous climbs and challenging climbs in mountain biking stage racing in the sport. And this morning, on the final day, the culmination, the conclusion and the grand finale, as the riders, the top men's field, headed off out on their final day, with still all to play for in the men's category. The UCI men's category hotly contested by national champions, by Olympians and medalists in the recent World Championships, and some riders seriously on form at the SPAR Swiss Epic, arriving with high ambitions. And today, the yellow jersey wearers, Team Canyon Northwave, were able to, over the last few days, solidify that overall lead. A couple of hiccups along the way for Martin Stozek and Mark Stutzman, as they put the pace down really early, just ahead of the super narrow single track sections, the tricky narrow single track sections, as the field stretched out considerably. And wasn't only the top spot on the overall GC podium that was up for grabs, it was position 2 and 3, of course, a highly prestigious thing for any mountain biker in anyone's career to stand on that podium at the end of the day. And that third spot on overall general classification was still up for grabs, still to play for. Top position, Canyon Northwave looked like they were really those yellow jerseys belonged to them, but it was that third spot that was up for grabs, with 3 teams still very much in contention to take that last spot on the podium. The team that were lying third overall were the Bulls, and we saw there earlier Axel Coordinat was struggling a little bit with the early pace, and the French national champion showing his resolve, just staying in touch. Also on a great day, Team Tapado. Spare a thought for them on day 1 and 2, having had some bad luck. Who knows what might have happened if they hadn't lost almost an hour after stage 2. Very much in contention, in touch with the world's best and the world's best mountain bike stage racers, as you see them up ahead, just up ahead in their yellow jerseys. Mark Stutzman, Martin Stozek, as Hans Becking, another well-known campaigner in mountain bike stage racing, keeping his partner Peter Pruss well in touch. Peter Pruss, Hans Becking very much in contention for that third spot today, and trying their best efforts to put some time into the Bulls. One last push from Hans Becking, getting his partner still to stay just in touch with the front, as Daniel Gesmeyer dangling on the back in looking for a third place, not just on looking for a podium spot, not just on the stage, but also for the overall, and just trying all he could to get back in touch with the leaders. At this point in the race, Canyon Northwave were almost a minute in front. They had driven home their advantage. They were clearly superior on the climbs. They'd taken a minute out of their rivals on the final climb just before the last ascent into Davos, leaving the Bulls and the Italian team of Willie Pirelli, which consisted of an Austrian and a Belgian, and just aiming for that last position on the podium today. And spare a thought for Peter Pruss, who Hans Becking was just keeping in touch with their main rivals for that overall third spot on GC. And at the very front of the field in the chase group, the riders were yo-yoing off the back on the front, and the dynamic racing certainly taking its toll on the young Axel Coordinat as he headed towards the finish. But the day belonged to Canyon Northwave. Fair and square, a win on the grand finale solidified their position on overall general classification. They got 3 out of 5 stage wins, bookending their campaign. First in the first stage and the second stage, and managing to hold out to maintain that advantage on the descents off the highest point in the race and take the prestigious grand finale and that overall title. They will remember this night, they will remember this day forever. Mark Stutzmann, the newly crowned Swiss champion, and second place at the World Mountain Biking Championships is Martin Stosek, a well-earned victory from the Czech and the Swiss rider. And no less drama in the women's category. The leaders of the week, as we've seen them dominant all week in fact, is the team of Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt. Resplendent in their orange jerseys, there was doubt in fact as to whether Kim Lecourt was going to take to the start line. She had a crash on stage 4 and took a long time to get up. She had a collision with Adalite Marath, and Marath having to visit hospital, and she is out of the race. But Kim Lecourt suffering through the latter half of stage 4 with tremendous pain. Kim Lecourt arrived at the start, much to the relief of the fans and the fans of mountain biking, and also fans of the team. And Kennedale Vas Arabe were in close attendance as the front group of women's contenders began to thin out. With Thomas Ditch following on the Bulls Media e-bike and giving us a front row seat to mountain biking at its best. Just watching Irina Lutschel-Schwab, who her and her partner won the stage yesterday, more or less inherited the lead from after the unfortunate crash that happened between Adele Morath and Kim Lecourt. No rider wanting to capitalize on another's misfortune. They elected not to celebrate with their arms in the air and preferred just to keep a steady pace to the finish. But that steady pace put 15 minutes, almost 15 minutes into their rivals. And just another reminder from Monica Calderon that no matter, even if the trail isn't technical, there are still dangers that lie ahead on every corner. Building on the momentum of the first 3 days and building on the morale and the firepower, the pairing of Lecourt and Lorza built on that lead and put the pressure down and distanced their rivals and looked set for yet another stage win. This would be 4 out of 5 and 5 stage wins in recent history, because let's not forget, at exactly this time last year they were in the lead, in contention for a grand finale victory, looking to repeat that victory in 2023. Vera Lorza happy to let Kim Lecourt set the pace, set her own pace. After all, this was the rider who suffered from great pain in her back and her neck after a crash yesterday. Just happy to let Kim Lecourt set her own pace and manage the pain, and as they edged closer and closer to the finish in Davos. For Kim Lecourt, the paved roads were a welcome relief after the technical trails. We saw earlier the narrow technical single track littered with rocks, and now Kim Lecourt gets to enjoy the smooth tar and even sweeter, the smooth grass as they head in for their stage victory, the one that they repeated after their 2022 efforts. And just the expression on Kim Lecourt says it all. There are so many emotions with the team. There is relief, there is celebration, there's joy, and of course the pain after yesterday's crash. All outweighed by the celebrations as they pull into the finish in the grand finale, capping off a wonderful week for the Namibian and the Mauritian.
39 kilometers, 10,800 meters of climbing, 5 stages, and 3 incredible host towns with Lenzerheide, St. Moritz, and now Davos. Corinne, hast du mein Tischtuch gesehen?
A huge congratulations to Justin Ho, part of the 667 team from Singapore. Well done, Justin, an individual finisher, and you have indeed earned that medal, and you have conquered the Alps.
Wir gehen rein in die finalen Momente des diesjährigen SPAR Swiss Epic. 5 wunderschöne Etappen. Am Dienstag ist es losgegangen in der Lenzerheide und dann die Reise über St. Moritz hierher ins wunderschöne Davos. 5 Etappen, 339 Kilometer, 10.800 Meter, geil zu klettern. Und jetzt sind noch knapp 12 Teams, genau 12 Teams, 24 Rider auf der Strecke unterwegs. Das nächste Highlight am heutigen Tage, die Siegerehrung mit Paul Kay, der sich hier vorbereitet. Und dann die Ehrung unserer Kategorien, der schnellsten 3 bei den Männern und den Frauen. Ab 15 Uhr auf der großen Bühne neben dem Ziel.
So we start the prize giving in 10 minutes from now. All the top 3 across all the categories on GC and for the stage. Please can you go and assemble behind the award ceremony podium. 10 minutes away from the award ceremony. All our teams, the top 3 on the stage and GC in every category, please go and assemble behind the stage. And a whole bunch of South Africans are on the way to the finish line. The Mud Munchers, the RNA Cycle and Run. We've got a Grandmasters team. We've got a great Grandmasters team. Hierdie ouens weet om te vasbyt. The Mud Munchers have arrived, Garth Peterson and Andy Wright. What a Garth, what an Andy. You have conquered the Alps. Look at you go. And Gabriel Jordan and Willy Serfontein. Mooi julle twee. Well and Gabriel, well and Willy. You have conquered the Alps. Good job, gentlemen. We are proud of you. We're a little bit more than 5 minutes away from the awards ceremony, please. All, love you too, Nikki. See you in Slapstad, Bookie. All our top 3 teams on the stage and on GC, please, can you assemble behind the podium? All our top 3 teams on GC and on stage, please assemble behind the stage. Three more minutes before we start the award ceremony. All the top 3 teams on stage and GC, please assemble behind our podium. All our top 3 teams for the stage and on GC. Helicopter, please assemble behind the podium.
And Paul, before you start the awards, one more time the reminder to all the parents of the children who participated in the Scott drawing competition. We're gonna pick our winners. We're gonna draw our winners right after the awards, after the ceremonies at about 3:45. So, für die Eltern, alle Kinder, die mitgemacht haben beim Scott Mal Wettbewerb, direkt im Anschluss an die Siegerehrung des Rennens, also circa 15:45 Uhr, die offizielle Verlosung der 3 Top-Preise bei Scott am Stand für den Malwettbewerb. And of course, everybody, remember, we've got the 50% off everything deal at the official merchandise store from Chiavita. So make sure to drop by there. Make sure they got nothing to take back home. And then we're getting ready for the Worlds in just a moment. Here we go, one more time, the 667ers in the house. Well done to Yu Ling Tan from the 667ers from Singapore. And it's Singaporean hour at the finish line as we speak. The next one's on the way. 667, are you ready to celebrate them? Singapore, you hear me? Are you ready? You ready for your friends? All right, let's bring them across the line. Our next three riders, Ben Lu, Joshua Chia, and Lok Hong Yu. Singapore, well done. Kim and Vera, please make your way down to the podium for the awards. It's a tight-knit group. Our next two legends from Singapore, David Tay and Eugene Lowe.
Your slave flash is going bananas. We're paging Kim Lekor and Vera Loza. Please make your way to the podium.
Paging another one of our fantastic teams today in the mixed category. Team ZBZ Asfaltos, Alejandro Blanco and Cristel Espinosa, please make your way towards the presentation stage. And Pit Stop Velo Cafe, Remy Bouchard and Rebecca Beaumont, please also make your way towards the presentation stage.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. 5 beautiful days, 5 incredible stages, and we're going to celebrate our top teams that have conquered the Alps. Lenzerheide to St. Moritz, St. Moritz to Davos, 5 stages, more than 330 meters of riding, more than 10,800 meters of climbing, your 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic, and we're going to celebrate all our top teams for the stage and for overall on GC. To make the presentations today, the CEO of Destination Marketing, Davos Klosters, Reto Brenci. We start with our UCI men. And the top 3 positions for the stage today, the final stage of the top 3 on GC as well. 3rd place, Team Bulls, Simon Schneller and Axel Rudil Cortina. Second on the stage and second overall on GC. What an incredible race they've had with stage wins this week too. It is the team Willia Pirelli, Daniel Geismeier and Wout Allemann. Three stage wins over the 5 stages. Winners of stage 1, stage 2, and the final stage. And your overall winners of the SPAR Swiss Epic 2023, the UCI men. Canyon Northwave, Martin Stossek and Mark Stutzmann. And Reto Brenci has given them their prizes. And now for the trophy. Bulls 3rd, William Pirelli 2nd. And your SPAR Swiss Epic UCI men's champions, Canyon Northwave, Martin Stossek and Mark Stutzmann. Third place, the trophy to the Bulls, Simon and Axel. A brilliant week. Second place, William Pirelli. What exciting racing they've given us. Daniel Geismeier and Wout Allemann. And your overall champions for this, the 10th edition overall. Our 5th in Graubünden, our 2nd under SPAR. Canyon Northwave. And look at the trophies and look at the caps. Martin Stossek, Mark Stutzmann. And let me tell you something, we've been ringing the bells all week long, but there's nothing better than a real Swiss cowbell. Look at that. And why don't you make it ring? Come on, ring it. Martin and Mark, Canyon Northwave, they get to add their names to that bell. Our winners of the 10th edition. Well done. Congratulations and thank you. What a week's racing you've given us. Those are the UCI men, but they got their hands full with all the prizes from Davos Klosters, from Cheervita, and the trophies, as well as the beautiful Swiss cowbell. Merci vielmals, Retto Brenci, but we're not done yet. We're just getting going. And now it's the time for our UCI women. %15% of the field are our women, and we now celebrate the best of the best, our UCI women. As we celebrate the stage top 3, we celebrate the GC top 3 as well. In third position, Canada Baz Arabe, Monica Calderon, and Tessa Cortecas. They had a stage win this week, second on the stage today. The team Torpedo Bulls, Katarzyna Sojna and Irina Lutzenschwab. Winners of stage 5. They won stage 1, 2, and 3 as well. Bit of a accident yesterday, but still came back today. Your winners of the stage, Elisator Efficient Infinity Insure, Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt. And in the orange of our overall victors as well. So the prizes for the stage, now the prizes for GC. Third on GC, Canada Baz Arabe, Monica, and Tessa. Second on general classification, Torpedo Bulls, Katarzyna and Irina. And now, your overall champions. In March this year, they won the Alps Epic. And now, the winners of the SPAR Swiss Epic. Elisator Efficient Infinity Insure, Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt. Well, I think we want Vera and Kim to ring the bell as well. Your champions, Elisator Efficient Infinity Insure, Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt. Let's get those hands in the air. Come on, all the hands in the air. Congratulations and thank you for the incredible racing. Brilliant to watch all week this week. We wish you a wonderful recovery and safe travels home. We continue now. Our next category for the stage, it's our amateur men. We're going to do mixed first. Our mixed first. And the mixed are ready, here they are. And again, our top 3 overall are also the top 3 for the stage. Third place for the 5th stage today, the team CBZ Asfaltos, Alejandro Blanco, Cristel Espinoza. Second place on the stage from Canada, Pit Stop Velo Café, Rémi Bouchard, Rebecca Beaumont. And your winners of the stage, stage 5, your team, Bike Store Brunox Racing Team, Benjamin Michael and Dirk Martijewski. That was for the stage. Now for overall, the identical order. Third place overall, CBC Asfaltos, Alejandro and Cristel. Second place, all the way from Canada, Pit Stop Velo Café, Remy and Rebecca. And now your overall mixed champions. Their favorite color is green. Bike Store Brunox Racing, Benjamin Michael and Dirk Martijewski. There they are. These are your top 3 and your champions. Bike Store Brunox Racing, Benjamin Michael, Dirk Martijewski. And before you go anywhere, there's also the draw for the Alps Epic entry on performance. And it goes to Canada. Congratulations to the Pit Stop Velo Cafe team. Rémi Bouchard, Rebecca Beaumont. See you at the Alps Epic in March 2024. Bonne chance. Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is our amateur men. At the end of stage 5, in third position, the team Al Undva, Valère Rotsch, Alessio Buetti. Second position, representing Switzerland, Stoll Bikes, Lukas Spengler, Jonas Baumann. And another stage win, winning stage 5. Team Portugal, Christopher Portugal, Renato Tapia Landa. One on Alunva, one on Stoll Bikes, and your winners, Team Portugal, Christopher and Renato. That was for the stage, and there'll be a small pause as we need to get them off the stage and get dressed for the overall leader. And ladies and gentlemen, if you cast your eyes to the finish line, our final riders are on their way. And now for our amateur men overall on GC. And on GC in the amateur men's category, third position, team Alundva, Valeri Hendrot and Alessio Buetti. Second position, Team Portugal, Christopher Portugal and Renato Tapia Landa. And your overall amateur men's champions, Stall Bikes, Lukas Spengler, Jonas Baumann. Congratulations, Alunva. Congratulations, Team Portugal. And your amateurs men champions for the SPAR Swiss Epic, Stoll Bikes, Lukas Spengler and Jonas Baumann. And before you go anywhere, the qualification for the Alps Epic 2024. Team Portugal, Christopher Portugal and Renato Tapia Landa. Congratulations, you've qualified for the Cape Epic. Happy training, and we see you in March. So DJ Dane Lee, we're doing a double podium here for the amateur women, stage and overall. But we are ready, let's do this. We welcome on stage our top 3 teams for stage 5 in the amateur women. In third position, at the end of the stage, Team Maggie and Todd, Danielle Wegenstein and Margot Kelly. In second position, it is the Calirado Rogues, Joanna Nuba, Krista Silvers. And your stage winners, representing Zurich, Sweden, Linda Dietering and Julika Pahl. So for the stage, Maggie and Todd, Calirado Rogues, and your winners, Linda and Julika from Zurich, Sweden. Thank you. We're going to bring you back up for the overall on GC. We just need you to put your jersey on. Our amateur women are now ready for the top 3 on GC. After 5 days and 5 stages of racing, our third place overall for the SPAR Swiss Epic and the amateur women, the team GKB Epic College in Chur, Switzerland's Gianna Meyer and Lea Rotsch. Your second place from the USA, Team Maggie and Todd, Danielle Wittgenstein and Margot Kelly. Your overall amateur women's champions, representing South Africa and Namibia, the team Zurich, Sweden, Linda Dietering and Julika Pahl. Congratulations to Gianna Meyer and Lea Rotsch in third. Danielle Wittgenstein and Margot Kelly in second. And our amateur women champions, Linda Dietering and Julika Pahl. And a massive congratulations, winning the slot for the Alps Cape Epic. It is Linda Dietering and Julika Pahl. We'll see each other at the Alps Cape Epic next year. Yeah. Yep, you've won an entry. Congratulations, Linda and Julika. We are now ready for our Masters men. We'll be doing stage first, and then we will be doing GC. Third on stage 5, the Swiss team Stoll Bikes Masters, Thomas Guntert und Thomas Stoll. Second position, Ivok, Finland, Mikko Kupiainen and Samuli Visuri. Your champions on stage 5, Scott Davos, Mountain Bike Project 2, Florian Vogel and Martin Guyan. Well done to the Stoll Bikes Masters, Ivok, Finland, and your winners, Scott Davos MTB Project. They're now going to come off the stage, and then we'll be bringing back the top 3 for GC. We are now ready for the GC for the Masters men. In third position, after 5 days and 5 stages, La Biqueria Lipuner cycling team, Sascha De Plazes and Marcel Führer. In second position, Ivok Finland, Mikko Kupiainen, Samuli Vissuri. And your SPAR Swiss Epic Masters Men Champions, Scott Davos MTB Project 2, Florian Vogel and Martin Guyan. Your third place, La Biccheria Lipuna cycling team. Second, Ivok Finland. Your champions, the Swiss duo. From Scott Davos MTB Project 2, Florian Vogel and Martin Guyan. And by the way, in the Masters Men's category, the team that have qualified for the Alps Epic, team number 341 from Norway, Anders Stenbrenden and Dag Torp Hansen. Congratulations. We now move on to our Masters Women. In the Masters Women, at the end of the stage, third place women, Mads Huus, Suzanne Tanner and Margriet Äbirügg. Second position, Stoll Bikes twins, Leah and Petra Thuring. Victorious at the end of stage 5, the team Stoll Bikes women, Simona Stoll, Nina Brenn. And now for the top 3 on GC, receiving their trophy, team third place, it's Suzanne Tanner and Margriet Äbirügg. Second overall, Stoll Bikes twins, Leah Thuring, Petra Thuring. Your Masters Women's Champions, Stoll Bikes women, Simona Stoll, Nina Brenn. Congratulations to Mads Huus, Stoll Bikes twins, and to your champions, Stoll Bikes women, Simona Stoll and Nina Brenn. And congratulations, qualifying for the Alps Epic in March 2024, Susanna Tanner and Margriet Äbirügg. Wir sehen uns in Kapstadt nächstes Jahr. Alles Gute! Danke euch und gratuliere. Und wir sehen uns in Kapstadt nächstes Jahr. Ja, hart trainieren. Du kannst mit dem Velo in Sauna üben, ja? We are getting ready now for the Grandmasters men. And again for the Grandmasters men, it will be a double podium for stage and for GC. Dritte Platz, Cube Store Kur Grandmasters Daniel Huber and Urs Baumann. Second position, the team Stikker from Norway, Thomas Knudsen or Snerthammer. And victorious on the stage, the team Fair Velos.ch1, Markus Fair and Christian Sonderegger. Congratulations, Daniel Huber, Urs Baumann, Thomas Knudsen and Ort Snerthammer. And your stage winners, Markus Fair and Christian Sonderegger. They're going to jump off the stage quickly, and we're going to do a quick wardrobe change as we get ready to celebrate our top 3 overall. And we are ready. After 5 stages of racing, these are the top 3 teams of the Grandmasters. Third position, our Bix's Bike Holiday team, your legends, Bertie Bucher and Hans-Jörg Gerber. Second position, Fair Velos.ch1, Markus Fair and Christian Sonderegger. Your Grandmasters men, SPAR Swiss Epic champions. Your team, Stika Meritene. From Norway, Thomas Knudsen and Snerthammer. Fantastic racing from all these rock stars. Bertie Bucher, Hans-Jörg Gerber third. Markus Fair, Christian Sonderegger second. Your Grandmasters champions, Thomas Knudsen and Snerthammer. 1 moment for the Alps Epic entry. It is our Norwegian team of Thomas and Odd. See you in Cape Town. Congratulations and happy training. Our final category, our great Grand Masters men. At the end of stage 5, third place, Alex Bicycle Pro Shop, Alejandro Gainigo and Julian Duque. Second position, RV Erzigen 260s, Bruno Muralt and Daniel Delfos. Your winners of the stage, Forestier Rosti, René Valli, Ricardo Alcuto. Well done to Alejandro and Julian, Bruno and Daniel. And your winners, René and Ricardo. But now, our top 3 on GC. Axel's Bicycle Pro Shop, Alejandro and Julian, third overall. Second position overall, RV Erzigen 260s, Bruno Mural, Daniel Delfos. Your great Grandmasters men, SPAR Swiss Epic champions, Forestier Rosti, René Valli and Ricardo Aggiuto. Well done to Alejandro and Julian, Bruno and Daniel. And your champions, Epic legend René with Ricardo. And the winners of the Cape Epic qualifying slot, Axel's Bike Pro Shop, Alejandro Gainigo and Julian Duque. Well done to all of you, gentlemen. Congratulations. And we're now going to get all our jerseys on stage. UCI men, UCI women, amateur men and women, mixed masters men and women, grandmasters men, great grandmasters men. All our jerseys on stage. All right, the orange jerseys are first. Kim and Vera. Our amateur jerseys, Linda and Julika. Our mixed jerseys, Benjamin and Dörter. Our great grandmasters, René and Ricardo. Our grandmasters, Thomas and Odds. Our masters women, Simona and Nina. Our UCI men, Martin and Mark. And our masters men, Florian Vogel or Martin Guyan. And now everybody in the race village, I need you on the count of 3. On 3, let's make some noise. 1, 2, 3, come on! Congratulations to everybody. Thank you so much. What a day, what a 5 days. You have conquered the Alps.
Well, a beautiful sight indeed, the multicolours of the leaders' jerseys at the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic. The last team has arrived at the finish in Davos, and for them and for the 600 other riders, the 300 teams, the Alps are well and truly conquered. As the sun dips over the Alps here in Davos, nestled in Graubünden, Switzerland, we draw the curtains on what has been an absolutely exhilarating race, and only appropriate at the auspicious 10th edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. From the heart-stopping climbs to the breathtaking descents, every pedal stroke will be etched into the memories of the riders as they traversed the course and followed the race for the last 5 days. We've seen the limits of human endurance and spirit tested against the unparalleled beauty, the backdrop of the Swiss Alps. To the triumphant and those who've faced adversity, every rider here today has lived up to the true essence of mountain biking. You've made this 10th edition truly epic. A huge shout out to our behind the scenes crew, of course, our sponsors, the towns and our riders, and of course the fans that have been following the race. Passion, drive, determination, that is mountain biking. And to the viewers at home, thank you for joining us on this spectacular journey. We hope the sights, the battles and the sheer grit have inspired you just as they have inspired us. And from all here in Davos, from myself, Dario, Andreas, Paul, Till, guests and the entire broadcast team, thank you for joining us at the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic. Farewell till next year and keep riding.